Yo, what's going on, people? We are hosting our weekly new player tournament. Well, I'm casting it. The RTK clan as a whole is hosting it, I guess I should say. I can't take the full credit for it, so, you know. It's a good day for some games. We're gonna have a lot going on. I got a bunch of my own replays here. Stuff that I've been parsing through. I played in the tournament last night. I lost a pretty close game. I have more sleep. Sometimes you bring the I have more sleep and it just doesn't work because your opponent literally didn't bring anything that it can do anything to. So I lost my round 1 game, but we came back and we got some good wins in here. I had a really fun round 4 game with some cockatrices, which I'm excited to show off at some point. Probably do a separate cast of that. Tournament's kicking off in like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go find, let me find some people who we can get in here with and face off against. Give me one sec. Yeah, good to see people from all across the community coming together for the tournaments. Alright. What do we have going on with the games right now? Go get Blitzer and Tommy real quick. What's this? Oh, I see, okay. Alright, so Blitzer and Tommy are hopefully gonna be the guys that we get for round 1. I'm gonna give them a minute to kind of trickle in here. Welcome, by the way, guys. Good to have y'all. Yeah, come on, Tommy. I think I sent you the invite on Discord. Unless this is a totally different person. Don't jinx it. Nah, bro, you're gonna do great. Okay, they're here. Let me make sure that I got the map correct, and then I'm gonna go make myself some coffee real quick, because I need that. I need that business. Okay, Decrepit Moor. Decrepit Moor is a really solid map. Can't go wrong with this one. You know, it's a good balanced home objective map. The home points are pretty close to one another on either side of one edge of the map. In the middle, it's actually pretty far flung out, so there are actually times where you do want to push your opponent's home objective. Alright, give me one sec, guys. Sweet. Alright, blue is ready. Tommy needs just a minute or two more. And then we'll be set. We'll see how it goes. Wait, what? Bracket hasn't been finalized? Should change in like 2 minutes? Really? Oh. Is it actually gonna change? Sure as hell has. Okay. Well, the bracket is now different. It's completely switched up. Okay. So we weren't live yet, so the bracket is actually different from what it was. Blitzer will stick around, and we'll get his actual first-round opponent. That's a little awkward. Alright, well that's okay, no big deal. Feral is around here, surely. Okay. Sorry about the false start, guys. I was really excited for that. Nurgle into Warriors of Chaos is a pretty good matchup. Probably one of the more, probably one of the better matchups for the Warriors of Chaos into the Monogod factions. Warriors of Chaos into Monogods is usually pretty terrible. Honestly, they struggle immensely against, I would say, probably the worst Monogods for Warriors of Chaos is Khorne and Slaanesh. Tzeentch is really tricky just because of the power of Flamers. Either it's, the Changebringers, or the Exalted Flamer, or it's the actual 850 gold version. Just wreck all of the armored infantry that the warriors can bring, as well as kill a lot of the really expensive stuff. Nurgle, though, the Warriors of Chaos have some pretty good answers for most of what Nurgle brings, so they can usually deal with it. We'll see how Nurgle into Vampire Counts plays out. Typically, Nurgle actually outgrinds Vampire Counts because the Pestilent Decay Mortis engine on the Exalted Great and Clean ones, as well as Kugath, there's a lot to deal with. It's a shit ton of damage. You can see a character like Kugath get 7,000 plus value pretty commonly, in fact, if you play your cards right. It's not a rare sighting at all. But counts do have some ways to get around the big characters. You got like Blood Knights, you got Black Knights, the Black Coach. You can go like full mobility and maybe be able to get away with murder here. It's very execution dependent though, and Nurgle can always just bring out more stuff to just stuff the points and flood the field and make it incredibly difficult for you to bob and weave, so to speak. Alright, if I had to guess, the Lord option for the vampire counts, it's probably going to be a Strigoi Ghoul King. Strigois just have really good stats. They have passive regeneration, so they don't have to spend any magic healing themselves. They've got a huge anti-large bonus, which makes up for the fact that they don't have magic damage. You don't necessarily need the magic damage against Nurgle. It helps against their lords, but the generally speaking, as long as your melee attack is high enough and you're hitting the guys consistently, the 20% damage resistance that they would have doesn't usually amount to a whole lot. Just brute forcing your way through it is very possible. And you got Spirit Leech and what's it called? Gaze and a Gash, the magic missile in the lore of vampires. Strigoi Ghoul Kings have access to both of those, so an amazing character, sniper. That was in the first day. Ghoul King is definitely the meta choice. It seems like it lately. There's some other lords, though, that you can bring as the vampire counts. It's not just the Ghoul King. He's just typically the most consistent. You can go with the Von Karstein Lord, who's got some really good utility against flyers. What else can you do? Vlad works in a couple matchups, like Dawi. Vlad's okay into Khorne, I guess. A lot worse now that the Bloodwake Berserkers are a thing, I guess. Probably want the Ghoul King in that one as well. There's also like Necrarchs and the Master Necromancer, though. They do some pretty good damage. Or just summon a ton of zombies on top of things. Alright, guys. We actually have a Master Necromancer here. Speaking of, so this guy's going to be on the Hellsteed. We got double White King. We got 2 zombies, 3 Skeleton Warriors, 3 Skelly Spears. Konigstein Stalkers are really cool. I'm going to show them the second we get in here, because this is something that I only figured out about a month ago. I just never clocked it. I don't play a ton of vampire accounts. Nor do I ever really rely on their infantry all that much, but this particular unit has a very interesting little utility to it. So where are they? Come on, come on. Damn it. All the units are moving around. We'll find them eventually. It doesn't help that this map makes it pretty difficult to find things. There we go. So we got this unit, right? It's just a crappy skeleton warrior. It's not that much better than the standard version. Like, the stats aren't that much stronger. Where's just a regular old sword and board. Here it is. You can see they got a lot more armor. Not that much more melee attack or melee defense, so it's not like they put out a ton more damage, but they actually have full cap weight, as opposed to a standard skeleton warrior. He's only got the 2 cap weight. The Konigstein Stalkers have a full 5, which makes a big difference, especially for a unit that's 475 gold. That cap weight coming in at kind of a huge premium for the vampire counts. Because otherwise you're having to spend money on Graveguard. And Graveguard are a pretty strong unit, but it can be really nice just to have something affordable out on the field that's reasonably survivable thanks to the poison. And the melee defense being a little bit higher than your standard skeleton form. they've definitely got a little bit of an application that they can fall back on. So, no Kugath, bringing a Chaos Sorcerer with Kha'Zix, as well as a Beast of Nurgle. Not really what I would be prioritizing in terms of heroes and the Lord. Not to say that either of those options are bad, and in fact, together, in most matchups, these guys can run around and cause a lot of problems. The issue that arises is if you're bringing these two horseback characters, basically. Like, yeah, they're on a rot beast or whatever, so it's not really like a horse. Similar, like, profile in terms of mass and such. These guys can get locked down and placed pretty easily by mass, which vampire counts. They just bring Cryptors, Vargeist, Knights of any and all flavors. And if they surround these guys and they get stuck, there's not going to be a lot to save them. It's going to be very difficult, as well as the fact that you're losing out on the Mortis engines. And I'm telling you, man, the Exalted Great Unclean One is an absolute beast in this matchup. It is so gross how strong he is. You can, like, manhandle just about everything. The thing about the one of the things that makes the Exalted Great Unclean One so good is the fact that it can just bully the White Kings. Like, White Kings are actually pretty hard to engage against. Even Kha'Zix getting in here on these guys, even though he is very well suited for killing infantry-sized characters, as long as they're fighting next to one another, they'll win the 2v1. 2v1s are never very favorable for combat characters, unless you just have, like, 12,000, 13,000 HP like the Exalted Great Unclean One. And you've got, like, just an obscene amount of weapon strength that you can use to, like, pummel down characters like this. White Kings getting stuck in on the Forsaken. Nurgle Forsaken are a pretty strong unit. They've got some pretty good damage output. They're a little bit more resilient than the standard variants, obviously. Probably one of the better forms, in fact. I think Slaanesh Forsaken are probably the strongest in just like a pure 1v1. But the Nurgle Forsaken being a little bit more durable on their melee defense does help out a lot, and having poison is really nice on these guys. Because not only do they get a bunch of value, like doing damage, but they also make it a little bit more difficult for your opponent to farm value off of you, which can, you know, help you out pretty tremendously in a lot of different areas. Nurgle Forsaken scrapping against the Cryptors here. Connick Stalkers moving over to try and help out. And look at that volley, vicious volley from the throwing axes here. Massive damage on the Master Necromancer, who does have to use an invo on himself. This is why the Struga Ghoul King is so nice, because don't even need to waste a heal. Just keep him back a little bit and let him get that HP back up, and then you can just send him back in. Master Necromancer's utility is honestly pretty limited. Especially against Nurgle, where you just don't have a lot of great targets for zombie summons. Look at these freaking throwing axes, deleting the Mortis engine. If those were corn throwing axes, the Mortis engine would have died already. Very fortunate for this Mortis engine that it's just a poison variant. But it does break the leadership, and I think it's past the point of no return, in fact. You gotta get a invo on this thing immediately, or it's going to go down. That's going to be a big loss. A 1,400 gold unit that you really can't afford to lose right now. It's just driving back and forth, the regen's going, Reliquary Binding, you've got all the heals in the world. Curse of Undeath was going for a moment there. Master Necromancer does have Master of the Dead, so as units are dying, it is going to be able to get some extra heals going passively, but you have to actually be hovering over fights to charge that up, because it's based on the number of dead units within a certain radius of your army. Black Knights, the Lances do get around the side. They got some good damage off on one of the Throwing Axe Horsemen, but three of them, as you can see here, looking very healthy and very saucy. They've already done a ton of damage. The Mortis engine does rally, which is a huge save from Feral Hogs, And despite the value lead for Blue Eye, this is where not having a Mortis Engine of your own into Vampire counts when you have the opportunity to bring it can really start to bite you. Because, yeah, you've done a ton of work, you've killed a lot of very high impact units, but there is always going to be some passive healing coming in for the Vampire counts, and if they just have loads and loads of chaff for the late game that Crypt Horrors and some of their other dangerous damage-dealing monstrous units can sit on top of, they will easily be able to outgrind your Forsaken and Marauders. No matter how many of those you throw out, you might be able to stuff the Vampire counts back, but the unending tide of undead will eventually throw you over. So Nurgle's got a long way to go. They've got to play very patiently. They can't get too comfortable with the value lead, because Vampire counts obviously have tons of healing in their own right. It's actually a lot of demons crumbling out. Lots of Plague Toads going down. There's Crypt Ghouls in here, Crypt Horrors on top, with Skeleton Spears in addition. So just tons and tons of bodies being thrown out here for the Vampire counts. And you can see quite a few units being overwhelmed right now. The Beast of Nurgle and Kha'Zix are fighting together and doing just fine. But these Forsaken and the Marauders are starting to get a little surrounded here. This Crypt Horror might be going down, but the Mortis Engine coming into contact with all this stuff is just going to start getting obscene value, and you can see Terror Routes starting to go down. This is why Marauders are not a great call in this matchup. They don't have any way to avoid Terror Routes. Obviously, the Vampire counts have tons of terror-causing monsters, and this sucks, dude. Oh, no. You got 4 throwing axes out here being chased by 2 Fellbats and the Master Necromancer. You might get some damage off on this guy as you're flying away, but the Fellbat's just chasing almost like 2,000, or how much gold is this? It's 2,400, 50 each. 2,600 gold's worth of stuff running away from about 750 gold's worth. That's a brutal difference. I mean, that's basically all of the actual value lead that Blue has right now, and you can see it's leaving a lot of other units very vulnerable in the middle stages of this match right now. Mortis Engine doesn't have a ton of value, but it has been a useful distraction, and we do see a pretty decent situation for the Vampire counts. It's very close right now. I mean, neither side is out of the woods currently. This could flip on its head one way or the other in just a matter of moments here. Nurgle does have a triple cap. They are crumbling out an awful lot over here. You can see the Crypt Ghouls starting to go down. Crypt Horrors fighting alone. They might be able to hang in for a while, but Barons of the Bog are a very juicy unit. Going to be very difficult to kill, regardless of what they're fighting into. And the Mortis Engine actually getting isolated by Kugath, or not by Kugath, by Kha'Zix, as well as the Beast of Nurgle over here, which is just blocking this thing up right now. This is really unfortunate, man. Sometimes it's a little hard to spot things like this, where, you know, you're giving your unit a retreat order. Like, clearly this was trying to, like, run away, but it was running into the Beast of Nurgle. When you're zoomed all the way out like this, and you've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, you're clicking everywhere, sometimes you don't notice that there's, like, one little unit, like, right in the path of your retreat route. Now it's getting another order to try and pull away. Kha'Zix still very occupied here. Master Necromancer landing very dangerously. Definitely not the kind of fight that he wants to be involved in. He's just not a combat character, right? He's there for support and utility, he's providing heals, he's dropping zombie summons, getting stuck up on a bunch of Nurglings, as well as having the Barons of the Bog nearby. Puts him in a lot of danger, man. Kha'Zix is trying to kill the Mortis Engine. He's been struggling a little bit. Took him basically all game to kill the White Kings. Did get 2,100 value, which is solid. He's pretty expensive. He's got quite a bit of room left on his HP. I don't know how much more he's going to get, though. I mean, you can just bog him down on Skeleton Warriors the rest of the game. And make sure to get this Mortis Engine out of here, because it does really need to be up in this fight where it can continue to leech all of the HP out of the Nurgle targets that are here. We do have the objectives flipping finally. Königstein Stalkers pulling out. What kind of value they get? They actually paid for themselves. Dire Pack coming in. Also going to be trying to take the number 1. Or, sorry, the number 2 here. The number 1 flipping to the Vampire counts. They've got Skeleton Warriors over here. Some Crypt Ghouls. Black Knights running down the Plague Toads right now. Beautiful stuff. Graveguard Halberds coming in also. This number 1 objective is looking very secure for the Vampire counts now. And they're going to flip the number 2, and that's going to give them a little bit of time to potentially get up on the number 3 here. You can see all the Marauder Horsemen are routing now, or completely shattered like these guys. Values on them are solid, but not spectacular. You need to get like 1,1400 value out of your Marauder Horsemen with the throwing axes in this matchup. I mean, they're just absolutely your carry piece. And them being diverted off into the back line was a big mistake on Blue's part. It was, you know, I mean, like, you panic just a little bit and you just send these units around thinking that their speed and the poison that they have is going to keep their pursuers off of them, but, you know, 15% speed reduction on something like a Fellbat is nice and all, but they do have 110 speed. They're still going to be able to catch those horsemen. And these guys do tire, it's worth remembering. And you got to contend with stuff like the Dire Pack. It's just a really risky strategy trying to throw them out and around and kite them away from Fellbats. Oftentimes the best thing to do against Fellbats in this matchup as Chaos is to just sit with your horsemen and let the Fellbats land, and then send in some Forsaken or some damage-dealing infantry to just kill them quickly, because Fellbats don't have that much HP. Oh, those are actually Furies even. Fellbats have about 4,000 health on 60 models, which is puny. I mean, Furies have about 1,000 more than them, and Furies are already fairly squishy, so Fellbats, even though they've got good melee defense, just a little bit of, just high enough melee attack on 0 armor is just going to clear them out in no time flat. You got to be very careful with them against the Chaos factions. Forsaken running down the Black Knights. Graveguard Halberds just bull rushing for this back point here. I mean, it's all hands on deck for the Vampire counts now. They've got about 90 seconds here to take this point. It's going to be a big ask, though. It takes 20 seconds just to flip the points, and Vampire counts are not renowned for their speed. They are quite a slow faction. They don't really even have that good of cap weight on the field right now. They got some Crypt Ghouls that's screaming over right now. Outer Horsemen of Nurgle, though, being resummoned back out for the late stages of the game to put pressure on the number 1 here. They could probably flip this, and, you know, if you don't take the number 3 now and hold on to the number 1, you're going to lose, because Nurgle just needs the caps for such a small amount of time. Any kind of hold here on the back objective is going to be super clutch for them in securing a win. And look at all of the stuffing going on here. This is how you keep your opponent at bay. You've got all of the Barons of the Bog here stuffing back multiple Crypt Horrors. All of these Skeleton Spears, Pestigors in here doing it too. Kha'Zix chasing after the Corpse Cart. These Crypt Ghouls actually trapped up by the Furies. Beautiful hold on the back objective here for Nurgle. They don't even need the flip here, but they probably will get it regardless. The Marauders might still be able to get it, because Crypt Ghouls did pull off the point. They do get back on it. Very close to flipping. I would get back over here with both those horsemen just to keep the pressure up there. Because you do have Nurglings on the point as well. And Nurglings may not be an amazing damage dealer, but they are awesome cap weight. They are so good at coming out of Vanguard and holding on to points for Nurgle. That's really where their utility lies. Super close game, dude. I mean, by the absolute skin of their teeth, Nurgle is able to pull that one out. It was really well played by Blue Eye. There were a few mistakes with the Horsemen, but, you know, overall they did pretty well. They got some great value against the Mortis Engine early. They did keep it in check. At the very least, it only paid for itself. Mortis Engines they're a unit with the damage that they do passively, they can get like 3,000 plus value. Anytime you can keep it to its actual cost, or obviously kill it before it actually is paying for itself, is really nice. You know, well played on that front. Kha'Zix was awesome. Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle was okay. I mean, I'd still think about bringing the Exalted Great Unclean one. Vampire Counts just don't have any real way to kill that guy, outside of like risky character dives or bringing in, I don't know, just like tons and tons of halberds to try and grind on him, or Blood Knights can maybe try and do it. Usually, though, as Nurgle, if you bring the Exalted Great Unclean one, you just sit on the main fight and you just Mortis Engine everything to death. And with the addition of your throwing axes, you just kill the Mortis Engines and the corpse carts and get rid of the passive healing. And then vampire counts fall apart, because they're very reliant on the passives from all of their units. Like, they get magic damage from the Mortis Engine, they get perfect vigor and stats from the corpse carts, as well as the Unholy Lodestone healing and leadership. Without access to that, Nurgle's units are just better on average, so they'll just outvalue the vampire counts in the late game. Yeah, I need a triple cap against Nurgle. Very, very much a good luck scenario. Yeah, exactly, Max. That's what I'm getting at. You have to dump like 7,000 gold in the early going to kill an Exalted Great Unclean one. And the Exalted Great Unclean one is super fun. Like, a really cool model. It's got some great animations. You just don't see them all that much, because obviously they're stupidly expensive and slow. So in a lot of matchups, they're kind of bad, but when you get an opportunity to use them, why wouldn't you want to? You know, these guys slap hard. And you got good spell options. You can do Stream of Corruption. I wouldn't really bring Miasma Pestilence. It's not really gonna do anything. Like, minus melee attack on what? There's like 7 or 8 decent targets for this. I wouldn't really even use this on a Crypt Horror. You're probably better off just popping Blight Swarm on cooldown, making things a little squishier in melee combat with the minus melee defense, using Stream of Corruption to clear out chaff, and then maybe bringing like Rancid Visitations or probably Fleshy Abundance just for gigantic AoE heals. Because you think that Vampire Count healing can be oppressive, well, you know, tie that up with a Mortis Engine, and then probably one of the strongest AoE heals in the entire game. Fleshy Abundance, the upgraded version, is absolutely cracked. It's super strong. You can do other Monster Mash stuff with Nurgle, but I really enjoyed that game, man. I mean, that was good stuff by both sides. It's damn close. Now let's go get Tommy's replay, because I promised that we would do theirs as our first replay of the day. So let me grab it real quick. We got a bunch more already here. We did just watch 2 of the slowest factions in the game play their match out. The rest of the games are probably a little bit more frenetic and high speed than what we just saw. There's a lot of positioning nuance, though, that gets lost in matchups like that. People think that when you're bringing Mortis Blobs and really slow, ponderous units like Corpse Carts and stuff like that, that there's not really a lot of strategy to it, that you just kind of throw it forward. I think that's a huge misconception, though. You gotta be really pinpoint with your positioning as the vampire counts. Because as good as your passive heals are, and some of the effects on your Mortis Engines might be, they're pretty limited in terms of the radius. I mean, it's only 35 meters, and that's a pretty small little circle. It can leave you wanting if you're not careful about where you place stuff, because you really do need that perfect vigor passive from the corpse carts to get any kind of value trading with your chaff. That's the only way that they're going to be able to fight effectively against stuff. They need the extra melee attack and melee defense. And then, obviously, them not getting tired as everything else tires around them is where they really start to shine. That's generally why I recommend killing corpse carts as one of your first goals anytime you're playing vampire counts. Because if you do that, they're going to fall apart, probably. Most vampire counts players, outside of the really, really high level guys, are not going to know how to work around that. And they'll probably just flail about a little bit before you just start to outtrade all of their stuff. Hold on, I'm just renaming all the autosaves that people had in here. That way I can get them situated without having to override a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Here we go. For Broseed not playing Vampire Coast, I never thought I'd see the day, man. Okay, so we got ourselves Warriors of Chaos versus the Lizardmen here. Archie's coming in. We got the Severed Claw rocking up here with their AP halberds. Very cool Aspiring Champions ROR. Not a super common sighting anymore. They were once a mainstay. Maybe going to make some impact here. They're a solid unit. They can hold for a long time at the very least. The problem with them is that they are slow as dirt. I mean, 32 speed, they are not catching anything, really. And as good as their melee attack and melee defense stats are with the weapon strength, if they just get surrounded all game by decent AP or focused down by something like an Ancient Salamander, they can get folded up. They're not going to be able to just carry if your opponent does a good job of working around them. Marauder Horsemaster's coming up. Actually going to be able to out-skirmish the Skinks here. Skinks actually have a shorter range than the Marauder Horsemasters. I know these guys are a full, like, 375 gold cheaper than the Marauder Horsemasters, but if you just play your cards right at the edge of range of these Skink Skirmishers, you get a few volleys off on these dudes, and you're going to have them on the ropes, man. Same with these Coldwind Riders. These Coldwind Riders need to be pretty careful. Javelins do hit pretty hard against cavalry of this nature, and you see they actually take down a whole 4 models. It's just a lot of damage, man. Very effective damage, too. There's not a lot that the Lizardmen are going to be able to do to work around that damage, because the models actually died, which means a Rev Crystal is the only way to get those models back. Red-Crested Skink Chief on foot, so going for a very wide battle line are the Lizardmen here. Got the Skink Priest of Beasts with Flock of Doom and Pan's Impenetrable Pelt, which are pretty strong spells. Pan's is a really good defensive spell, gives you Fizz Res, melee defense, and speed, so obviously planning on using that in any engagements against Hellstriders, I would guess. Well, Flock of Doom is also going to be hammering any blobs of the super fast Slaneshi Cavalry, which are by far and away the most effective unit that the Warriors of Chaos have, and probably the carry piece that they rely on most. Rotting Riders coming in, though. They will be able to brute force their way through the Skinks and up into the Umbral Tide, given the right kind of circumstance and engagement. Beautiful Spirit Leech, Skink Priest, or the Skink Chief, sorry, not the Skink Priest. Being a little bit silly trying to get in against Archeon. He's just going to pummel that little guy. Armor of Morcar and Slayer of Kings is activated here, but he does get pushed back by the Geltblom's Terror and the Umbral Tide Firepower. Gets a little too close for comfort to the Chaos Warrior Halberds. Pulls back with the big dinosaur for Broseed with some really good control so far. And here's the Bastillodon Rev Crystal. Wonderful little monster. You get 10% heals on this thing. Yeah, the cooldown, 60 seconds. It takes a long time to use all of these charges on the Rev Crystal, but it's damn good healing. 10% HP on a lot of Lizardmen targets is just an obscene amount, because Lizardmen actually have some fairly chunky units. Like, Saurus are one of the tankiest mainline mortal infantry units in the game. They've got 10,000 HP. Pop a Rev Crystal on them, they get 1,000 health back. You know, a lot of their lords have around 8 to 10,000 health. You're getting pretty substantial healing numbers on them if you're using these things. And they cause terror in their own right, and are pretty tough to kill with their armor, and immune to flanking. Hellstriders aren't really even going to be able to do a lot of damage to these Bastiladons. As long as they have a little bit of infantry support under them, they're just fine usually. Really beautiful Burning Head. Roasting out the Skink Skirmishers, tickling the other one. The Burning Heads have been nice. They haven't been devastating, though. And Archaon's still kind of looking for a way in. He just doesn't really have any good fights right now. I'm going to tell you real quick that, honestly, one of the units that I've really been loving in terms of a Lord for the Warriors of Chaos in this matchup, it's not Archaon, it's not Sartorial, it's actually Kolek, and then you bring a Nurgle caster with Fleshy Abundance, and you just go ham. Archaon, or I guess I should talk about Archaon versus Geltbloms. Archaon does lose to Geltbloms. This thing is a beastly combatant. I mean, you can see it's got great weapon strength. A little bit better than Archaon in terms of weapon strength, actually. Pretty comparable melee attack and melee defense, even. Really not that far behind for how much cheaper it is. It can munch on Archaon really well, especially considering he has no heals. Kolek, though, absolutely annihilates the Geltblom's terror, and it's not even close. Kolek, with all of his buffs, active Tempest Rage and Star Crusher, has like 1k weapon strength. So he will take the Geltblom's terror out in one good engagement if you bring him. So I really enjoy him in this matchup. Because Archaon, as good as he is with Burning Head and everything, can actually fall behind if your opponent brings the right kinds of units and counters to him. Geltbloms does rotate over to fight the Rotting Riders, which isn't really the kind of fight it wants to be in. Rotting Riders being multi-model unit, actually fairly effective at killing Geltbloms. You can see it trying to push away now. Wants to get over here and help out against Archaon, who's really bullying this poor red-crested Skink Chief. This guy does pop the Warrior's Crest, which gives him up to 100 melee attack. Got him a nice bit of extra melee defense, and he is trying to scrap against Archie. Gets a Rev Crystal heal, and Archie actually pulls out of combat. Little unfortunate, because the Colossadon Hunters are coming in. Trying to get after him here. Tommy is getting a nice stranglehold on the #1 objective. Maybe overpressing a little bit for the #3, though. This push is just really not panned out very well. You got the Chaos Warrior Halberds getting chipped down by Skink Skirmishers here. They don't have a ton of AP, only 2 per shot, but they've got 120 models. That's going to add up pretty quickly. We'll see how that goes. Geltblom's Terror fighting against all of the Rotting Riders here. You can see how quickly it's losing out. I mean, lots of HP damage on this thing. These guys have taken a decent amount of work, though. They just can't quite get safe, the Umbral Tide. You know, the Hellstriders have been coming in, very disruptive, keeping them from being able to really focus fire, but maybe now that they've got the support of the Coldwind Spear Riders, who have cleaned up the last of the Hellstriders that I can see on the field, maybe now the Umbral Tide's going to be able to kill the Rotting Riders. Because engaging these guys in melee combat is kind of a fool's errand. They've got terror, they've got great stats, they've got regen. There's not really a great way to kill them in melee combat oftentimes. And you can see here the Umbral Tide with their fire damage, as well as their like decent AP values on the missile strength with the bonus versus large, actually did get some pretty good damage. Now they're not focusing on them, though, which I think is a huge mistake. You really need to kill the Rotting Riders right now. You kill the Rotting Riders, you get your Bastiladon to pop some more heals on your units, especially Geltbloms. Actually get a good one here. Counteracting the Spirit Leech, which is really nice. This thing is on top of the Severed Claw and the Chaos Warrior Halberds here, though, which is not a great fight for it. Same with the Spear Riders. This is a huge disaster right now, actually, for the Lizardmen. Tommy's doing a really good job of positioning up the Halberds. Protecting Archeon. Archeon has had a lot of units coming in to hard counter him. But Tommy's played very safely with them, just using the Burning Heads and selective Spirit Leeches and consistent pressure to really keep Fabrosi on the back foot here. And look at this, the Colossadon Hunters go down, now the Rev Crystal is going out on its shield, only got 2 uses out of the Rev Crystal as well. On a beautiful Searing Doom, gonna punish these Skinks. That's gonna take most of their HP out, probably. Down to about half HP. Forsaken chilling on the point, rallying Marauders in here. And a Hellstrider was rallied up in the trees and does come back out and gets a pretty nice charge in on the Umbral Tide. I think that's actually broken the back of the Lizardmen here. They were doing really well, but they just let the Rotting Riders stick around a little too long. These guys, stupidly powerful, even in a very beleaguered state like this, where they're down to 11 models, only got about 1,000 HP. The Terror Routes come in at the worst possible time for the Lizardmen here. And losing a Cold Wind Spear Rider without it getting a bunch of value is just never good. That's one of your best units is the Lizardmen. These Cold Wind Spear Riders right now are an absolute beat stick. They run over armored infantry pretty well, as long as you keep them on the move and don't let them get stuck. They've got a bunch of mass, very good against single entities of any and all types. Good against elites like the Rotting Riders, but without any kind of support for them and being this beat up, there's just nothing they'll be able to do now. Gelbloms is looking, you know, pretty sad as well. It's looking a little lost without its Rev Crystal buddy. It's like staring off into the distance. That's a mournful roar if I've ever seen one. I'm really feeling for this little guy here. You know, he's just a big cutie pie. And he's trying to get after Archeon to get a little bit of revenge, but I don't think that's really going to happen here. Archeon drops the Spirit Leech and then runs away, being very brave about it. You know, he's putting on a good face for it. Just trying to find some safety and an opportunity to rally up with some of his forces coming in. The Slaughter Guard, no frickin' way, dude. Oh, yes. 1,800 gold halberds incoming, baby. The Slaughter Guard is a great unit. They're very vulnerable to missile units, but if they come out onto the field in a situation like this, where your opponent really doesn't have a lot to punish them, outside of this Ancient Salamander, I guess, that is kind of scary. Preferably, you don't want the Slaughter Guard to get hit by this Ancient Salamander right now. It doesn't look like it's trying to drop shots on Archeon instead. A little bit of a micro error from Fabrosi, I would say. Ancient Sally has 9 shots. All 9 of these shots need to hit the Slaughter Guard right now. I would get these guys in a nice wide line. That way, when they make contact or get shot at by the Ancient Salamander, the majority of their models are in contact and not in a position where this thing can lob shots over the front line to land in on blobs of the Slaughter Guard. Because Ancient Salamanders do a ton of damage with their missile attack. It's very punishing. It helps that it imbues an extra weakness to fire with its own shots, so it self-buffs. That's always pretty nice. Pretty huge benefit for them. Archeon just punts the red-crested skink off into the distance. This little guy landing next to one of the Rotting Riders, getting a good whiff of its backside. Picks himself up, dusts himself off, trying to get after Archie, but it's just going to have a pretty rough time of it. Not really going to be able to close the gap because Archie is just so much faster. I mean, these guys are pretty quick with 46 foot speed, but, you know, horses may be a little bit better than skink legs, beaten feet, right? Ripperdactyls come up. They do get a surround on Archeon. Does Archeon die here? And do the lizards get a second wind on maybe pushback? I don't think so. They don't have enough for the Slaughter Guard. Hellstriders come over and get the Ripperdactyls immediately, just deleting this unit from the game, man. This is why Hellstriders are so good. They pile into combat really effectively. They surround much more expensive units, and they just beat them into the dirt in just mere seconds, man. They're absolutely vicious. Slaughter Guard help grind through the Croxagores. They just obliterate the Skinks as well. These guys, having unyielding assault means they never lose their 55 melee attack, which is incredible damage output, in fact. They don't even need the benefit of the bonus versus large. I've brought them out in games where all they did was fight infantry, and they've still paid for themselves. Like I said, the real risk of bringing the Slaughter Guard is enemy missile units, but Tommy did a pretty good job of contending with most of those. And the Ancient Salamander is just way out of position. We do get a good push for the number 2 objective, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Tommy has the points lead anyways. Literally can just sit on the number 1 until the clock winds out here. Lizards, they scrapped in here pretty well. There were a few positioning and probably build mistakes that you're just probably not going to get away with against somebody as experienced with their faction as Tommy is. The red-crested Skink Chief, while not a bad option for a Lord, against the Warriors of Chaos who can bring Spirit Leech casters, I would really recommend this guy, because he's only got 3,700 HP. That is absolutely pitiful. If you wanted something similar to this guy, I don't really know what you would bring. Combat character on the cheap, probably just Krokgar. I mean, Krokgar on his cold one, or the horned one with Hand of the Gods, is honestly not that expensive. You can still bring your Skink Priest and the Rev Crystal out, and Krokgar can actually scrap against Archaon. The red-crested Skink Chief just absolutely cannot, under any circumstances, do so. He's deceptively tanky against combat characters, but Spirit Leech is just going to put him too low on the HP right off the bat. I think he's too much of a risk here. Really, really well done by Tommy. Great pressure. The Horsemen could have been used a little bit better, but when the Halberds are actually getting 2,000 value and still being really healthy at the end of a game, there's not a whole lot else you really need to do. Just keeping your opponents stuffed back and slowly grinding them down with your elites. Brilliant stuff, man. I mean, 318 kills, 3,600 value on the Rotting Riders, who just didn't get punished enough. The Umbral Tide had plenty of opportunities to shoot at them, and they just didn't, which is not really ever going to work out great for you. You need the fire damage to be hitting units with regeneration as much as possible. Because even though the Rotting Riders have a bunch of armor, the 20% weakness, as well as the reduction to the regen, is pretty indispensable in chipping down models on these guys. Gelbloms was a good option, but again, it was played very passive. There wasn't a lot of aggression from Ferbrosi. Ferbrosi is pretty new on the Lizards, as far as I know, is more of a Vampire Coast player, so it's probably just getting used to a new faction. Lizards benefit a lot from aggression. They can get up in people's faces and trade very favorably in them with their skirmishers. You can stay at a distance, poke away, get lots of value just from that. And then when people try to punish the Skink Skirmishers, that's where you use the Coldwind Riders and your Salamanders to really hammer them, with the Colossadon Hunters and the Ripperdactyls coming in the late game to kind of clean anything up that's left on the field that's like a little bit too much for your skirmishers to shoot down, right? Like, these guys are just big AP that you need to use pretty sparingly, and keep away from Hellstriders, man. I mean, that's easier said than done, because Hellstriders are so freaking quick. Basically impossible to disengage from when the fight actually kicks off. You know, maybe just waiting until all the Spear Riders are out before bringing any Ripperdactyls would be the way to do it. It's my recommendation, at least, but, you know, it's a live and learn situation. Your opponent's playing as much as you are, and it's all a learning experience. Alright, we got Piston, Spider. Just getting some replays downloaded. I'm gonna dip away for like 2 seconds and then I'll be back, guys. Go get my coffee. BRB. Alright, guys. My doorknob fell off. It's okay. I can get in and out. Just a little hilarious. It's super messed up. It's been hanging on by a thread. I keep patching it up. I think it's time for me to actually get a new one, though. Anyways. Yeah, slow factions gotta be careful, because it's very true. If you get yourself into a bad spot with a bunch of slow units early, trying to untangle your lines is honestly an exercise in futility. It is painful trying to reposition slow stuff. What do we got here? We've got Empire versus Kislev. We got a bunch of gibberish name replays from some other folks. Cathay versus Dawi. Intriguing. Maybe. What else do we have available, though? We just saw some lizards. Oh my god. Dawi Civil War. Absolutely. Lots of people don't like mirror matches. Fine, so be it. Understandable, honestly, but I actually think they're pretty cool. I think a lot are actually pretty flavorful, in fact. You know, this is like two warring Dawi Karaks, you know. The Karas and Kors no longer united. This is a fallen world, after all. So we've got a lord sent by, I would presume, Thorgrim, looking to bring these potentially Chaos Fallen Dawi into line, because this is Krakatrak, I'm pretty sure, which is like that northern Dawi hold in Norska, if I'm not mistaken. Got a really cool color scheme, and like this azul, like this bright or azure blue color. It's very cool. I love it. Like gold leaf. Looks nice, man. You got the more, you know, like navy-ish blue Dawi over here. Similar gold colors on all their shields. They're just trotting out with all their warriors. They got a bunch of rangers, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, the rangers are on the other side here. One quarreler and a cannon and the goblobber. Artillery actually going to be pretty devastating here. Pretty hilarious situation developing. I actually think this is going to favor Kitty a little bit more, though, because the goblobber is obscenely effective against infantry. And its discourage effect is going to be really nice for potentially pushing back some of the units in the gun line at inopportune moments. And if you're going double cannon, if you go double cannon, oftentimes what you're planning on is, yeah, you're going to use it to try and shoot your opponent's infantry and missile units, sure. But you're hedging against your opponent bringing artillery, so you really do need them to be available so you can actually kill your opponent's artillery line and then rack up a lot more value that way, because standard cannons are a great tool. They'll get you a ton of value, but the losses that you take to cannons are actually fairly replaceable just because of how slow shooting they are. I mean, every 22 seconds is like molasses. I don't want to math it out right now, but I believe you get about... I think you get 330 supplies by the time a cannon is firing a second volley. So... you know, they'll get about 100, 150 value per volley if they're on a good target. That's going to take a long time for them to really rack it up. And you can replace losses pretty easily when cannons are taking down units. We'll see if Spida's choice of targets is appropriate, because you don't actually want to focus fire with cannons. Because the way the artillery shots work is oftentimes they, like, careen into the same area over and over again. I find artillery better if you, like, swap targets consistently, spread the damage out, because then when you actually engage, you can use your quarrelers and your other range tools to actually focus fire, where the missiles can hit a little bit better when they are aiming at the same target. And get a lot of value that way. Gyro's looking to scream in here, but Iron Drakes and some very sneaky Grimdelvers out here. Kitty's positioning is just a little bit better than Spida's right now, I would say. The Grumbling Guard also took a ton of damage. Very expensive unit. 1,000 gold, Longbeard Great Weapon. Getting hard focused by the Goblobber and the cannon early. Good dodge from Spida with the Iron Drakes. Just pulling them forward as the Goblobber is trying to hit them. Pretty decent value here. Shooting through the trees right now, not really what you want to be doing. Just get back onto something else. Get the cannon to hit the Iron Drakes, actually. The Iron Drakes are pretty safe from Goblobber shots, because the Goblobber is actually a little inaccurate still, just because it's a catapult. Cannons do a ton of damage. They'll actually kill models in the Iron Drakes outright. So it'd be a little bit more efficient to hit there, while the Goblobber takes more HP and models out of stuff like the Dawi Warriors and the Quarrelers here. Oh my god, brutal shot coming down there. That one boulder killed probably close to 20 models, man. Jeez. That was vicious. Yeah, look at that. The cannon comes in, takes out 6 of the Iron Drakes immediately. Beautiful shots from the Grim Delvers, but into shielded infantry, so not a lot of impact. A lot more flash than actual power coming in. Yeah, look at those Dawi Warriors just holding up under the weight of fire really nicely. Grumbling Guard and the Dawi Warriors going to get on top of these guys, maybe going to start doing some damage, and the cannons for Spida are really just not doing a whole lot right now. They're pummeling some of the gun line, the Quarrelers here, taking a little bit of damage. You gotta watch for situations like this. This is the kind of target that you want to hit with your cannon. Cannons shooting the front of units, not a lot of opportunities to get a ton of model kills, right? Like, you'll kill like 3 or 4 at a time. If you're shooting down the entire row of your opponent, like inflating fire like this, you can easily kill 20 models with just one cannonball. It's absolutely filthy the amount of damage that Dawi cannons can do shooting units like the Rangers who are showing their flank like this. Right now they're just tossing in against these Great Weapon Warriors. The Dawi Warriors have held the line. You know, they didn't get any value really, but the Dwarf Warriors have been killed and dealt with by the Ranger Great Weapons very effectively. Decent value on them. They're going to have plenty of more opportunities to shoot, and look at the damage on these gyrocopters. Cannons coming in, bullseye right in the face. Taking down one gyrocopter, getting the other low, so that the Quarrelers are actually able to shoot a couple down. Grim Delvers being pushed back. This is why the Goblobber here. I really was kind of expecting this. And it feels good to be validated, man. It's doing so much work against the gun line, and it keeps forcing Spida to pull units back at really awful points in the game when their damage is kind of needed elsewhere. And while the Grim Delvers of Kitty were used a little bit better, they just screened out the gyrocopters with the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes that came out back here. Once the gyrocopters moved away, now they move up into the front line, and since most of the missile line for Spida has been hammered down fairly effectively, and Kitty has such a ranged advantage now, they're going to have a lot of good opportunities to just chip in here against any remaining melee units, as well as potentially shoot down some of the stuff in the gun line as they pop in and out of stealth. You know, they do have Stalk, which is really nice. You can see opening up on their brethren here. And Spida taking the worst of the engagement right now. Not devastating damage. At least these guys do have a silver shield, so they could have gotten deleted in the first volley. At least they're going to be able to get a couple more shots off. But not a lot of value to speak of. Dawi Civil War turning into a ranged duel. Not super surprising. Long-drawn Slayer Pirates rushing up into the Ekron's Miners, who just deleted them with the blasting charges, it looks like. You got some dead bodies back here. These guys already have about 500 value. Rangers chipping away. A little bit blobbed up on all these units here. It's kind of not really punishing right now. Okay, so I said earlier that you don't want to focus fire targets with your cannons oftentimes. This is an actual circumstance, though, or focus firing is a really good idea, because stuff is so blobbed up that if your cannons miss one unit, they're probably going to just pile drive through all of the other ones behind it. This is a lot of value just sitting, waiting for any and all comers right now, currently. Counterfire from Spida's cannons finally getting in here, helping clean up some of the cannons for Kitty. And the duel is on there for real this time. Goblobber also looking to deal a little bit of damage. I wouldn't waste my time. Just kill the kill this Quarreler. And maybe try and hit the Grimdelvers and any overextending infantry for Spida, because your front line's actually very weak right here in front of your home objective. Your opponent's probably going to try and like creep stuff up onto the number 2 real soon here. You know, people like to press very aggressively when they have even a slight advantage. Save the ammo on the Goblobber, let your opponent's infantry kind of get out into the open, like right about here, where the blue line is. And then use your shooting to kind of like hammer those guys as they push through while you reinforce the back point. Oh, there we go. Cannon turning its attention over to this blob of Rangers and getting some great damage off now. You can see, I mean, a lot of damage, decent value, and kill totals on all these cannons, but just half their ammo, and they've only just now paid for themselves. This is what I'm talking about with cannons being great, but a little limited in terms of actually affecting the front line and the battlefield, because by the time they've used all their ammo, maybe they've doubled their value, sure, but your opponent, again, will have replaced a lot of the losses that they've taken from those artillery pieces. It helps when you've got somebody like Malachi, because he makes them more accurate and gives them more weapon strength, so they do more damage, but, you know, you don't have that here. Spida just relying on the raw prowess of them. You know, luckily able to get some pretty good work done here in the mid-game. Thunderers just blasting the gyrocopters out of the sky. Spida's done a pretty good job of evening up the values, though, actually. It's actually looking fairly close at this current moment. You've got a decent push with some miners coming out. You've got very healthy cannons for Spida currently. Kitty's down to 1 cannon, trying to kill some of the models. Actually takes another one down. You can see the crew moving over to get on top of these other ones. So it's got 3 models, though, which is a little bit of a reduction in its damage. Nothing too crazy, though. It'll still be able to use all its ammo fairly effectively. Brutal shots coming down on the Rangers, taking big damage. These poor little guys. They've gotten some pretty decent work done. They used all their ammo. Pretty much paid for themselves. Not nearly as good as I was thinking it was. The Brotherhood of Grimnir is coming in. So yeah, this Ranger runs in. Keep the Longbeard great weapons here as well, and use these Rangers to just pummel the Brotherhood right now. Look at this, dude. This is absolutely insane. Each of these guys has really kind of been mirroring each other for a lot of this game in terms of the summons. Like, we had early gyrocopters come out. Yeah, that was something that Spida brought in that Kitty just hasn't really developed out at all. But the Brotherhood of Grimnir coming out on the field, passing by each other like that meme, the Umbrella Academy meme, where they're like, the 2 people are passing by each other in the car. Strangers in the night. These miners getting taken to town, though. Kitty is just brutalizing the infantry in the front line currently. Spida's Brotherhood probably not going to do nearly as well. They've taken a lot of damage from the Rangers on the way in, and now the Peak Gate Guard are in here. An exceptionally rare unit. You never see hammers. People literally just never bring them. Oftentimes, because they're just kind of mediocre. I mean, they're a stupendously slow unit, who have really good stats, but the Dawi already have plenty of AP, and the shooting AP for the Dawi is better anyways, in general. So hammers kind of just get left behind and forgotten about, but might be a matchup where there's some utility for them. They're actually killing a lot of the Brotherhood here. Getting some decent value against them in the process. Should be able to push out after they've dealt with these guys, and then they can maybe get up. and clear out these Dwarf Warriors. Cap the #1 objective, actually. Opponent's pretty weak here. You've got only a Slayer coming in. Definitely a pretty good opportunity to get some value. But beautiful cannon shots, man. Oh my god. I really thought Spida was going to be at the disadvantage in the artillery game. But finally was able to counterfire the cannon here. Goblobber used all its ammo and got unsummoned, and now it's just Spida going to be teeing off on all these really expensive infantry units. Doing some massive damage right now. In the process, Spida has resecured the #1. Very close on being a triple cap right now. That Kitty is going to need for the end of the game here. I think that's going to favor Spida. Oh my god, beautiful. The super sneaky secret agent miners coming up through the trees, creeping up onto the #3 objective. No defenses back here. Spida does have a ton of supplies, though. Really probably should have developed at least something out to sit on the #3 objective. And they might even be able to get up on the cannons and kill them real quick. I would not hate that idea. I only got 1 volley left, 2 on the other. I guess it's not really that worth it. I mean, that Peak Gate Guard, they've taken a lot of damage from those cannons, but they're still going to be able to sit and scrap for a while longer. They got 90 leadership. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Good supporting fire from the Ranger. Great weapons getting in over the top, hitting the Slayers and some Thunders out on the flank, getting that enfilading fire, poking away at the Slayers, who are dying a very ignominious death. I imagine this is probably a pretty insulting way to use miners. Like, this is really not what they're here for. I don't think that they want to be fighting other dwarves. It's probably how they became Slayers to begin with, right? So, #3 objective flips to Kitty here, and miners do get up into the cannon line. I mean, not super important for killing the cannons and shutting down their value trading, because they're pretty much out of ammo anyways. But there's not going to be any unsummon here. So no rebate on supplies for Spida, which is going to hurt for the end of this match. Brotherhood of Grimnir comes back out, the Grumbling Guard comes up, trying to cap the #3. Kitty's Lord is on death's bed. This guy is struggling right now. Only 1,300 HP. And the Grimdelvers are... Actually, the Grimdelvers are Kitties. LOL. Shooting off the Dawi Great Weapon warriors that were attacking the Lord here. These guys should be able to turn around. They'll blast some of the miners. Probably shoot the Grumbling Guard is the best option for them right now. I would just get the Lord away. No reason to send your Lord over to try and scrap here. He's pretty beat up. Better to have the leadership for the end of the match here, because you don't really want to give up the points. I mean, you don't need the triple cap anymore. You already evened up the tickets pretty nicely, so you just need the double cap to close this one out currently. Spida did a pretty good job of holding on to them, but losing the #3 was just awful. I mean, there was no reason to allow this to get capped. Like, you've got so much time to see these miners creeping up. They don't have stealth or anything, you know, no stalk. Once they got up in the trees, they were invisible for a little bit. And I know your units are pretty slow. Just having anything. Bring the Grumbling Guard out earlier just to sit here and maybe run up and stuff would have been a good idea. A really good call. It would have allowed you to probably Helm's Deep back here, because the cap situation is looking really rough for Kitty, but just a few seconds on a triple cap is all you really need to equalize tickets. It racks up way quicker than you would expect. The Grumbling Guard just get absolutely macerated by the artillery. The Goblobber comes back in. It's got 2,000 value. Did really well that first go-around, obviously. And here, just continuing to pummel elite infantry. I mean, there's not much more to explain. That's exactly what it wants to do. And it does it exceptionally well. And it did break these guys with the Discourage effect, which is nice. Keeping them from getting any additional value or to stuff back Kitty's units. And the flip probably will come in. I don't think Spida would be able to even hold on to this if the game were to go on too much longer. You just got the Brotherhood of Grimnir coming back in. They're just getting filled with arrows right now. I mean, Ranger Great Weapons, Rangers here shooting at them. These Quarrelers are shooting at them. Really effective focus fire, keeping these guys in check from wire to wire. I mean, this is what happened to them the first time around. It's honestly probably a little bit worse for them this go around. Oh, disgusting volley from the Grim Delvers. Unfortunately for the Ranger Great Weapons, they don't have a shield, so the Grim Delvers just get all of their damage through onto those guys. Now they get blobbed up on the Lord, and the shotgun volleys even more devastating the second time around. They are going to break and rout. Spida actually holding on to this point currently. It's pretty nicely done. I mean, back pressure like this when your opponent is this far ahead is pretty terrifying. Not really a position that you want to be in, or is very easy to like maintain your presence throughout. Being able to, though, mark of a very solid player. I think this was just a little bit of a case in point of you know, cannons, you know, getting a ton of value, not really affecting the front line. Other artillery pieces being a little bit more high impact, even if ostensibly they didn't get quite as much value. That discourage effect is just so obnoxious. And every time Spida had to reposition missile units to get away from all that damage was just more time that value trading was slowed. And Kitty has just done a really good job of steadily pushing, slowly creeping this front line forward, focus firing a little bit better, dealing with some of the more expensive infantry units more consistently. Pete Gateguard are still out here, by the way. I mean, 1,300 value on these guys, technically not paying for themselves. Grim Delver's kind of mopping them up. But Kitty is going to walk away with a very, very narrowly fought win here. Dawi mirror matches are cool because you get some pretty off-the-wall builds from both sides oftentimes. I mean, they're fairly similar in a lot of ways, but, you know, gyros on one side, none on the other. Pete Gateguard in here, for one. Grumbling Guard on the other side. And one person went double cannon, and another went cannon and the Goblobber. They both brought the standard Dwarf Lord. Really cheap character. Fairly stalwart. Has perfect vigor from an item, as well as star metal plate, which lowers melee attack, I believe. Which can be pretty nice. Probably helped in the front line trading now that I'm thinking about it for Kitty. Slowing down Spida's a little bit more grinding advance. I mean, you got a lot more melee infantry for Spida. Kitty brought just a huge gun line and did a really good job with it from wire to wire. I think some of the unsummons were a little bit untimely and it slowed Kitty's momentum down, but better to get the ammo back and get them out as soon as possible, I suppose. And the Pete Gateguard and the Brotherhood of Grimnir did come out at like the perfect time to, at the very least, value trade efficiently. And be able to swing the middle point before the back cap came in from those miners. That miner gambit was a very, 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 very intelligent play. Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos. We already saw them. Some Tzeentch. Yes, dude. Tzeentch versus Chaos Dwarves. Let's freaking go. So, Bale Taurus? Oh no, just a regular Great Taurus. Not really the mount that I would be using for the Sorcerer Prophet. Sorcerer Prophets on the Bale Taurus are damn near impossible to kill sometimes because of the healing item that they have. Chalice of Blood and Darkness. So difficult to contend with them. I do like the Lore of Magic choice here. Death Magic against Tzeentch is actually pretty effective. You do need to be careful of using Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna when the shields are up, though. Don't want to use it while they're active. You need to have a way to pop the shield and then use Fate of Buna or Spirit Leech so you get all the damage out on these things, and you don't inflate the value just damaging shields. Other than that, though, just get this guy on the Bale Taurus. The Great Taurus is just way worse. I mean, it's squishier, it's got less HP. I don't think you get any extra leadership on the Bale Taurus, so, I mean, at least this thing isn't going to be breaking, because it does have ITP and a base of 75, which is nice. Weaker weapon strength. It's still got a good charge bonus, though, I guess. And you can always just use this thing to fly around and hit and run, but typically speaking, you're better off with the Lamassu if you're just going to be casting spells. And I honestly think the Lamassu might be the better option anyways, because it does have a silence effect as well as a magic damage removal ability on the Lamassu. Just use the Lamassus to run around and kind of bully Sartorial, because he's got great stats, but he's very low armor, and with the debuffs from the Lamassu, you can probably get some pretty good engagements against Sartorial. I think you could probably bully him really badly, in fact, now that I'm thinking about it. It'd probably be a little tough, but it should be fairly doable. Wicked damage coming in on these poor Marauders right now. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher getting a beautiful shot off. Hammering into this guy. Final Transmutation comes down and actually procs the Chalice of Blood and Darkness before the actual spell hits. Something I've never really clocked before. That's actually kind of cool. Didn't overcast Final Transmutation, though. Which is a big mistake. Final Transmutation always needs to be overcast. Just the standard form is way weaker. I mean, you get half the duration of the overcast, and you're spending, 9 less ones of magic. That's just not worth it. More often than not, especially for a character that has heals, right? If this guy didn't have any way to heal himself, fine, whatever, it's still damage, but he's just gonna be able to survive it, and next time you use something like Searing Doom, or pop Final Transmutation again, he's just going to get some HP back. It's going to make it that much harder for you to really effectively outtrade your opponent. Another thing to note is that the Spirit Leech didn't really get through the shield. Sartorial's still here at full health. Shield got worn down to nothing, but it's just going to regen back. I got the Death Shriek over here doing most of the heavy lifting now. Unsummoning the Marauder, not a bad idea. You'll get a little money back, you can bring something else out. And that's going to be some Furies, Chaos Warriors, Zangors, Marauders. You really need to get up here. You do not want to just sit back here for ages. Like, I know the Death Shrieker is kind of scary, right? It's going to do a bunch of damage. It can only shoot at one target at a time, though. You've got a massive infantry formation. And your opponent's just taking your home objective away from you. I'm not entirely sure what's going to be going on over here. I mean, I like the build-up strategy. It's not a bad idea, but I don't think you need to be this passive. Finally getting up in here. You've let your opponent get a nice little ticket lead. If I were the Chaos Dawi right now, what I would do, keep 2 Chaos Dwarf Warriors here, pull the Hobgoblins back. What you do is you kind of have the Hobgoblins here at the blue line. Chaos Dawi Warriors up where the red is. Just spaghetti line them out as much as possible. And rotate some of the other Dawi Warriors to kind of like defend the flank here. And you can kind of like turn this whole position into a bastion. And then just reinforce the number 1 objective as much as possible. So your opponent's going to have a really hard time breaking through here. And then you can kind of like focus fire with the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Catch Tzeentch out in the open field where they don't have any mobility right now. You can really punish that with some good Centaur not Centaur charges, like Kadai Fireborn and Bull Centaur render charges. Because Bull Centaur render great weapons are the most common choice. They're not amazing against infantry, but they do have a speed advantage, so they can get in. on something like a Marauder, charge them down, pull out, leave infantry to then engage, and then they can kind of like loop around and get rear charges. It's fairly effective for them. Infernal Guard Fireglaves opening up on the Marauders, getting some nice damage, but these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, not Wolf Raiders, the Hobgoblin Archers, definitely need to pull back now. And this wide line for the Chaos Dwarves is not very defensible. You can see Marauders just walking around the back here. A little bit of friendly fire. Oh my god. Poor Hobgoblins. Deathstreaker Rocket punishing their own. We need to get the Cutthroats in here. These Shrieker launchers are incredibly squishy. They have terrible stats, dude. I'm trying to show them. 10 melee defense, and Shriekers don't have great melee attack. But their bonus versus large and the weapon strength, they'll easily be able to rip this thing apart in mere seconds. They don't have a surround right now, though. It's the only reason this Deathstreak rocket launcher is still alive. Thomas needs to be a little bit better with the response. Does finally get up in the face of those guys. We've got Fate of Buna going down on Chaos Warriors here. Not a bad target. It's still not the best thing in the world. It's not a lot of damage, man. Fate of Buna's been nerfed a lot over time. And the Great Taurus should really be running around like trying to get some tear routes of some kind. That's one of the reasons that you bring the Taurus characters instead of the Lamassu, because the Lamassu only causes fear, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it also causes terror. Getting terror routes on your opponent's infantry is huge, and there's nothing that's gonna keep these Chaos Warriors around if they're getting rear charged by something like that. Very, very bad engagement here for the Chaos Dwarves. Shrieking Skyrays, pretty good anti-large unit. Sartorial's getting in here. I don't know if he's got the Rock of Inevitability available. I imagine that Freddy Fettuccine would be popping it if he had it online. The value trading may look nice for Thomas, but I think it's a little bit deceptive. It's going to equalize pretty quickly here with the Sorcerer Prophet going down, because make no bones about it, this guy's going to lose this fight, and he's going to lose it really badly. He needs to get out of here right now. He is trying to peel out. Shrieker stuff him up for a minute. Sartorial gets a nice little chicken wing slap in there as he's pulling away. We do have Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders counter-firing a little bit, but this guy's leadership. Oh no, he's going to break. Oh, barely hanging on the leadership front. If he breaks and routes, then Tzeentch just chases him off, and then that's pretty much going to be game, because Chaos Dawi, they've got some decent leadership units, like their Infernal Guard and their Chaos Dawi Warriors, but a lot of their other tools are pretty low leadership, such as the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets, the Wolf Raiders, Archers. All those guys running would be pretty devastating. Deathstreaker getting some good damage, but Sartorial finds a great opportunity to get in while this thing is undefended. Bull Centaur Renders are cleaning up Centaurs of Tzeentch here. Very good countercharge. Excellent, excellent use of the Bull Centaur Renders here to get rid of a very annoying Tzeentch unit, but leaving the Deathstreaker vulnerable in the process, and Sartorial really punishing this thing right now. Whiffs an attack, though. It's got 2,000 HP. It will rally unless he gets a little bit more work done against it here. Yeah, and there we go. Sorcerer Prophet probably rallied, got attacked and rear penalty applied to him. And the Shrieking Skyr is just going to dog walk him off the field now. That's going to be a huge leadership penalty. And even though Tzeentch is looking fairly beleaguered, they've still got quite a few Chaos Warriors on the field. I think they will be able to drag the value back from the pits of hell, especially with the Changebringers out to do some really heavy lifting. Infernal Guard Fireglaive are going to get a really nice volley off on these guys, but I don't think it's going to be enough to kill them. You can see the Deathstreak model. It got shattered. It's slowly trundling off the field. Good shots there. Wow, the Infernal Guard Fireglaive's really pummeling the Changebringers. The Changebringers looking a little limp-wristed in return. Oh no, disaster potentially for Tzeentch. Gotta get the Changebringers out right now. Land in with Sartorial, get these guys occupied, then you come back in. You only lose 2 models, thankfully. The Changebringers is just so squishy. It's such a risk to keep them under sustained fire like that. They do survive, though. Both Centaur renders, lots of Kadai, decent amount of mobility, and a lot of the Chaos Dawi units that are coming out do at least have okay leadership at this point. But that Lord fleeing penalty is pretty brutal. A minus 16 of any kind is just never gonna help you out. It's always gonna leave you at a huge disadvantage in every single fight that you try to get into, because you'll have units that just shatter at the worst possible moments. You've got your opponent getting rear charges with terror-causing units, and it'll send stuff like this running. Oh my god, they terror route, and then they actually route, so... This is where the, you know what? Shrieking Sky Rays should chase down these Bolt Centaur renders. You do not want this Bolt Centaur render unit to rally. They're beat up, yeah, but they've got 13 models left. They could rally back in and get some decent work done. And you do have a lot of other Bolt Centaur renders that you have to deal with over here. Value looking a lot better for Freddy, but still fairly far behind. There's not really been a good answer for the Kadai Fireborn, who have just been bullying all of the armored infantry. But Sartorial's getting a lot of terror routes here now. And the Changebringer's still getting some good damage, but getting counterfire out of the Hobgoblin Archers. Oh, man. Thomas, with the late-game rallies here, might actually be able to push back the Tzeentch pressure. The Deathshriek Rocket, the Infernal Guard Fireglaves have been doing some good work. Hobgoblin Archers with some good value. Really the only weak element of this build was the Great Taurus character. And yeah, the Bolt Centaur renders rally, which is kind of what I was afraid of. They do get a surround off on Sartorial, but they are the dual axe variant, so not nearly as effective against him. Almost never see the dual weapon variants. This is actually kind of interesting. Just regular Bull Centaur renders with the shields, in fact. No great weapon Bull Centaurs. Not typically what you're going to see. I was really thinking that these guys were great weapons the entire time, but actually a couple of the other variants really not trading all that well. But luckily the Kadai Fireborn were in here to kind of do the lion's share of the anti-infantry work. Alongside the Deathshriek, which got some pretty good value in the early game. Look at that, the Taurus character actually gets resummoned and drops a Fate of Buna on the Forsaken here. The nice timing charge, the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, able to break this very expensive infantry unit. The Infernal Guard have just been a linebacker unit. All game, they've been punishing Tzeentch every time they try to move in. And Tzeentch's infantry have been horrendously ineffective here. I mean, they just haven't been able to hang in at all. They've been punished by good focus fire, artillery. I think maybe the huge infantry build was a mistake here. I mean, it's just been wave after wave of them, and they're just trickling in at this point. Even though they've, like, evened up the value and it doesn't look terrible for them, they're just so slow responding to the points. And Thomas, in all this time, has just racked up a massive lead on the tickets and is threatening the number 1 again, forcing the Spearmen to reroute to that objective. Also, Thoriel and the Marauders are making a desperate play for the number 3 here, which is going to take a good amount of time to actually swing over in any meaningful way. We do get a little bit of a breakthrough here. The Centaurs of Tzeentch did pretty poorly the first go-around. Didn't do too much better the second time. They did rally, and countercharging the Bull Centaur renders. They are able to grind out a little bit of value here. And they're going to help Tzeentch push back up onto the number 2. It's just a question of whether they're going to be able to hang on to the number 1 here, if they can swing the number 3 and the number 2 in time. I really don't think it's possible. The tickets are just ticking too aggressively against them. They're barely capping the number 2 as it stands. You can see that having any kind of cap weight, even if it's something pathetic and only contributing a very minuscule amount of expendable cap weight, can slow caps up for quite a while, and that is going to be a Chaos Dwarf victory over Tzeentch, man. Ouch. There was a lot of infantry blobbing that I saw from Tzeentch as well, which got them punished pretty badly by the Deathshrieker. I'm a little surprised. I really thought the Tzeentch build would be okay, but Those Kadai Fireborn just got in there, and they just did so much work against these Chaos Warriors. The Marauders, I should say, not really all that effective, and the Halberds were mediocre. They didn't really pay for themselves. These Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch cost 825 gold, and they got nothing done. I mean, 200, 279, 180, which is just abysmal. 386. I like to be a little more sparing on Chaos Warriors of any variant, honestly. They can be very effective. They're better at holding points and slow pushing down gun lines, forcing them out of position. Bringing them in big numbers like this and relying on them and just like a huge wave of infantry leaves you pretty vulnerable against people who are good at maneuvering around and will punish you for making small mistakes. Tzeentch just didn't have time in the late game because they let early triple cap come in for the Chaos Dawi, which I was thinking might bite them in the butt eventually. It kind of came to play at the end there. They were doing a pretty decent job of grinding at the end of the game there, so Thuriel was very healthy. He could have probably beaten the Taurus character again. And just gotten lots of terror routes on whatever was being sent out by the Chaos Dwarves in the late game. Tzeentch with their infantry pushing in at the end probably could have capped the points up if they weren't so far behind on the victory tickets early. It's having to come back from so far down that is kind of the culprit in that one, I would say. Against a shooty faction, like, yeah, absolutely you need more mobility. If you didn't watch my most recent video, it was me playing Norska into Chowie. And this would theoretically be a really bad matchup for Norska because they've got so many units like Skinwolves that are very vulnerable to fire damage. But if you just go really hard on pressure, like you can see I brought a decent amount of infantry, but I brought a lot of mobility. I mean, pretty much all of my reinforcements is units that are upwards of 40 plus speed. Being able to compromise these gun lines and chip them down is massive. You cannot leave Infernal Guard Fireglaves to shoot. They are devastating at range. Absolutely relentless in the value trade department from a distance. They fire quickly. Their missile hits like a truck. They've got great range. They got loads of ammo. 30 ammunition is kind of wild. I mean, most other range units have closer to 20 than 30. Like Jezzails, they've got 22. You've got stuff. Where are the Wood Elves? Here are the Wood Elves. They've got like 22 on Deepwood Scouts. Way Watchers, they've got 24, which is a little bit more. A decent amount, but Infernal Guard Fireglaves can come out in the first wave of your reinforcements, and it will take them all game to use their ammunition. They can fire endlessly. If you let Infernal Guard Fireglaves set up, you are going to lose a game. Period. It's never ever going to turn out in your favor if you let them come out and get situated. Lizardmen Dark Elves, Lizardmen Tzeentch. Ooh, Kislev versus High Elves. That's going to be a good one. Lizards versus Tzeentch here. We've got Lizards versus Cathay, which is going to be a good one. I'll just make sure I get all of these replays here, guys. I'm really interested to watch some of the Beastmen games that people have been sending me. I mean, Beastmen are my best faction. I'd really like to be able to advise them, because Beastmen are great. They can do a ton of damage. But they're very micro-intensive. So for newer people, that can be a little bit intimidating and difficult to handle. Because you don't really clock just how fast the Beastmen are until you actually play them. They are relentless. I mean, you can scream up the field with just about everything on their roster in just about 10 seconds, and they can just absolutely swarm over people. It's pretty sickening. It's one of the reasons that Beastmen are so good, but you have to be very careful because lightly armored factions can fall apart if you fumble their engagements early on. Okay, thank you all for sending the replays in, guys. I'm going to be doing as many as I can today. Let me actually check the bracket. I think we're in round 4 now. Yep, round 4 has just started. We'll keep doing replays until that's over and done with. Let me actually remind people to wait up for me for top 4. Okay, sweet. What Beastmen game do we want to watch? Beastmen versus the Tomb Kings isn't a bad matchup, actually, for the Beastmen. They actually dominate this one pretty comfortably oftentimes. They've just got really good tools for clearing out the chaff. They've got stuff like Gore Bulls. Actually, we're just going to watch this one. Why talk about it? Let's just show it off. We'll see if Scott's able to pull this one out here. It's a very well tooled build for the Tomb Kings. Your archers are pretty short range, and they are pretty vulnerable to stuff like the skeleton horse archers, but they have stalk, at the very least. They can creep in, and they can take down the skeleton archers one at a time if you're very careful about your positioning. Love Ungor Raiders. They are a wonderful unit. I mean, 425 gold. They're expendable, which, you know, they don't contribute a lot of cap weight, but when they rout, it doesn't affect the morale of anything else other than the other expendable units. But typically you're defending the Ungor Raiders with stuff like Goreherd anyways. Sometimes you're defending them with the Spearherd. I prefer to use Spearherd, actually, though, to kind of, like, push. I like being aggressive with them because you can actually maneuver them around into your opponent's backline fairly easily because these guys are also invisible as they're moving. And that's another thing about the Beastmen that makes them very effective is because so many of your units start off invisible, your opponent can be thrown totally off guard in the early game by where you're throwing your units out at. Like, all that the Tomb Kings can see right now is they can see these Ungor Spearherd that have been revealed here, and they can see all these Goreherd as well as the Lord and the Gorbulls. They don't know where, like, half of this army is, almost. I mean, you got 4 units that are, you know, unknown quantities. You have to do a lot of mathing out to figure out exactly what it could be, right? Spearherd get up on the point. They are shielded, so they'll be able to soak up some of the fire from the horse archers. Centaurs, I do not chase with them. Very good call. Just kind of keeping them in the wings. I would keep them farther back, actually. If there were 2 Centaurs here, then by all means go after this, but with just 1, it's better to stay back. The horse archers for the Tomb Kings are actually not abysmal combatants in melee. I mean, their stats are dreadful when you look at it on paper, but since they're undead units and they're pseudo-unbreakable, they can grind out a ton of value against something that's low armor like a Centaur. This is an 800 gold unit. You gotta be very careful to not get these guys into positions where they get punished by missiles, right? Keep them back, build up some more Centis, then get in. You don't even need to do that, though. The Tomb Kings are playing very passive. Just get your Centaurs all the way back and around and get set up, and then just pull your infantry back. Like, all of these Goreherd could actually rotate into the trees, and it really wouldn't be that big of an issue. And the reason I say that is that Beastmen infantry have 42 foot speed. By the time your opponent's sending forward these super slow skeleton spearmen and they're getting into position to maybe push the number 3, you just throw these guys back out of the trees and you can get flanks off pretty easily. And then you can have the Gorbals just kind of escort them around and make sure that Cetra and the Camarine War Sphinx are kept in check. Nakara Horsemen waiting here. Skeleton Horse Archers chilling, and we do get a little bit of movement with Goreherd, trying to get them away from the catapult fire. Really good call bringing this out. These Screaming Skull catapults are very strong. They debuff leadership nicely, man. They do pretty good damage. Look at those disgusting little arms. These things are so freaky, man. I mean, they're like, I don't even know what these are. Like, what is this animal that they've got tied up here? It looks like the salamanders for the lizardmen or something. But you can see they pummel units pretty nicely with the actual damage they do. And the damage by artillery and take cover effect can wreck anything that they're shooting in no time at all. Corngores coming up. Centaurs, very risky dive. These guys are not going to be able to pull out here. I mean, you can see how surrounded they are. That is a gigantic loss. That's overpressing way too aggressively. Like, yeah, Centaurs are a great unit. They're not nearly as unga-bunga as you would think, though. Centaurs are not really meant to dive aggressively, believe it or not. The Beastmen actually benefit immensely from how quick their infantry are and being able to press your opponent, you know, onto their back point early. And then you use the Centaurs just to countercharge any pressure onto your infantry. Beastmen are a great hammer and anvil faction. They don't do nearly as well if they're playing passively, but they can form up some defensive lines and do pretty well that way as also. Ungor Raiders being forgotten about back here, unfortunately. Big damage from the Skeleton Archer line. You gotta be very careful about situations like this. Like, 2 Goreherd do not need to be fighting 1 spear. Get each of these Goreherd in. Rotate between the gaps to get up on the Skeleton Archer line. Screaming Skull Catapult whiffing some shots there. Big damage going down on the Skeleton Spears, but big damage going down in return from the Archer line, which will probably be able to push back the Goreherd. Especially with the Nahakara Horsemen screaming up from behind and maybe going to get a rear charge off here. Oh, these dudes are so low. They might break, and it might not even matter that the Horsemen are getting over here. It's a really nice Flock of Doom from our boy Malagor. Just using that all game against the right kind of targets, he can get some huge value. And Scott is not being aggressive enough with the Gorbals. They are just twirling around out here. They have no idea what they're supposed to be doing. The Corngores scrapping a little bit of value out against the Sphinx and Cetra. Nothing too crazy, though. And this back push is just falling apart right now. This is going pretty horribly for the Beastmen. Absolutely wicked damage coming in from the Screaming Skull Catapult there. 68 kills. Centaurs coming in, but really good positioning. Weasel has just been doing a really good job of stacking up forces right where Scott's trying to maneuver, right? Like, you give these Centaurs an attack order, and Weasel clocks that you've charged, or are trying to charge the Screaming Skull Catapult. Has these Spearmen over here. Just gets them right up in the path, because your units just charge in a straight line. They don't deviate at all, you know? That's up to you. Like, your micro determines how well you do with the Beastmen. You can see that Beastmen, when they just, like, charge head up, and they're not careful about their positioning and timing on their pushes, they don't look nearly as powerful as their win rate might suggest. I mean, they can get absolutely manhandled if you're not fully aware of what you're trying to pull off. So the back pressure does fold up. It isn't totally over for the Beastmen, though. They still got the Gorbals, and now that the Gorbals are more active, you can see that the value is actually coming back a little bit for Scott. I mean, you've lost a ton of Centaurs, but you are holding on to your home objective and the number 2 here. Unsummon all of these Tattered Goreherd. You need them for the late game. Because the Tomb Kings are trotting forward their archers, their spears, and they're getting in position with their horsemen to maybe try and wear down the Beastman's home objective. It's going to be tough. Should be fairly doable, though. Not really having an answer for the Khorngors is a little unfortunate, though. Malagor's taking some poke from the archers. Chosen of the Gods are not really well suited for shooting single entities, though. Really where these guys need to be shooting is the Centaur throwing axes, and then they should shoot the Pestigors. As well as the Goreherd. Once those are all gone, then you just move up here. And you use your Skeleton Horsemen to clear out all these Ungors. And you'll be sitting pretty. Tzeentch charging around. He's got an okay value. Gorbal getting all the way up in the back line. Actually going after the Screaming Skull Catapult. This is a very risky attack here. Your opponent's bringing in some Ushabti with good mass. They might be able to lock the Gorbal in place with the Skeleton Spears here. They could kill this guy pretty quickly. Throwing axes and the Chosen of the Gods just choosing to ignore one another, but Weasel does at the very least have the Skeleton Horsemen here. To punish this, very good charge, getting in on the Centis. They'll be able to grind these guys down. Skeleton Horsemen are only 400 gold. They're fairly durable, and they get the Realm of Souls Heal, which is massive right now. Definitely going to help keep them in the fight for quite a while longer, and some Tomb Guard trotting out. You don't see Tomb Guard terribly often for the Tomb Kings, but they can be pretty effective in some matchups. This is one where I would probably recommend you stay away from them, though, because Goreherd just shred anything that's even moderately lightly armored. You're only talking about substantial damage resistance from armor when you're getting up into, like, the 70s and the 80s. When you're hovering around like 60 and 55, it's respectable, but it's definitely not going to be keeping you safe from the kind of shock damage that the Beastmen have available to them. Good focus fire from some of the Ungor Raiders and the throwing axes here. Big value against Tzeentch and this Cimmerian War Sphinx right now. Neither of which is done amazingly. Tzeentch has been dropping pretty good spells. And charging through nicely, but he's just so weak at this stage of the game, man. He needs to get out of here and stay safe. I would definitely chase this Gorbal down. Scott has brought a big amount of value back from the brink, man. I mean, crumble out all the Skeleton Archers over here. He's holding the number 3, actually flips the number 1 as well, and the Centaurs now are going to be in a really good position to succeed, because there's really not a lot to threaten them. They're just killing the horse archers. They'll be able to kill horsemen as long as they don't get double-teamed by them and Ushabti. Good response, pulling out here, trying to get away, stay alive. Tzeentch on his last legs here. Gorbal needs to get back into action and maybe trying to chase Tzeentch down here. He's just trotting in really close to this guy. Don't do it, Tzeentch! Alarm sirens need to be going off in your head when you see something like this, man. You cannot let an expensive unit like a Gorbal rally in your own backline. They're just too dangerous. I mean, these guys are absolute nightmares for big targets like Tzeentch. They just are so cost-effective. Although they're a little overcosted here. I mean, there's no reason to bring the Banner of Fallen Kings. It's really not that strong. Like, that little extra bit of weapon strength isn't that good. Just cut it and they're 1050 gold, and you can, like, cram in something that's going to be a little bit more cost-effective, in my opinion. But the Beastmen actually look like they're going to be able to swing this back. They had some very risky pressure on the home objective early, but they've rallied really nicely here. They just need to clean up the Ushabti in these Tomb Guard on their home point. They'll be just fine, I think. The Chosen of the Gods just still trying to get their value back, but struggling a little bit right now. Malagor and the Gorbel fighting against the Horsemen, another beautiful Flock of Doom. I mean, all game, Scott's been using this. 1,000 value on Malagor. He is dirt cheap right now. Only has Unholy Power and Flock of Doom. I think that's 1,200 gold Malagor, man. It's crazy how cheap you can get him. That's really the thing about the Beastmen, right? Beastmen actually don't have a lot of hard carry units. They don't have units that'll get you like 3,000 value necessarily. But they've got an awful lot of stuff that can very easily double up on value. Like these Centaur throwing axes have all gotten 1,300. Centaurs, if you use them well, are very, very easily able to get like 1,600 value. That perfect vigor on them is just so clutch, man. Rowdy is definitely one of the best passives in the game. I mean, you get extra leadership from this as well. Like, as long as your leadership is above wavering, they just hold forever. And you can see how reasonable their stats are for a cavalry unit. And they actually have a lot of HP. People don't talk about this much, but in terms of actual health on Centaurs, they've got 6,700, which is kind of crazy. I mean, you don't see a lot of cavalry units with that much. Skeleton Horsemen have 5,300, like a full 1,400 less. Silver Helms for the High Elves, who are a heavy cavalry unit, have, I think, 5,800. Same with, like, Empire Knights and stuff like that. Centaurs are actually pretty meaty. They're low, it's compensated for by the fact that they have low armor, of course. But if you're hit and running with Centaurs really nicely, the fact that they've got that much HP means they don't drop a lot of models, and they pile into combat so effectively. They just do obscene damage on the charge. It's definitely one of the things that's got Beastmen looking so hot right now. Really good recovery. Utilizing Beastmen's ability to throw out numbers, as well as good mobility options. And the throwing axes were just a menace in this game, dude. I don't typically recommend bringing a tremendous number, but just 3 of them is, you know, a pretty solid amount. And you can see 1,400, 1,300, 765, very, very consistent across all of those guys. 1,200 on this Centaur unit. Good value on some of the infantry. The Gore Herd didn't really do all that much, but it was more than made up for by the rest of the units on the roster. And that's often the tail of the tape to the Beastmen. Being able to go wide with this much cost-effective infantry and mobility means that even if you fumble the bag in one area of the battlefield, you can usually find a way to make up for it elsewhere. I don't really know what Tomb Kings do for this matchup, man. I mean, they just get so heavily countered by just Gorbels. Just having 1,000 gold beat sticks that body Cetra, as well as like a Cimmerian War Sphinx, is really rough. I would actually maybe even recommend maybe bringing Cetra, not on foot, but on horseback. Definitely pare him down. Cetra is really expensive already. You don't need all of those items that we're seeing there. You can maybe even do... Ooh. Actually, you know what would be good here? I actually think Arkan would be a really strong lord. Bring the Tomb Blade. Actually, I don't even know if you need that. Alright, let's see here. One sec, guys. Liber Mortis, really good against the Beastie Boys. Physical resistance and leadership. Very nice for stopping damage on your infantry from Gore Herd. Also good for any clutch mobility fights that you need to take against Centaurs. Fate of Buna, really good, actually, against Beastmen. Where the hell are the Beastmen? Of course, they're right there in the front. It's actually really good against Beastmen because the Centaurs, very squishy to that, as well as great weapons. And they're, like, actually within the range of value that you do want to be able to use Buna on them. Buna is best on cavalry to begin with. Something like a Sons of Goros getting hit by a Fate of Buna is just massive value for you. But even if all you do is use Spirit Leech, this is a great counter to Malagor, because Malagor may be an amazing lord, That's mostly because people can't really kill him, right? He flies. He flies now. He's 1,200 gold with what we saw last game. He's got a decent amount of HP at 4,900 for a flyer. That's very, very much in threat range of being killed by consistent Spirit Leech damage. If that's all you use Spirit Leech for, then you've killed the Beastmen Lord and their leadership starts to get really iffy. Because Beastmen make very good use out of their passive, Primal Fury. Without Primal Fury available to them, they're not ITP at that point, and then you can use something like the Khemerian War Sphinx in the late game to kind of like trample over the Beastmen infantry and terror out them all. Because I do like that. Maybe also some Nakar warriors wouldn't be a bad idea. And you just try to keep Arkan alive and away from Gorbals. If you can do that, then you're probably set. You might even want to... Maybe even to that purpose, you bring the Sphinx. Still causes terror. It's honestly not awful against infantry. It does still have collision damage. It's not as good as the Khemerian War Sphinx, and it does cost more, but... you know, being a good defensive unit for Arkan, not bad. Chariots, another really good tool. Probably your best tool against Beastmen, now that I'm thinking about it. Couple skeleton chariots would make a big difference in that matchup, too. Let me download some more replays, guys. We're almost in the top 4. I think we're halfway through the round. People are just finishing up here. Let me go check it and see if we have time for another replay, because we might need to just hang off for a bit. I think we got time for one more. Let's get into it quickly, though. That way we don't hold up the progress too much. And I do actually see a replay here that I'm very interested in. Where is it at? Hello? Well, there was a Lizardmen versus Khorne matchup, I thought, but maybe it was mislabeled. Maybe I'm just reading them all wrong. I mean, they all blend together when you've got them in your folders. But anyways, Random Cuban versus Piston. Random, a very good Warriors of Chaos player. And Piston has really been touching up quite nicely on Khorne as of the last few times I've seen him play. A very aggressive build here. Honestly, this is kind of a risky build against the Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos can go full kite against Khorne and absolutely dominate you. Soul of Damnation is also an exceptionally powerful tool that the Warriors of Chaos can use here. And Khorne really only has like one good way to deal with it. Little surprised that Random Cuban's not throwing it out here, but instead we get just a fat Bloodletter line. We got some Slaughter Guard in the back. And Random Cuban's also coming in with a pretty thick infantry core. A ton of Marauders, few great weapons, lots of Forsaken. Forsaken get absolutely canned by Bloodletters, though. It is honestly a really nice fight for Bloodletters. It's like the perfect target for them. They've got physical resistance, which is honestly better mitigation for weapon strength than just having a bunch of armor. And their armor isn't abysmal. I mean, it's still 35, which is, you know, fairly juicy. It's a little bit of extra resistance that'll keep them locked in combat a little bit longer otherwise. Or a little bit better than something like a Plague Bearer would be able to scrap against a Forsaken. And the heavy AP that they have is just great. I mean, they got good melee attack to begin with. The extra 9 that they get is easily going to be able to work around the really weak melee defense that Forsaken have. Hellstrider's coming in, not surprising. Hellstrider's absolutely crazy unit. Very good counter for the Khorne throwing axes. You know, a great unit. They struggle in this matchup mostly because of Hellstriders. They can get good damage charging down chaff infantry, though. And their throwing axes are very effective against a lot of the lords for the Chaos Warriors. Especially something like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Doesn't actually have a shield or anything, and you just get right around that armor with the AP these dudes have. They hit like a truck when they hit with the volleys from their throwing axes. Bloodletter's screaming up into the front line. Skulltaker does get surrounded by Hellstriders. He's not really going to care that much. He can push out of here pretty easily. Bloodletters need charge orders, though. Over on this other side here, they actually got their charge orders. Same here against this Marauder unit. You definitely want to use the throwing axes to hit these Blood Beasts right now. And Skulltaker pulls out of combat, but he should get back in here. Because Fury's fairly weak on the leadership front, and they lose their Frenzy, and now they're going to crumble out, and they got like half their HP left. They're so close. There you go, Demonic Instability procs. That's a big loss, man. Furies can get you a ton of value, or they can lose you a ton of value. You gotta play very carefully with them. With Skulltaker in that fight, he's giving Gore Feast and Totem of Endless Bloodletting. That's a lot of buffs. I mean, you get 16 more melee attack, and then you get another 12 leadership, plus his Encourage effect, which I think is 4 more. Those Furies would have been up to like 66 leadership with how much melee attack? I think a straight up 60 melee attack, which is pretty juiced. I mean, there's not really any reason that they shouldn't be in there. Actually, they'd have 62. They just shred Hellstriders at that point. Bloodletters up at the front line. They're doing okay, but they're getting a little surrounded here, just because the numbers for the Warriors of Chaos are pretty comparable. Random Cuban being a little passive with some of these units. Not the end of the world, but it would help to have crumbled out more of the Bloodletters by this point. That way, you have time to deal with the Bloodwake Berserkers. Because of course they're coming out. Why wouldn't they? They're probably the strongest unit on Khorne's roster currently. I actually don't use them all that much. Not because I think they're bad. I mean, like I said, I think they're the best unit on the roster, but I think people are usually pretty well prepared for them now. Going a little wider on Khorne, I think, throws people off a little bit more, but if these guys just get into combat and grind all game, they'll get like 3,000 value. They're very hard to kill. Fairly well armored, reasonably quick, crazy combat stats. 79 and 61 is like... That's actually about as good as Archaon. Archaon has 80 melee attack and 60 melee defense, I believe. Their weapon strength obviously isn't nearly as impressive, but, you know, there's 32 models on these guys. They will rip and tear through a character in no time flat if you let them. Blood Beast taking the fight against Hellstriders. Honestly, not as bad for Blood Beast as you would think. Even though they're a lightly armored monster, they've got crazy weapon strength. They brutalize Hellstriders on a counter charge. You just don't want to let them get surrounded. Which can be a little difficult at times, but it's pretty doable to keep Hellstriders from fully surrounding you as Khorne. You can just bring out tons of Furies, make sure that you got Blood Beasts and some throwing axes, and you can usually defend your flanks pretty well. You just want to play a little bit more compact, right? Like, the big problem that Piston's running into here, the reason why he's, I would say, not winning decisively, is he took fights on his opponent's home objective where, you know, the Warriors of Chaos really aren't going to be struggling that much because they've got such good mobility. They can respond pretty quickly to back pressure. Probably should have been over on the number 2 with a nice tight formation, just making sure to hold on to the number 1 and slowly grind out the entire Warriors of Chaos army on the number 2 objective here, because there would be nothing the Chaos Warriors can do about it. They would lose to very concentrated lines of Bloodletters, with the Bloodwake Berserkers in here, who are brutalizing some Forsaken now. Although a Curse of the Leper going down does actually cause some damage to the Bloodwake Berserkers in kind. Nothing too serious. You know, they're just a pretty beefy unit, so the damage over time from Curse of the Leper, especially since it's not overcast, it's okay. It's nothing that's gonna leave the Warriors of Chaos with just a decisive edge, though. Marauder Great Weapons going down to the Horsemen and the Slaughter Guard, and you can see the Soul of Damnation is coming out here. It was just hiding in reserve. But Fleshhounds and some Furies coming in to try and kill this thing. Fleshhounds get on top of the crew. The Furies should probably focus on killing Horsemasters, because they can do amazing damage that way. We get a Relentless Rage back here. I would have, honestly, Relentless Rage is an okay ability. It's pretty short duration. Unbreakable and Cannot Die is nice. I think it's better for tattered units like Minotaurs, when they've got, like, say like a Minotaur has like 13 models, but only about 2,500 HP. They're like on death's bed. What you do at that point is you like throw the Minotaurs forward, and your opponent is like, oh, well, I need to kill these guys. My opponent's not unsummoning them for the money back, so they like send a unit forward, and they're not paying attention. You pop Relentless Rage on the Minotaurs to then get like a decisive engagement on a little extra value. Horn of Corn would be way better for this fight, because what you're trying to do back here is get damage dealt fast. Relentless Rage does not do that. It just keeps something alive, very temporarily as well. The Horn, I don't know if it's on cooldown or if there's something else. I haven't really seen it anywhere else in the field. Making sure that you pop that here. You probably could have killed most of the Marauder Horsemasters by now, and left the Soul of Damnation crew really weakened, but at least you're occupying their attention for now. Slaughter Guard going for the number 3 objective here. Khorne flipping the number 2. Skulltaker is way too healthy for the late game. This is a horrible position to be in as the Warriors of Chaos, because Skulltaker is a absolute monster, man. I mean, he kills everything. He's got great melee attack since he never gets debuff from being tired on it. He's always got 61 melee attack, and his weapon strength is absolutely ridiculous at 612. He hits harder on his throne than a lot of dedicated combat characters on horseback. He actually hits harder than Tyrion, which is pretty funny to say. The fact that he's got a heal, and now he's got immune to flanking, as well as the Cloak of Skulls passive, which is giving him 25 more armor, as well as missile resistance, just like a flat 20%. There's going to be a long grind trying to get rid of him. Throwing axes are actually just not going to be able to do it by themselves. As long as he's fighting in melee combat, he'll be happy as a clam. More Fury dives, you know, not like great in terms of value trading for these Furies, but they're actually stuffing up. I mean, look how much value is in here trying to fight them. This is where you leave the Forsaken in this fight and rotate both of the Horsemen around to get the rear charge, and you'll kill the Furies faster than just trying to grind into them from the front right now. Fighting Furies head up is actually a little bit silly because they're fairly high mass. The models are actually pretty big, so they take up a lot of space, believe it or not. They are just holding... Look how much stuff they're holding back right now. It's given Khorne time to flip the number 2. They even have pressure going in on the number 3 really nicely now. Khorngors and the Slaughter Guard getting up here. 1,500 value on the Slaughter Guard Khorngors. More of them coming out. It's going to turn into a situation where, yeah, you got Hellstriders out, but what are they going to fight? Like, they can't charge down Khorngors, really. They also can't really fight the Slaughter Guard. Are you really going to wait that long for the Soul of Damnation to get value? It's going to take ages for that thing to really hammer down all this stuff that Khorne has. Piston has 1,600 supplies. I would definitely summon out one more Fury, and then probably... Or actually, you know what? Go for 2 Bloodletters. 2 Bloodletters right now would be a good call, because there's all these Marauders and Forsaken. And while Hellstriders can hit and run against Bloodletters better than they can against Khorngors, Bloodletters, as long as you're paying attention and get a charge off against Hellstriders, they can actually do some good damage in their own right. Because Bloodletters have a charge bonus of 26, I think, which is pretty good. Definitely not an insignificant amount of damage that they can do. Throwing Axes actually making the right call, trying to kill the Bloodweight Berserkers first. These guys do provide more cap weight than Skulltaker. You know, provided, of course, they've got the max number of models, but they're being dragged down fairly effectively. Fleshhound's running around here. Chaos Sorcerer Lord is very beat up and definitely does not want to be taking any more fights. Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes of Khorne should probably just stop here and fight the Hellstriders. Because you got a bunch being dragged down back here. Getting rear charged is probably going to lose them this fight, actually. See the Hellstriders chipping away at their HP pretty efficiently here. Beautiful shots from the Soul of Damnation. Slaughter Guard, not doing anything since we last saw them, you know, just sticking around on the field at the very least, though. Skulltaker thinking about going for the backline. You'd be surprised how hard it is to kill Skulltaker, even if he's up in the backline, though. I actually don't think that would be a bad call. He's pretty independent, man. You could throw him into the backfield here to run down the Soul of Damnation crew, and just send some Furies and Fleshhounds to support him. And the buffs that he's going to give these is actually going to make those pretty sustainable fights for you. Yeah, Hellstriders chasing off the throwing axes is a big loss, man. Throwing axes are just so high micro. You got to be pretty careful about how you use them. Not great to see them getting killed here. Really nice Horn of Khorne, and with Skulltaker providing all the buffs, just a casual 69 melee attack on the Khorne Gores. Nothing crazy or anything. It's fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Skulltaker is a very well-balanced character. You know, you might think I'm being sarcastic, but he actually is. Skulltaker, there's ways of dealing with him. He's not great in every matchup. Archaon actually pummels him pretty badly, because Archaon's melee attack is just so juicy. And he's got magic attacks to get around the Fizz Res, and lots of AP. So there's ways to kill Skulltaker, but it's just kind of hard to contend with him sometimes. If you don't focus fire him early with missiles, and chip him down pretty early on, in the late game, when the battlefield is more broken open and he gets to choose his fights a little bit better, and he just gets to run over like chaff infantry all game, that's where he turns into a nightmare, because he cannot really be hit by stuff like Forsaken. They just don't have the stats to get around his melee defense, even though he only has 32 melee defense. This is usually enough for him to be able to sit on top of just about any melee infantry in the game with immune to flanking and just ignore damage from them, and he's just constantly healing in the process. And normally Gore Feast isn't that good of a heal at 0.10 per second, but when you've got 6,900 HP... Excuse me. When you've got 6,900 HP, it actually starts to stack up really nicely for you. Khorne with a nice double cap right now. The home objectives on both sides are capped. Throwing axes, struggling a little bit, but some blood beasts coming in. Look at Skulltaker, dude. Look at this nonsense. He is completely surrounded by Hellstriders right now. And he's still sitting in here and just grinding away. He's such an asshole, man. Random Cuban decides to ignore him. Looks to be going after the Blood Beasts now. Khorne is actually on their way out here, I think. Their mobility has not been good in the late game. This is why I don't think Fleshhounds are very good in this matchup either. Just don't bring all these Marauder Horsemen next time. They're just not that good here. They're not good against the skirmish that Warriors of Chaos have. They get wrecked by Javelins and Horse Masters. They get annihilated by Hellstriders. Not even close, man. Hellstriders delete them from the game. Better to have, like, Blood Beasts and some Minotaurs, maybe like a Skull Crusher or something. And I really like Skull Cannons in this matchup. I mean, I'm a sucker for them. You know, a lot of people tell you that Skull Cannons are terrible, but I still think they're a pretty good unit. If you keep Skull Cannons around Skulltaker, you can just have like a evil bike squad that just flattens everything, and then in the late game, the Skull Cannons can just farm value with their shooting against all of the chaff infantry that comes in. It even put some good poke damage down on cavalry. The AoE Vortex does pretty good damage to Cav because these guys only have a limited number of models, so the damage gets concentrated pretty ferociously on them, to where they just get worn out sitting in the Vortex damage from the Skull Cannons. And Skull Cannons also kill the Soul of Damnation. If you target ground with Skull Cannons right behind the model, like the actual cannon model, you can kill it pretty quickly, which is really nice. Khorne losing out on the value trades at the end here, but actually winning because the Warriors of Chaos not able to take the points in time. You know, Skull Taker and the Blood Beast just couldn't be ignored over here, actually having to leave a bunch of stuff out to try and keep them in check. And these Marauder Horsemen and the Exalted Bloodletters able to hang on to that home point for Khorne and squeak out a win. Honestly, a crazy close game, dude. Skull Taker with 3,500 is absolutely nasty work. You just can't let him do that. You have to have something to try and shoot him in the early game. That's another thing the Soul of Damnation does well. The Hell Cannon shots are pretty good against single entities. And they can poke Skull Taker down in the early game. It's pretty decent damage. Anything to get him weaker before he takes the first engagement is great. Because if you're able to either kill him or get him really low to where your opponent's being more careful with using him, then those frontline buffs for Khorne, which are so valuable, are just not there, and you're able to grind a little bit better, and maybe you'll be able to take him down in the late game. Khorne is kind of a matchup check. You either, like, kind of know what you're doing against them, or you can run into problems and you end up in a really bad spot where you just can't quite manage enough damage to really finish them off. Rip. Okay. We're a little behind on the top four. Who's top four, man? Final stage? Kitty and Pont? Hell yeah. Let's go see if we can get them real quick. Probably shouldn't have done the extra replay, but, you know, I'm a sucker for it. Debated Skull Cannon wanted to be prepared for Monster Mash. Yeah, Monster Mash can be pretty tough for Khorne to deal with. Unfortunately, Bloodthirsters being as bad as they are just means that Khorne is very weak to single entity play. It's really stupid, man. One day, CA is going to realize that Bloodthirsters need another 2,000 HP. Before they're good. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, they've got 7,000 health. It's ridiculous. Alright, we'll wait for the semis replays. That's fine. They're playing now. I was a little bit slow on it. That's my own fault. I just get so sucked into actually casting the games. Let's try and find something that we can cast while they play that round. Maybe we'll get into the finals. Let me make sure I get all of the replays here as well. Okay. This is a really tempting replay name, so let's see about it. Suga has been trying to refine this single entity and Griffin Legion opening for a while now. And against Grand Cathay, I can actually see it working out pretty nicely. Grand Cathay just doesn't have answers to stuff like Frostworms, really. They've got ranged units, I guess, like Crane Gunners that can do some good damage, but on a map like Dried Floodplain, that's actually going to be kind of difficult. Oh, this is going to be scary for them. I don't know what Grand Cathay's going to do here. We got these Lions who aren't terrible. I don't know, man. 50% more missile defense, take it or leave it. Honestly, yes, please. Bloodthirster, justice for Bloodthirsters, man. I don't know why they're so bad. They have weird animations when they're landing, I've noticed. That makes it kind of difficult for them to succeed. It improves and then falls apart after every patch. It seems like CA fixes it one patch, and then next patch they can't land and do damage again. I don't know what's up with that. I'm fine with more health, but 50% missile resistance would be cool. It's not like that's even unheard of. Fimir have that, you know. And it would be pretty fitting for, like, Khorne demons to be sauced up like that. Especially Bloodthirsters, right? I mean, Bloodthirsters exist in, like, the 40k universe. How the hell is a demon supposed to survive, like, thousands upon thousands of bolters and las guns and artillery shells the size of trains hitting them, right? If they're not, like, innately immune to some of that damage. Sky Junk getting up into the sky, like all the way up into the sky. It's hovering above the pillar here. There's some places on some maps where you can do some really ridiculous, like, elevation shenanigans. Like on Eastern Isle Colony, there's, like, some floating terrain that's, like, probably like 4 or 5 times taller than this, and you can actually get flying units to fly to the top of it. It's kind of hilarious. I'd be really interested. I've been wondering if anybody's ever one day going to be able to utilize that in an actual game to, like, hide a flying lord that's really low on health. Griffin Legion and the Kislev Blob just bulldozing through the front line. Gotta get away from these Ancestral Warriors, though. These things are an amazing unit. They're a really strong summon, honestly. They've got good melee attack, melee defense, lots of AP. They'll easily chew down the Griffin Legion, but the Griffin Legion cleared the Ancestral Warriors summon before these guys really came in. And they're just kind of nipping at the heels of Kislev here. And now they're, where's Kislev going? Oh, please don't run into them. Okay, they're, like, coming out the other side, chasing down the Shugengan Lord, which is a good call. You definitely want to kill that guy. Frostworm being annoying as always, just running over the Nangao grenades, who are getting absolutely no value, and a beautiful Hawks of Miska here. Very dead Peasant Longspear. Good damage on the grenades. Zargard, not taking any damage. Hawks of Miska is a really cool spell because it does no damage to your own stuff. I wouldn't... Well, actually, it's probably super good against Cathay because you're not using it for the Jade Warriors. You're not really that worried about Jade Warriors to begin with. You're using it for the Onyx Crowmen, actually, I think. That's the intention behind bringing it here. So I actually think it's a pretty good choice. Because Crowmen only have 50 leadership, right? Hawks of Miska discourages leadership by 16 for 21 seconds. Which is pretty obscene. It's a long time to lose that much leadership. You can easily get those guys crumbling out early. And look at this, man. You got Streltsy coming up, getting hit by the Sky Junk, but you can only do so much, right? And these Streltsy are just dropping huge volleys down on the Jade line right now. And it looks like the Snow Leopard and the Worm were able to kill the Jet Line, I think. Oh no, here it is. Jet Line's chilling out on the flank. Looking to move in, but unfortunately his Jade Brethren just, you know, returns to statue form, stiffens up, falls over. It's pretty cool, though. Looks like it's playing a little bit. It's, like, rolled over on its belly. Whoa, the Green Guardian comes in. No way, dude. I gotta give Hugs credit for bringing cool stuff for Cathay, but I think there's ways to actually build around some of these units that Hugs isn't really going for. Like if you're bringing Jade and Jet Lions, I would say you're probably best off bringing more missile units and just mobility, and then something like Mao Ying. Because Mao Ying has the Ancestral Warrior summon, I think, as well as Talons of the Night. Or actually, no, she's got Earthblood and some other stuff. I don't think she has the Warrior summon. But she definitely has Talons of the Night. You know, if you want to bring that, you can still use her and get away with it. Then she can also heal up the Green Guardian. She's a pretty good combatant in dragon form. She can go into human form to drop the heals and everything. I think you would actually have a little bit of a better time against this build with something like that. Because then you could anchor on top of the Green Guardian and survive some of this damage from Kislev. Dude, the Griffin Legion right now are just absolutely killing it. I mean, they're doing pretty good damage to this big old beastie right now. They've got good weapon strength, right? I mean, 40 weapon strength is close to as good as Furies have. And they've got 12 AP, which adds up pretty quickly. Especially with the fact that they're getting all of these buffs from Castalton as well as the Patriarch. You know, you're just getting Solyax and Tor's Battle Hymn over and over and over again. And they are just wearing out this Kislev army, or the Cathay army, so quickly. I mean, Kislev has just run away with this game already. They killed the Lord super early. They've done tons of damage to the Green Guardian. The Sky Junk is, you know, getting decent value, but it's actually going to get swarmed out by the guns here and probably shot to bits in a moment. Just push up and focus fire here, and it'll die in probably 3 volleys from all the shooting here. You got Armored Kossars and the Streltsy who can get some pretty good damage off. Boydenov's Brawlers trotting out. Really fun Kislev build. The Zargard have been doing pretty well also. They've been fighting the Peasant Horsemen. The Green Guardian they've done some damage to, obviously. Probably should move back to the number 3 to anchor it, but I guess it doesn't really matter. You know, they'll just stand out here and draw this 2,000 plus gold monster off the point. And then the Griffin Legion. Again, just out here flattening literally everything that Cathay is trying to try out onto the field. Jade Warriors going down. Iron Hill Gunners going down. Frostworm looking pretty healthy as well. 1,300 value on it already is pretty good value. Just can't afford to leave monsters like this to do so well. Kislev Monster Mash has kind of made a huge comeback. It's always been pretty good. It used to be a lot better. It got some nerfs, and then people kind of fell off on it. But, I mean, with all the Solyax Lullabies you can throw out, as well as some of the crazy Blob Punish spells that Kislev has got available to him, like Hawks of Miska, Hailstorm, and Blizzard especially from the Lore of Tempest, which is what Suga has here. Like, there's a lot of counters to the units that you might otherwise be wanting to use against stuff like the Frostworms. And it can get really ugly really quickly. Kislev is scary, dude. They can do a ton of different strategies that you have to prepare for. If they skew really heavily into one or the other, they can absolutely dominate you. And if they bring a more traditional battle line with just like tons and tons of like Zargard and Streltsy and like a really cheap Lord and Caster, they can do really well that way as well. It's Kislev's versatility that makes them great, in my opinion. Griffin Legion with 1,900 value here. 1,800 on these guys. What kind of abilities are we getting? None here. They're probably on cooldown, I would guess. That's probably why you're not seeing them. I mean, I guess against peasants, it's not that important to use it. Sky Junk has been ignored for most of the game, but now starts getting shot up. I mean, it's used all its ammo, but still killing it isn't a bad thing to do. If you kill it, your opponent can't unsummon it while it's taking damage, for 1. 2, if you do actually get rid of it or take most of its HP off, they don't get any kind of rebate. So, you know, no more supplies for Cathay. Righteous Lances coming out. Very lonely Righteous Lances. We're actually diving the Boydanov's Brawlers, which isn't a terrible idea, but there's just so many gun units around them. The second they disengage, they're just going to get absolutely blitzed. Like, the Griffin Legion are coming down from the high ground now. Going to get a really good charge off. You actually get charge acceleration as you're going down hillsides. It's not something that shows up on the stat card, but your units do get a slight increase to their charge speed when they're charging down hills. Boydanov's Brawlers getting some good shots off. And we're at about 100, now they're up to 600 value. Onyx Crowman looking to move in. Number 3 objective gets secured. The Green Guardian, only 1100 value. I mean, not terrible. It's just not having healing support for it sucks. It's such an expensive unit. Its ability is kind of gimmicky. What it does is it's a missile mirror in a radius around the Green Guardian. So if it gets within range of something that's trying to shoot it, it can actually redirect the missiles, and it can cause units to delete themselves, which is kind of hilarious. It's very limited in terms of, like, actual effect, though. Let's see what this Cathay army had in reserve exactly. It's a lot of infantry to have in reserve. Peasant long spearmen are just never going to do well against Kislev. They're way too vulnerable to the cavalry. Like, they might be able to hold up against Kossovite dervishes, but nobody's bringing Kossovite dervishes against Cathay if they're smart. They're just going to bring a ton of Griffin Legion, and Griffin Legion are going to immediately delete these guys on a good rear charge. Defending your flanks with Jade Lancers would be a better use of your money. Cathay right now just sucks. They're just bad. They're not a good faction. The people who can win with them are specialists, and all they do is, like, learn how to get around all of Cathay's weaknesses. When they start getting some more units, and they can maybe work their way around the vulnerabilities on their roster with just a wider variety of units, they'll be better. Until then, no. They're probably the weakest domination faction. They're better in the, they're better in land battles and conquest, at least. Alright, guys, let's get the finals players. Let me message them real quick. We'll get this kicked off live, hopefully. Am I joining Circius tournament in half an hour? No, I'm not. I'm doing replays. I've got so many to do. And I love casting all of y'all's stuff. And that's what I'm going to be focused on. You know, I play in like a fair number of tournaments. I play a lot of ladder more than anything. I can usually do pretty well in tournaments. I'm just not nearly as dedicated as some folks are to playing in them. I've got other stuff that I work on and do. So, I'm a little more limited on time. What's up, Hernando? How's it going, man? Where are these guys? Come on, join me. Let's see if they show up. If they don't show up, then I think we've got both of the, I think we do have both of the semis replays. Looks like we do, at least. So if they don't, we'll just watch the semis, and then we'll get the finals, and we'll go from there. Doesn't really make a difference. Who all is playing in the tournament, killing? How many signups do we have? I don't see them. Oh, a 2-faction tournament. Damn, it sounds like fun. Yeah, Circia, Daniken, Charix. Daniken's been doing really well in tournaments lately. It's been like either in top 4 or just outside of it, and on a pretty regular basis lately. Yeah, Charix is here. We got B6. Extreme Demigod is back on the scene. Somebody who won one of our new player tournaments, I'm pretty sure, and has done pretty well. Oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, what's the map? Keep forgetting that we're on Challenge, so I have to like actually come over here and check it out. Road to Talabheim. Yeah, baby. Okay, this is a pretty open map. This is the Total Tavern version as well. There's not like a huge difference between it and the CA version, but the standard Road to Talabheim has better vanguards for both sides, and doesn't have the weird stand of trees in the middle of the map that acts as a shot blocker that the CA version has. And I prefer that. And the trees actually work all the way around the map. The CA versions of some of the Total Tavern maps are kind of silly because a lot of the trees don't count as forests for some reason. I don't know why. Like, the whole point of introducing them was to have terrain features, like, why get rid of them? You know? Baffles me, but it is what it is, I guess. It was nice of them to add any of the community maps in. It'd just be really nice if they just, you know, paid an actual, like, I don't know what you'd call it, commission to all of the map pack creators and just put all of the maps in the game. Like, they're all, like, perfectly suited for just plopping in as is so that people have better map variety. And you can just have it set to random and have a map pool for, like, each season. There's so many things that they could do to make, like, an actual working ladder that's right in front of them that CA just doesn't do. Just, like, a handful of dedicated servers, like, a couple for each region, with a working leaderboard and all of the Total Tavern map pack. And each season has, like, 12 to 15, like, maps that are in rotation that people play on, and you could have, like, actual seasons. And then each person's, like, elo could be, like, aggregated at the end of the season to determine, like, placing for stuff like an Ever-Chosen Invitational, which back in, like, Warhammer 2, they were doing lots of big community events like that, which were really fun and actually drew in a lot of eyes. Was really good advertising for CA, but, you know, the company as a whole had some misplaced priorities. I think that they're struggling a little bit financially right now, so maybe they just don't have the resources currently to pull something like that off. Like, it's kind of hard to recover from a $500 million game that you never even released. That is a lot of money. I mean, that's, like, truly mind-boggling. I don't know how you fumble a bag quite that bad. I mean, it's kind of impressive that they didn't go under after it, even, in my honest opinion. So that's the kind of, like, failed business decisions that not only gets people fired, but studios completely folded in. Anyways, That's enough about that. That's maybe I could do. Maybe we should get like a deep dive lore video on it all. I'd be interested to see if anybody could get insider connections who'd be willing to talk about what was going on behind the scenes with all of that. But getting back into the game, we got a bunch of goblins, we got a bunch of black orcs. I love black orcs, man. They're really good against the Dawi too. Any great weapon infantry that's able to grind against the dwarves, generally speaking, gonna get tremendous value. And these guys have huge AP values. They are a little vulnerable when it comes to their melee defense, and the fact they don't have a shield. Dawi do have pretty good tools for pounding elites in the right kind of engagements and circumstances. But it's certainly not a gimme, and there is going to be a Mumbo Jumbo chance incoming. Can we click on them? There we go. I mean, I was going to say I'd be shocked if it wasn't here. Here it is. Pretty huge radius on this, very long duration of 30 seconds. Yeah, wow. And this gives 24 melee attack and 16 leadership with a good buff to weapon strength as well. It's definitely going to give the Greenskins a really nice frontline engagement, provided, of course, they don't just get massacred on the way in. But Morgrub's Mangy Marauders and Snagla Grobspit hiding out in the woods here for a little bit. We got Sting, which is... I don't actually know what this does. That tells you everything you need to know about Snagla. You don't see him too terribly often. I've seen some people using it, but I never see people use this item. I mean, it looks to me like it just does a flat amount of damage to like a single entity. Which isn't bad. I imagine it's probably going to do some pretty good damage to the Lord or Garagrim when it gets used. Oh, gyrocopters probably. Is it really going to do anything though? We do have the spiderweb attack snare. Very good ability. Definitely going to make the Dawi think twice about taking any kind of risky fight against the greenskin units here. Morgrubs are getting ranged out a little bit. They're well within range of these rangers. Let's say that 3 times fast. And then the gyrocopter brimstone guns get in here and immediately break their leadership. Huge loss right now. It's a 600 gold skirmish cav that you really just don't want to lose in the early going here. We also get the goblobber just throwing some rocks down the length of the field, killing a few black orcs, but they do get engaged in combat by the spider hatchlings here. And Snagla just going to be moving away now. Going right for the Iron Drakes. Nothing really punishing him right now. He did drop his snare, but not really in a position where it's going to do much. And the Sting got some pretty good damage in. Only took 1 model down, though. Probably not really worth it. I don't know, man. It seems like it's okay, just maybe a little bit too situational to use on a regular basis. Really good buffering here. Longbeards move over, get right in the path of Snagla, lock him in. A really good brain burst to disrupting Longbeards. Almost gives Snagla a path out, but the Lord actually staggers him, and this Lord is probably going to kill Snagla. As good as his stats are, this is a very dangerous cheap Dawi Lord. The Star Metal Plate gives a huge melee attack debuff, and the Iron Warden's Hammer gives him perfect vigor, so he's never going to tire out. He's going to drag Snagla down here pretty early on. Good shots from the Brimstone guns, roasting these poor goblins right now. Mumbo Jumbo chant going off in the front line. Only 1 Black Orc getting the benefit of it right now, and a lot of these guys aren't even in combat. You can see on this side they're fighting, but over here, quite a few of the Black Orcs are actually buffered out by all the goblins that are in front of them, which is really sad. You gotta be very careful about stacking infantry for that very reason. The last thing you want is your elite infantry just standing behind chaff and not doing anything. They want to be the heavy lifters, right? They're rowdy, they're angry. Let them do their business. Don't let them get stuck and not actually get anything done. Snagla dies back here. Spider lands on top of them. The squig herds do get in on the longbeards, but it's a little too late for them to be able to save their poor little gobbo. Poor little dude, man. Nasty little smile on his face as he's lying dead there. Oh, man. Grimdelvers coming up out of stalk, right up onto the flank of the Black Orcs and get a vicious volley off. These guys might break in a moment. I mean, they're getting hammered by the Goblobber as well, which is doing some pretty serious damage to them. It's not really killing all that many models currently. Black Orcs have a ton of HP for how few models they have. They only have 80 models, but they got 10,000 health. So they're pretty difficult to kill with stuff like artillery, actually. They can actually... they're one of the few infantry units that can take a direct shot from something like a cannon or a catapult and survive. At least one hit. You know, any subsequent hits will kill them, of course. Black Orcs with 1,300 value here, getting after the Iron Drakes, who do have about 700. Ruglud's hanging in here. Gargrim on his last legs. Going to try and get a little extra value. Kitty is looking pretty well situated here. Oh, no. No, not this way. Dirkit Squig's getting into Slayers. A horrible fight for them. But over here, they are able to squeeze past some of the Slayers, and they do get into the Rangers here. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing any pump wagons. Night Goblin Squig Hoppers are okay. I actually do like them for this matchup, but you can't let them get caught by Slayers. Slayers are very weak to Chariots, actually, because Chariots have good enough mass that they bulldoze through Slayers without getting stuck in combat long enough for the Slayer's damage to really come into play. That's really where I would like to see the Greenskins rest their hopes and dreams for the late game. Because if they keep sending out all these squig herds, they're just going to lose. That's the perfect target for Slayers in the late game. Is to just like get up on points that the Dawi already hold. Your opponent has to like throw infantry forward, and then you can like bring up missiles to answer the infantry. And if they send mobility, then the Slayers can peel back to the missiles and protect them. Once the Dawi get into late game situations where they've still got something of front line and a little bit of shooting, that's where they become truly unmanageable. Dawi love playing from ahead. If you get Dawi behind early, you can usually beat them pretty easily, but if they get up on you, you have to be absolutely pinpoint with your micro to come back from that. It is damn near impossible. Black Orcs in the middle, sitting and scrapping. They've got unstoppable choppas popped right now. Massive increase to their weapon strength. Ooh, excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. It looks like they're trying to kill the Lord. The Goblin Big Boss is in here. He's actually not really doing a whole lot. It actually is the Black Orcs chewing away at this guy's HP. I don't think that's going to really help that much. Killing him isn't going to effectively do anything. Most of the Dawi units are fairly healthy, and they've got a bunch of Slayers here. Obviously, Slayers are not going to care a lick about their Lord being dead, because they're unbreakable. So, they'll be fine. The Longbeards still have a decent amount of HP. Lord does go down. At least the Black Orcs are able to finish him off. They get a buff here. It's going to be Fist of Gork. Really nice imbuement. Longbeard, great weapons have their own nice amount of value. These guys have 1366, and there go the Grimdelvers again. Just wicked shots, man. I mean, they've been farming value on Black Orcs all game. They deleted some Squig Hoppers out in the open field earlier as well. The Teeth Robbers. When was... I'm baffled. Are Goblin Wolf Chariots even good? I mean, they're super low mass. Only 1,000? 12 models, which isn't any better than a pump wagon. I don't know about it, man. I'm very much not convinced of their capabilities. And yeah, the Grimdelvers turn around. They get another wicked volley off. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're going to end this game with like 2,000, I think. If the Orcs don't tap out here, that is. It's very possible that they do, though. This just looks really brutal right now. I don't think there's a whole lot that the Greenskins can do at this stage.
The enemy has captured one.
I think they went a little too thin. Snagla was kind of gimmicky, and like theoretically he can shut down the Goblobber, but I don't know if that's really even that important of a unit to shut down in the grand scheme of things. Like, it got pretty decent value. You see, it had to use most of its ammunition to get there, though. I really think, oftentimes, ignoring artillery in the early game is the way to go. And you just take the mainline engagement, and you don't be cowardly about it. Because artillery can't really shoot into you if you've got all your units engaged in melee, right? If they shoot, they're going to hit a bunch of their own guys. It may not be terrible friendly fire damage, but any amount is going to actually imbue the same leadership penalties onto your opponent as it does to you. Which I'm not sure a lot of people are aware of. I'm sure, like, some people are, of course, like, you know, people like Charix who have been playing the game for ages now. But if your artillery piece has something like take cover and just the standard passive leadership debuff that all artillery imbues on targets it hits, it applies to anything, even your own stuff. Against like Slayers and Doomseekers, obviously that won't matter, but it does matter for miners and for Dawi warriors, who do have pretty reasonable leadership for how cheap they are, but they can definitely fold up on you at the wrong moment, and if you break through the Dawi's front line and get on their missiles with infantry, and don't spend a bunch of time diving with mobility, that's actually where you have a lot more success in my experience. Against Dwarves, you don't even need the speed of Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Like, you bring maybe 2 of these guys, and then everything else you bring is just, like, a ton of infantry. You bring some, like, Orc Boys to, like, fight against the Slayers, where they can uptrade a little bit. You bring lots of Black Orcs, of course. What else do you want? Pump Wagons, and maybe some Mangler Squigs. If you go for a big mobility build, kind of like what the Greenskins did here, you don't have nearly as much ability to stick and move. And just with how slow Dwarves are, your infantry are always going to be able to get up to the front a little bit quicker. I mean, the Dawi's quickest unit on the field is Slayers, and they've only got 40 speed at base. They're pretty brutally slow across the board. And, you know, gyros can only go so quick, right? Having an answer for the gyros is also pretty important, but that's where Orc Arrow Boys come in. Rugleds are fine. I don't hate bringing them here, but you definitely need to have, like, a nice core of archers to be able to keep the brimstone guns off your back. Either that or a Doomdiver catapult, because Doomdivers have tracking ammo that's actually fairly effective at hitting brimstone guns, last that I checked at least. You could probably rack up some pretty good value there and keep these things honest. Because they've come in and they did okay damage the first time around, but they did also get their shots off here with the burnt effect, and they also apply the attacked by artillery leadership debuff. See if they shoot here. Come on. Get an attack order. I'd like to show it off. Yeah, there we go. So you can see they imbue a -18 to leadership, and it immediately breaks these Orc Boys who just rallied. That's what they've really been doing most of the game. Hitting low units, forcing routes out of them, just maneuvering around and being annoying that way. One of them goes down here. Not 100% sure to what. Maybe a volley from the Morgrubs in combat here.
You have been bested.
They're doing pretty good. Dawi just had a stranglehold on the points, dude. I mean, they got this one over here, very secure. Middle's secure. And they're mopping up most of what's on this side point for the Greenskins. It was a scrappy game, for sure. But I think the Greenskins needed to refine their build a little bit more. I like the Night Goblin Big Boss. I like the Savage Orc Great Shaman. I'm really not disappointed seeing him. The buffs are great. They actually did help the Black Orcs out a lot. But you got to be a little more careful with all of your Black Orcs, because one of them got deleted by the Grimdelvers. You can't leave an expensive unit like this out in the open field to get shot to death like that. And what else? Snagla is so expensive for what little utility he provides here. Rusty arrows are nice. You could get the Night Goblin Fanatics. Oh, Night Goblin Fanatics would be great here too. The Squig Herds are fine. Just get rid of all these Squig Hoppers. I don't think you need this many. I don't think you need all these Spider Riders and Wolf Raiders. And the Teeth Robbers, probably not as well. You know what? Let's actually go to the big board here for a moment. Oh, my goodness. Come on, game. Hello, well. I don't know what's going on with the game right now. I just casually had Arkin in my Greenskins build. Anyways, I'm going to show you what I typically bring for the Dawi as the Greenskins. I don't play this matchup, like, a ton. Fairly well experienced with it. Language of the Boys, nice buff. You know, melee defense, leadership, ITP. ITP not super important against the Dawi, but it does help a little bit. Pretty sure they do have some fear-causing units on the roster. Maybe they don't at all. What the hell is this? Well, never mind. The ITP isn't that great, but the extra stats are. You'll be by your boys often enough that the melee defense and leadership will be good. And Grom just does a ton of damage being disruptive and riding around the field. You can cut that, though, if you want just bring Lucky Banner. I would always recommend Lucky Banner, though, because the damage resistance is huge. If he does end up in the LOS of a gun unit and he pops this, it'll keep him alive that much longer. AP Loonies can be pretty good. Probably bring them in Vanguard, though. Just a bunch of Orc Boys. You can do the triple Black Orcs if you want. An Orc Shaman. Running in on foot with just Fist and Here We Go. Really not a bad call. Super cheap. You can maneuver them around fairly easily away from any Dawi units that are trying to gun them down early. You can get Rugloods, and then like 2 Savage Orc Air Boys. Maybe up them. Just because it'll give them a little more accuracy and reload skill. Make them a little bit more effective. And I would just thoroughly recommend as many flappers as you can fit into your build. These things hit hard as hell. Their mass is a little deceptive. They get this Pump Harder Lads that gives them more speed and charge speed as well as bonus. Which makes a big difference for when they actually impact units because they push through better than something like the Teeth Robbers. And they've just got good weapon strength. Like, the problem with the Teeth Robbers is that they are just not a high-impact unit on the charge. Plus, they count for a 360 degree shooting unit. This doesn't matter that much, because, again, you're probably not bringing that many of your Forest Goblin Spider Riders and Morgrubs. I like the Morgrubs here. You can definitely bring them. But for that third chariot slot, just bring the Flappas, dude. I mean, Teeth Robbers I just don't ever see being all that important or useful. They're squishy, they've got like no armor, melee attack and melee defense is really low on them. The second a Slayer touches the Teeth Robbers, they're just gonna die. I mean, they're literally gonna get sneezed on and disappear into the ether. And that's gonna be no bueno for you. You could do a nasty Skulker, like one in reserve, to creep around the edge of the map with the Stalk to maybe try and get on top of the artillery crews or something. You can probably do the same with just like a regular Night Goblin, though. And that's maybe what the 8 big loonies should be prioritizing, so just bring them. Rusty Errors, still a pretty good call. I don't know, man. Artillery, it can work. Maybe you just don't want it. Squig Herds are solid. Get 1 Mangler Squig. I actually like them against the Dwarves. They're pretty strong. They can get some pretty good damage off. Their explosion does good damage to infantry as well, so you can get some good value that way. Savage orcs. Yeah, maybe 2 of them. And you got 1,800 gold left here. Just mix and match with whatever you want. I would recommend another black orc. But you can also go for some mobility, like you were seeing that last game if you want to, I guess. Do some squig hoppers. Although really, orc boar boys are probably the better bet. They're still really quick. They've got better armor with a shield. Totally lacking on the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. I think the Boar Boys will just hold up better. They won't vanish completely if they eat a volley or attack a Slayer unit. They'll at least be able to pull out of combat without getting totally massacred. There you go. I mean, this is honestly a pretty good anti-Dawi build. You've got a decent amount of mobility that can like compromise the gun line. You've got lots of infantry. Still got some mobility. A little bit of everything. I'm congratulating Kitty real quick. It was a really well played Dawi game. I just got really sucked into talking about the greenskin side of things. The reason that I'm doing that is just because Dawi are the faction that people struggle with the most when they come into this game, because they play totally different from everybody else. They're obnoxiously difficult to break. They're cheap, they go wide, they've got good guns, they've got good artillery, and they can just blast you off the field if you don't know how to play against them. So trying to help people like figure that matchup out makes the game a little less annoying. Because Dawi are also really popular, you know. It feels bad if you just run into Dawi all the time and you just don't know how to deal with them and just lose every single time. That's definitely going to damper enthusiasm for the game as a whole. Sweet. Alright, guys. We've got lots more replays to get through. Oh, yeah, DLC stuff. That's right. Damn. Okay, let's make a DLC-less Greenskins build, then. Although, isn't the Savage Orc Great Shaman tied up with the, Omens DLC? I know that he got added with it, but I'm pretty sure he might I don't know, though. Maybe not. Maybe because he's just a regular variant of Warzak. Okay, well, let's do a real quick Greenskins build with just base units. You can pretty much do the exact same build still. He's got Rugloods. Are they not Omens of Destruction? You can get these guys early and they can kind of creep around the map. Definitely want a Doom Diver. Do one Doom Diver. And especially on that map that we just saw, Road to Talabheim, it's actually a really good position for it to sit at. There's these stands of trees. You can cover an entire objective in most of the middle with the Doom Diver from there. Gyros are pretty short range, so you can easily fire over the top of the trees and reach back there without too many problems. Alright, let's do 3 Orc Boar Boys then. Some more Orc Boys. Squig Herd. Max out on those, since you don't theoretically have the Flappas. Do the Hammer of Gork as well. Or you can save that. You can bring Orc Boar Chariots instead. These things are still okay. They can do pretty good damage to the Dawi. They come with the base roster. I think Stone Trolls might be DLC. I know the Rogue Idols and the Colossal Squigs are... Just max out on the Boar Chariots, maybe. And then Rusty Ears in reserve. Now, you do have the DLC, because we had Snaggle on the field. I just realized. So DLC wasn't the question. And we had the Goblin Big Boss, so at the very least has the most recent one. If you don't have Warden in the Paunch, though, you can just not bring the Flappas and you still do the Boar Chariots, and you can bring a Gumball. The Acid Burpa is honestly a really ridiculous anti-infantry piece. It does a crazy amount of damage. It's silly, man. This thing bullies characters, it bullies infantry, it deletes blobs with acid burps. This does a lot of damage. You can get like 500 value just by popping acid burps on a nice bunched up blob of like units. And that'll be really good value trade for you. There you go. There's like a mostly DLC-less Greenskins build, just with the one that we know that Babatunde has access to. Just maneuver the Acid Burpa around well enough, and you don't even have to worry about it getting shot up. It's got a lot of HP, too. And you can always bring... you could always put Empowering Shrooms on the Acid Burpa if you want to stop its rampages. It getting rampaged would be a big issue. But you can definitely keep it from doing so by utilizing that. Maybe this is a little too much mobility. The risk with bringing too many mobile units against the Dawi is that they just, you know, go crazy, crazy wide and you can't even find a way into their formation anymore. Chariots get around it, but like Boar Boys and stuff don't do that nearly as well. So you want to just, like, use these guys a little bit more, sparingly, I guess. Yeah, Rugleds or Omens, okay. Dwarves are brutal. Lost against them with Wood Elves. It was close. The Miners just swarmed me. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Dawi in the late game with all their cap weight get pretty rowdy on the objectives. Because they can throw so many units out of Vanguard. It's because of how many Miners they're allowed to bring. If you haven't, like, crushed them off the points in the early going and you're trying to scrap with them at the end of the game, that's where you run into problems against them. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's watch Scott on the Beastmen against the Warriors of Chaos. The Warriors of Chaos actually have some good mobility to counter Centigores in the form of Hellstriders and also Burning Head. Burning Head is filthy against the Beastmen, dude. It is crazy how strong. it is into this faction. I mean, bye-bye any Ungor herd that you've got. Bye-bye Gore herd. Do have a bunch of Bestigors here, which is a good call. You got Malagor up in the sky, of course. There's no Spirit Leech for Archeon. And Mally could just, like, fly over all the infantry and Hellstrider fights and just plop down Flock of Doom. I mean, he doesn't have to do a whole lot else. That's kind of his only job in a lot of matchups, and he does it damn good. So he's flying in. He's got his creepy little totem staff. I don't need a nut shot. Here we go. It's like the remains of some unfortunate Empire general, I'm sure, who's been strapped to the end of it. Archeon charging out of the forest, right down into the open field. Slayer of Kings, Burning Head, Kindle Flame. No frills, no thrills, but just solid all the way around, man. Archie is the most meta lord for the Warriors of Chaos for a reason. It's very hard for him to not get his value back. You have to actively fumble him away
We have a victory
to
from the foe.
not get decent work done with him. Gets into the Pestigors. I would not really recommend doing that, but, I mean, dropping a Burning Head here, not bad at all. The other Pestigors just kind of move out of the way, though. I mean, that was a decent Burning Head. Probably want to wait a little longer for the front lines to collide, because you actually got a lot of armor in your front line for random Cuban. You got these Forsaken, you got 2 Aspiring Champions moving up here, so the Aspiring Champions fix the Pestigors in place, and hopefully get both of them in a pretty straight line. Then you use Burning Head to hit both of them at the same time. Otherwise, maybe a little bit of a waste. It's a decently expensive spell. I mean, you can use a lot of Burning Heads over the course of a game, but you want to try and get like the maximum amount of value every time that you're popping it. Sons of Goros need to get the hell out of here. They do not want to get charged by Hellstriders, and it actually looks like they're going to get hit straight up, which is a disaster for them. They're a pretty strong unit. They've got a little bit more armor than your... This is... No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, we just gotta pause for a sec. I gotta catch my breath. Because this is sad to see. There's one thing that you cannot let happen against Hellstriders when you have Centaurs. Do not let Hellstriders get the charge off. Ever. No. Hellstriders win so hard on the charge, it's not even funny. And then, if you do get charged, don't bother disengaging, because you literally can't. They have 100 speed, they've got poison. Sons of Goros are fast, but you can see they're not getting away from those guys. Like, they're just going to get dragged down as they're retreating, and 1,250 gold units probably going to die in the early moments of this game, which is just not a good sight, man. You gotta play a little bit more carefully. You don't even need to disengage here as the Warriors of Chaos. There's really no reason to. I mean, you got 2 Hellstriders here. I got a bunch of Forsaken over here. The Forsaken could scream around the flank while the Aspiring Champions just, like, take the fights in the middle. Hellstriders can get back in here and make sure to hound down the Sons of Goros. Sons of Goros actually get the charge off this time. This is where they'll actually have some success. The reason for that is because they have good armor and a good charge bonus in their own right. So they actually survive a little bit of the impact initially. And can value trade decently well. The problem, though, is that they're already pretty beat up, and again, they cost 1,250 gold. I mean, they're almost double the cost of this Hellstrider, who's just been relentlessly hounding them. I mean, rip. It's a big loss early on. Flock of Doom comes in, a little bit of damage on these guys. Beautiful Burning Head on the Ungor Herd. Only hits one of them, though. Does curve out of the second Ungor Herd unit. Very fortunate for the Beastmen, but they are down big time right now. And Hellstriders catch Centaurs on the edge of the fight here. I lost in a finals match against Oishi recently, where, you know, Oishi basically spammed out Hellstriders all game with a bunch of Marauder Horsemen. I can tell you from experience, the best thing for you to do as the Beastmen in this matchup is to bring a lot of Centaurs early on. Like, front load your build with at least 2 Centaurs. That way, when your opponent starts summoning in all the Hellstriders, you don't have to spend more money than your opponent trying to bring in mobile answers. You've already got them available. The Bestigor herds are pretty solid. They're good. They can definitely grind through the front line pretty capably. They're doing very well here, in fact. The problem is if you lose the mobility edge against the Warriors of Chaos as the Beastmen, they can just run circles around your Bestigors with stuff like throwing axes. Hellstriders can also charge in and disengage pretty well. And it might be kind of hard to keep them all in the field. Where's the Soul of Damnation as well? No Soul of Damnation is definitely a choice. I mean, Beastmen have some ways to deal with it, apparently. Amber Spear is a pretty good spell for killing the Soul of Damnation, apparently. Which is something I didn't know, but I'll definitely be making use of in the future, I think. No Great Weapon Warriors. There's the throwing axes. Okay, now the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are coming out. And they should easily be able to manhandle the besties. Forsaken get hit by a nice Flock of Doom, helping out the Bestigors here, who are going to win this fight. They did take a decent amount of damage on the charge, though, and Archaon is kind of chipping away at him here. Any more Burning Heads coming out of Archie? There's not a ton of good targets right now. Just because there's a lot of Bestigor herds left on the field where, you know, they've got enough armor that they're not going to care too much about it. But this Gore herd, as well as these Pestigors, would be a pretty good, time to use a Burning Head on these guys. I mean, like, right down the pipe on all of them while they're blobbed up on Archie would be a pretty huge win, and it would definitely get you back in this game. Look at the Beastmen, dude. I mean, they are just swarming all over the infantry here. The Aspiring Champions have honestly done really poorly here. They got surrounded by the Bestigors. It doesn't matter, again, doesn't matter how elite you are. If you're surrounded by a bunch of dudes who are just pissed off and sauced to the gills on whatever weird drugs the Beastmen might be taking, with all that AP, they're easily going to be able to get through the 110 armor that Aspiring Champions have. Or 120. I mean, Aspiring Champions are great until they get just totally swamped in units and they just can't hold anymore. Nice Terror Route going down from Archie. But the Bestigors are still hanging in, and they do have Archaon surrounded as well. Oh my god, are they going to kill Archaon? Nah, he is able to pull away. Barely, though. 1,600 value on our boy here. Hellstriders coming in, sweeping up some Pesties. Getting attacked by Harpies right now. Definitely don't want to be fighting the Bestigor herd there. Forsaken out. Marauder Horsemen looking to do some damage. I'm actually really liking the Harpy pressure. They're actually pretty good against Horsemen. Because while they don't have great melee attack, melee defense on Marauder Horsemen is pretty low at 26. And these guys have 38 melee defense. So they're actually, like, fairly good combatants against a skirmish cav unit like this. I've been incorporating just, like, one or two Fury, or not Furies, but one or two Harpies in a little bit more of my Beastmen builds lately. I've been fairly impressed with them recently. It was looking rough for Scott. Every single game, dude, Scott looks like he's struggling immensely, and then is just able to grind the value back, just with, you know, like, nice counter summons, good pressure on mobile units, and just, you know, utilizing the melee infantry that he's got available to him as effectively as possible against his opponents, like, swarms. Like, all these Bestigor herds have gotten some pretty solid value, as well as the Pesties. They've done well. Ungor herd are just hanging in. Gore herd with about 400 there. God, 1,600 gold value on those Bestigor herd right there. 1,800 here. Where's the here's the remaining unit. He did have 3. Wow, they all got an uptrade. That's pretty wild, man. So they really have carried the Beastmen here. Without those Bestigor Herd, they probably would have already lost the game at this point. The Gore Herd have been solid, but the Burning Heads have done a pretty good job of breaking them down. They're going to get into a fight here with the backing of their Bestigor buddies. And this is one of the instances where stacking infantry isn't that big of a deal. At the very least, they're fighting toe-to-toe with one another, although Archaon getting the terror routes is always the threat. Maybe you do want to spread them out, even if it does mean that they might just get overwhelmed by the numbers. What is this? Oh, another Flock of Doom. They've been pretty well placed. Hitting a lot of units at once is kind of just what you have to do if you want value out of Flock of Doom. It's a good spell, it's just one that is very reliant on the fact that your opponent is like either mispositioning units or you're just hitting a super high value cavalry piece, right? It's really good against Hellstriders, because Hellstriders love trying to isolate Centigors and double teaming them. Because Centis can do pretty reasonable damage in a one-on-one against Hellstriders. Preferably you want to get 2 Hellstriders in on a Centigor. That's where you use Malagor to punish the Flock of Doom, and you can just really nuke down your opponent's mobility. Tuskor Chariot's getting in here as well. They're running over some of the Marauders currently. Very cost-effective chariot. Not quite as good as a Razorgore Chariot in my experience, but still respectable enough that it's worth bringing if you just want to save a little bit of money. Especially if you're already bringing the Bestigor herds and like heavily armored infantry that can do pretty good damage in melee combat with their AP values. There's not really any reason to avoid chariots as Beastmen. It's one of your best value trade tools. They all do pretty reasonable AP damage. They've got good charge bonuses. They're fast. Decent leadership and armor on both of them as well, the Tuskor and the Razorgore. It does make it pretty difficult for Hellstriders to kill them quickly. Goreherd up in here, grinding. The fact that the Warriors of Chaos don't have any way to damage Malagor is probably the biggest issue they're running into. Because again, like, they've done pretty well in the early game, and they did finally push all the Bestigor herds off, but they haven't really been able to, like, maintain any real infantry presence on the field. Like, the subsequent waves of Forsaken that have been coming in are honestly not value trading very well. They've been pretty mediocre. They do reasonable damage to Goreherd, but mostly that's just on the charge. Goreherd actually outgrind Forsaken because they just have better like melee attack, weapon strength, and melee defense for a long grind. The armor helps out a lot, but there is a 125 gold cost difference. And with the swarming ability of the Beastmen, you're just going to get these guys isolated more often than not. Forsaken are better at supporting flank fights where they can help out against Centigors than they are against the mainline infantry. It's just one of those situations where what looks like a good fight on paper for the Forsaken just is... no, very much not. It's a deceptively mediocre fight for the Warriors of Chaos to take on a regular basis. Archaon's making it a little bit easier because he's getting a lot of terror routes going. But there's more Pestigors. There's just more and more infantry coming out in the field. The Harpies are being very aggressive still. They've actually value traded pretty nicely also. Another Bestigor herd. Slowly trotting out onto the field. By slowly, I mean with 42 foot speed, which does make them quite a bit faster than everything that the Warriors of Chaos could bring other than the Forsaken. Forsaken are one of the only things that can, like, match the Beastmen for speed infantry-wise. It's just a shame that Forsaken downtrade so badly into quite a few of the Beastmen units. Goreherd, as long as the Goreherd aren't just, like, totally alone and isolated. Pestigors actually do pretty respectable damage to Forsaken, and then Bestigors just absolutely dominate these guys. Oh no, what are you doing, Malagor? Malagor lands on the ground, and Archaon is looking to get the full surround with the Hellstriders here. Oh my god, this is a disaster. Why did he land back here? I mean, I understand you want to be aggressive with your lords, you don't want to just leave them to do nothing all game, but sometimes you gotta be a little dastardly when it comes to utilizing your characters. Malagor is okay in melee combat, but only against lightly armored stuff. You know, he's got decent enough combat stats at 52-45, with about 400 weapon strength. Good charge bonus as well, but he's lightly armored and doesn't have a lot of HP, so that was scary. Archaon actually retreats. I think he got spooked by the Pesties and the Gore Herd that were here. Wasn't really going to value trade very well in that fight. A lot of blobbed up infantry here again. You do get a huge break in the Forsaken. Why did they break? Their leadership is at 0, but stabilizes now? That's so unfortunate, man. They had a lot of HP to grind with still, and them breaking actually does give the Beastmen the objective. That's going to probably give them the win. I mean, they're down in value. Here's the thing about that. It's very deceptive for 2 reasons. Beastmen, very good at chasing stuff off. They've actually chased quite a few Hellstriders off the field, as well as some of the throwing axes with the Harpies. 2, subsequent summons of units, especially stuff like Hellstriders and Forsaken, who can come out onto the battlefield like multiple times very quickly in succession. After the first or second summon, oftentimes the damage value is just not counted for the unit dying again. Which is just really funky. I don't know what the deal with that is. So for an army with only 20 units, where random Cubans probably summoned some of these units out for a 3rd time, there's a lot of value that the Beastmen are getting, killing stuff that just isn't applying to the damage value bar here. You just got to be able to read the battlefield. Never, ever trust this thing. It's a liar. I can't tell you how many times I've thought I was winning because I was like, oh, I'm up 2,000 value. Nope, not at all. It's really bad against, like, chaff factions, like the Greenskins and the Skaven. Undead are always very hard to get a good read on. Over time, with practice, you'll like start to see the battlefield a little bit more clearly and really understand where you have a genuine advantage and where you might be in danger.
The enemy has captured one of...
And they do get a flip over here, but the Beastmen are moving up on the number 2, and they didn't really need to even hold on to the point. They held on to it long enough that now it's just a single cap game. And Scott, you know, just holding with the Gore Herd here, not a bad idea because Hellstriders are so quick. If you leave this point and you get up here, your opponent could just summon out a Hellstrider to cap that away from you. Aspiring Champions finally get up on the point, fighting all game. Mind you, they've both been summoned out once already, and they only got about half of their total cost the first time around for each of them. And they're just now paying themselves off for their first summon, let alone the second. That's a big uphill climb. Oof. Damn, dude. 2 games from Scott and 2 comeback wins. This Bestigor Herd got 2,700 value. This is definitely the one that got summoned out twice, but that's cost efficiency. This is a 1050 gold unit. Every single one of them up-traded, albeit one of them just by about 100 gold. But that's still excellent. And the Pestigors also got good value. Malagor got good value. Oh my god. There were only 2 Centaurs in this build. There were a lot of Harpies, and the Harpies got good work done also. I might steal this Beastman build for my next game against the Warriors of Chaos, because what are the Warriors of Chaos going to do? I mean, they can Burning Head all they want in the early game, but the Bestigors aren't going to go anywhere. Forsaken can't beat this. Blood Beast could, I guess. And the Soul of Damnation, I guess you probably want to just bring the Soul of Damnation out. It would have been able to do really well against all of those Beastmen. Let's see what happens here. We've got our other semis game. Let's cast this real quick. I'm very curious to see how Bobby played this. Snagla can actually work against factions with really expensive lords because greenskins, they've got good mobility that can surround characters like Archeon with the Orc Boarboy Biggins, and they can kill combat characters like that pretty quickly with the AP. You quit Coast because of Dawi? Oh my god. Real talk for Brosi. Heard, dude. Can you run through how lizards fight against the dwarves? Got owned against them in the tournament. Yeah, let me do this quick replay, and then I'll get into that. We can even watch your replay, and I can give you some pointers. It's not like the easiest Lizardmen matchup in the world. But again, it is based primarily, I would say, on just matchup knowledge. Once you figure out how to counter the dwarves, the same like applications for most factions apply across the board, right? It's mostly just learning how to fight an attritional battle against the dwarves on a more like cost-effective basis than they can handle because of how slow they are. Really good damage going down on these Marauder Horsemen right now. The Morgrum's Mangy Marauders, they got hit by one really nasty volley from throwing javelins here. But Snagla comes in. I think he got a snare off on these guys, and then the Spider Hatchlings actually got in and did a pretty decent amount of damage there. Nice burning head on the Orc boys, but not really all that devastating. It's going to hit the Rusty Arrows, maybe, although they barely squeak away from that thing. Burning Head rotation. Ah, there we go. But then it immediately wiggles out. Burning Head is, it's always doing that, just wiggling around. You can never tell where it's really going to make its biggest impact, or if it's even going to at all. I've seen some pretty hilarious Burning Heads in my time. I saw one where somebody like cast it from one end of a unit and it immediately just curved out of them. It was pretty iconic. It would have been a really good Burning Head if it had actually followed a straight line. But it's a pretty randomized wind spell. It's one of the few wind spells that actually has like a random moving path. It's one of the things that balances it. Usually it's pretty consistent though. Orc boys getting a sneaky stabbing from the Goblin Great Shaman, who is on the Arachnarok Spider. Really not a bad mount. It's very thick, tons of HP. Vindictive Glare, sneaky stabbing, and don't even try it. Very, very strong kit here. Vindictive Glare, not very good from close range though. I don't know what it is. There's like a, it's like if you're firing like a rocket out of a rocket launcher. It's like a minimum priming distance that you need before it starts to track. So if you fire Vindictive Glare and some magic missiles from too close in, they just fire at the opponent's position. And if they move, it'll actually miss them. Because it doesn't have time to like lock onto them, I guess. But not that big of a deal for the greenskins here. They've really ground down the Forsaken here. I mean, Rugloods and the Morgrobes have been doing some pretty serious work, just poking away from a distance. Orc Airboys being protected back here, also counter-firing pretty decently. Hellstriders just being thrown up into Orc Boys. And Goblins. Oh no, what are you doing? With the Broken Tusk Mob here, easy win for the greenskins. You gotta be really careful with your Hellstriders. You know, Hellstriders are a great unit, but they are very micro-intensive. You can't just throw them up into infantry like that. Got a cycle charge if you want to take on infantry fights with them. Hammer of Gork goes down. It got a little bit of damage, but the Hellstriders snuck through and got on top of it. Squig Herd just not thick enough to be able to save that crew, unfortunately. Out here, we got Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers with the assist, the alley-oop from the Durkit Squigs, all over these guys, crushing them on the flank. Beautiful, beautiful counters from Bobby here. Obviously knows how to beat the Warriors of Chaos. Maybe it's just those damn Dawi, dude. You know. Nothing worse than a faction that's got 20 speed across the board with, you know, a million missile units that'll just absolutely pummel you before you can get any kind of clean engagements on them. Broken Tusk Mob sitting in here, fighting an awful lot at this point. They're probably going to go down in a few moments here. They're holding pretty nicely still, though. And we do get a really nice Vindictive Glare onto Archie. Archie's looking pretty beat up. Goblin Great Shaman is too by that same token, though, and the infantry presence for the Greenskins is pretty worn out here. Definitely get these Orc Boys pushing forward, either to screen out the Javelins here, or just to support their Lord. You know, the Goblin Great Shaman doesn't have a lot of leadership and can break if you're not careful with them. But the Goblin Big Boss is in on the rear of Archaon, and what kind of spells might we get? We don't get anything. Oh no, the Goblin Great Shaman going down. Oh my god. Brutal. Maybe the Squig Herds are going to make the difference. They do get a good charge off onto the rear of a lot of this infantry. And you can see how cost-effective these things are. I mean, they just rack the value up, dude. Despite being a, you know, pretty mediocre unit in terms of stats, it's how cheap they are and their charge bonus that actually gets Squig Herds a lot of value. But the Aspiring Champions should be able to ignore the stats for the most part. Their melee defense is just a little too much for the Squig Herds to deal with. Probably going to be able to handle those guys. Durkit Squigs running in Forsaken, getting a pretty good charge off. Decent value on these guys. Morgrubs being unsummoned, although they do run into melee contact, and the summon gets cancelled. Goblins, Orc Boys coming in. Rugloods and the Rusty Errors online here, though. Very nice armor sundering effect on them. Making it a lot easier to get the value trades going there. Squig Herd pushed back, 200 value on them, not that great. It is nice to have buffering for them, that's where they really shine. But even without it, they're still doing alright. And the penalty is not being applied for the leadership yet. This guy's actually got to run off the field. And here's the thing, when a Lord runs off the field, there is a -16 leadership penalty and a -10 perpetually after that, but only for a limited time. If your Lord dies, the leadership damage is permanent. If they rout off the field, I think it stops after 3 minutes. It's a pretty decent duration, but it is a lot more survivable. Sometimes it's worth leaving your opponent's Lords to rout off, but for an expensive Lord like that, honestly, better to kill them. It's very unlikely they're going to resummon that Lord anyways. Archaon, he's got 1900 HP. He's gotten good value up to this point. The Warriors of Chaos are just looking so thin on the ground. They're beat up. Their elites have come back in, but are getting overwhelmed by numbers now. Hellstriders getting dragged down. Moonhowlers get a good engage on the Marauder Horsemen, going to be able to drag them to their early doom. Rugloods get pushed back. Same with the Rusty Errors here. Should be able to rally. Aspiring Champions taking the point. It's going to take them so long to get this, though. Especially if they're getting shot and if the Goblin Spears arrive in time, which they very much should. I mean, there's no reason that they wouldn't be able to get up on there soon. Aspiring Champions here, just totally stuffed up off the point. More Hellstriders and more Forsaken coming in. This is a little bit of panic, I think. Thick is getting good damage with Archaon. He is routing quite a bit of stuff with his Terror. Shattered the Rusty Errors here. I just don't think he's functional enough to be able to carry in the late game. I don't think there's any burning heads left. Although, we'll see about it. This is a really close-fought game. I mean, Warriors of Chaos theoretically have a value lead, but I don't really see it, honestly. It's not terrible for them, but it just doesn't look advantageous enough. Oh, the Hammer of Gort comes back out. Oh my goodness. Beautiful first shot coming in here against the Forsaken. There is enough magic for a Burning Head going right down the pipe on the Orc Boys. Nice work from Archeon. But the Goblin Big Boss nipping at the heels of the Ever-Chosen. I swear, I feel like this guy's actually doing damage, but it just seems like maybe he isn't. I can never tell. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not tracking the value for what he's doing. What is he up to? Come on, shank something, buddy. Yeah, he kills the Forsaken there. Very well done. Alright. I got him 5 value. Amazing. What is the point of this character, then? Oh my god. And he routes randomly. Very bizarre. He immediately rallies on the leadership. Sometimes that just happens. I don't know what to tell you. It's a bizarre situation. Sometimes units just randomly break. Oh my god. The absolute troll summon. Snagla comes out of the Vanguard spawn, immediately pops the snare on the Hellstriders, and then throws the Spider Hatchling summon on them. And uses one of his Sting abilities on them as well, which is nice. He didn't get a lot of value the first time around, though. I feel like Snagla is just a little too expensive. I mean, he's like 1,800 gold with all of his kit. He's pretty pricey, man. Taking down some Hellstriders with the assistance of his Hatchlings, which is nice. I would probably try and get something over here, though, for the Greenskins to finish those guys up. Squigherd's coming in to help against these Aspiring Champions who are still grinding out a bunch of value. Forsaken being pushed back here. More Forsaken coming in to get massacred by the Goblobber. See some incoming shots. Let's see what kind of impact this thing actually has. A little lackluster, that volley. Still got something, and Hellstriders actually get pushed off by the Spiderlings and the Rugloods with 1,400 value. Beautiful stuff, man. Such a good unit. I mean, not only are these guys a much longer range bow unit than your standard Orc Arrow Boy, but they got great combat stats. 32 melee defense, good weapon strength, decent melee attack as well with good armor of 70. Almost never a disappointment in my experience. They either uptrade like they are now, or they at least get their value back. You know, sometimes a unit just isn't gonna, like, uptrade tremendously, but anytime that's your, like, range of performance on something, is pretty telling as to whether it's, like, a top-tier unit or not. The fact that these guys very rarely downtrade is pretty massive. Snagla and the Goblin Big Boss grinding down the Forsaken, and that Goblobber with the blinded effect, that's probably been giving a lot of opportunities for the Orc Boys to trade a lot more favorably, and they actually do have pretty good value on some of these guys. Just the fact that Orc Boys are so cheap, though, is like their biggest selling point. Wow, the Rotting Riders coming in? I've not been paying attention to the supplies. That's kind of a crazy summon at this stage. That's a lot of money, man. What are they gonna do here? I mean, maybe, yeah, they'll kill Snagla, sure. I would just get the Goblobber to immediately start focusing these guys. Really nice Burning Head, man. Very patient Burning Heads, too. Not just blowing all of them in the early game and kind of saving them for engagements at the end. I do really like. Rotting Riders killing Snagla, I'm not super surprised. More shots from the Goblobber coming in. Is it going to start killing any models? Yeah, it kills a couple. Nothing too insane. It takes a lot of HP off these guys and debuffs their stats, more importantly. The issue, though, is that the tickets are looking terrible for you. And your opponent is kind of pressing you on the back point as well. Rotting Riders can only be in one place at a time. I mean, they are cleaning up the #1 objective here. Look at all the terror routes going down. We got terror route over here. We got a shatter here. Terror route over here. This guy terror routes and then shatters. Beautiful stuff from them. What do we have capping the point, though? I mean, you got to get on it, dude. You don't have much time to screw around here. Your opponent did back cap you. Even though you'll take it back relatively quickly, it's going to be just that little bit of extra time that you're not up capping another point here. The Rotting Riders have to be getting over on the #3 right now, and Archaon needs to just hide behind this pillar. And the Hounds have to take the point, man. Like, the Forsaken are getting it, but are they going to get it before the game winds out? I mean, it is a triple cap for Bobby currently. And the cap over here is so slow because the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers got up on this point and are able to defend it, man. Good charge down on the Goblins. I think this back point is just going to be too much to ask for. I mean, you got a bunch of Broken Tusk Mob, you got some Goblins, the Squig Hoppers got up here, and that is going to be game, set, and match. I think with, like, maybe 4 more minutes, the Warriors of Chaos would have had a pretty decisive victory, but, you know, that's why you gotta be careful about your objective play, man. You just can't let your back point get swung by cheap mobility. That's definitely what got Bobby the win here. I'd play a little more carefully with the Great Shaman, but other than that, everything seemed pretty solid. Archer's got okay value. The Wolf Raiders, they were okay. Wolf Riders, I guess. Wolf Raiders are the Chaos Dawi variant. Squig Herds were fine. I would get one more Orc Boarboy Biggin. Just one. Like, 3 is the sweet spot for me, personally. So good at value trading. And they crush Hellstriders. They win the initial charge. They've got enough armor to survive through it, and their bonus versus large is enough to get around the low melee defense that Hellstriders actually have. Good value on a couple of these guys, but it wasn't amazing. Maybe if the Rotting Riders come out earlier, I think the Warriors of Chaos are okay. Their terror routes in the late game were pretty huge. They were getting some really nice value, and they are a unit that the Greenskins struggle against. Because their boar boys for the Greenskins can struggle against elite anti-large cavalry. Alright, do we have any Lizardmen versus Dawi games? Chaos Dawi, Tzeentch, Wood Elves, Cathay. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna look through here. I'll just click on all these just to check and make sure. This is pretty cool. Kislev and the High Elves. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna back out of this one. This is an interesting Wood Elf build. There's no magic. You really do need magic as the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are one of the more magic-reliant factions in the game, in my experience. They don't do too well without it. They either need it to clear out cavalry, help their mobility engagements, or to like hammer single entities, because they do have dark magic with like Soul Stealer. I think they have a death magic Spellsinger as well, but life magic is usually what the Wood Elves thrive on. Just being able to heal up all their ranged tools is really nice. We're gonna back out here though, because I do want to see about any other replays. I want to be able to inform you about how lizards kill the Dawi, because it is actually a pretty decent matchup. I would just really like a visual reference for it. Otherwise, I'm just talking into the abyss a little bit. No, that's versus the Dark Elves. Did you leave a replay in here? In chat? Or can you send it to me? Otherwise, I mean, I guess I'll just make you a build that I've had success with as the Lizards against the Dawi real quick. Yeah, I don't see any Lizards Dawi. All right, I'll make a build real quick for the Lizards into Dawi. It's pretty straightforward. You do want to go fairly cheap on your Lord. I actually really like Gorok in this matchup. You bring Mace of Ulamok and Rock of Itza, and he's actually really durable. It's kind of hard to kill. You can bring one Rev Crystal as well for heals on important units. Red-crested skinks are pretty good. Some skink cohorts are pretty reasonable against the dwarves. Skink Priest, you keep him in reserve. So the thing you do with this guy, you bring him with Roiling Skies passive, and you pop Uranon's Thunderbolt and Harmonic Convergence as much as possible. Cheap as hell, decent buff spell, really good damage spell against the Dawi. Uranon's does sick damage, even against the 35% spell resistance that the dwarves have. You just use this on any blob or backline missile unit that you need to get some damage on. Curse of the Midnight Wind, not really all that good. Dawi are so heavily armored that the armor reduction isn't that good against them. It does a little bit of work, but not enough in my opinion. The melee attack just doesn't matter. Dawi don't do damage in melee anyways, really. They've got, like, Slayers and Doom Seekers, and that's really it for melee infantry that you need to worry about. Some Cudgel Sorai are pretty strong. This is one of the few matchups where the Paddle Croxagores are strong. I can recommend a couple of them. You can do Ancient Salamanders if you want, but I actually really highly recommend Bastillodons for the simple reason that their blinded effect lowers melee defense by 24. Does lower melee attack as well, which is whatever. Again, Dawi don't do a ton of damage in melee anyways, but lowering their melee defense is really nice for your red-crested skinks and Saurus to actually do damage in their engagements. You can bring one Chameleon Stalker, throw it out on the flank, and try and sneak around on any Dawi artillery, because these guys are perfect for killing artillery crews with the precursor missiles. They do a ton of damage that way. They got an increase to their melee defense, they're a little tankier. They got good physical resistance and missile resistance. Strider, they fire while moving. Stalk, obviously, Vanguard deployment. A lot to like there. I would just bring one, though. If you bring more than that, you're kind of wasting your money and time. And then you want some Rippers. Ripper Dactyls are really good against the Dwarves. Because they can chase down any gyrocopters your opponent brings out. And that's why you have Roiling Skies. Because if you don't have Roiling Skies, then the Dawi's gyrocopters are always going to be able to run away from you, which is rough. If you debuff their speed, though, with this, it lasts 25 seconds every time you cast a spell, and you're casting 2 really cheap spells, so you should almost always have Roiling Skies active, which means that your Ripper Dactyls can actually close the gap on the Dawi gyros and take them out. It's really nice. You just bring 2 of those guys. You bring a couple Colwyn Riders. A couple Feral Cold Ones can be good too. And I really like Razordons against the Dwarves, actually. They do huge AP damage. They're a little short range. But, you know, 100 is still far enough away that against any like sticky iron breakers or something like that, these guys can just continue to fire over the course of a game and slowly wear them out. And they're quick enough that they can get like good flanks off to get better volleys in. And they can really wear some Dawi units out that are quite expensive. You can just do one though. And then you just fill out with a couple more like skink units. Red-crested skinks here. You're not really using these guys to just grind into the Dawi front line. Red-crested skinks are really good at flanking and trying to get into the back line more than they are taking fights against dwarf warriors. If you're going to fight Dawi warriors with red-crested skinks, you need to hit and run. You charge in, you use harmonic convergence so that you trade a little better. You pull out, use that 46-foot speed to just immediately motor away from the Dawi warriors, and then try to do it all over again. It'll wear them out pretty quickly. These guys, they just have good melee defense, so the red-crested skinks, even with their frenzy, can have a little bit of a hard time hitting around that. You got plenty of other good tools as the Lizardmen here to just, you know, continue being annoying and dangerous. If you don't want Gorok, you can bring Nakai for, you know, an increased price. He's got perfect vigor and ward save and an aura around him. Primal Roar is also pretty good for buffing up your front line as you're fighting the dwarves. But he is way more expensive. And I just really love Gorok. He's a cool lord, and he actually does work here because of the mace. Gives him a huge increase to the damage that he throws down. So he can trade into more expensive Dawi lords, like Thorek or Grombrindle even, although this is a pretty scary fight. You gotta be careful against Grombrindle. Ungrim is another lord that Gorok can trade pretty well into with his mace up and active. Rock of Itza gives him nice physical resistance for most of the Dawi lords. The Demon Slayer and Grombrindle are the exception. Thorek, I guess, as well. He gets around it, but Thorek's not nearly as strong as Grombrindle is in terms of melee attack. And Gorok can still pretty easily out-trade him. But usually Dawi players are going for cheap lords, you know, like this guy. I mean, he costs 1050 with the Iron Warden's Hammer and Star Metal Plate. The only other cheap lord that they might bring is Belegar. Belegar's even cheaper than that other dude. He's got way more HP. Belegar I really like, personally. He doesn't really provide much without his items, but his items are kind of shit anyways. Just running him around on foot and bonking enemy infantry is, you know, pretty good use of his time. It takes a long grind to finish this guy off. You just kind of want to get up in the dwarves' face. You want to use the Kroxigors to kind of like bulldoze up into the front line and support your skink cohorts as they grind into Dawi warriors after they use their javelins, hopefully. You want to use the skink cohort javelins on stuff like slayers and rangers, ranger great weapons, units like that, where their missile can actually get some good work done. Don't throw against Dawi warriors, because Dawi warriors are too heavily armored and have silver shields for the javelin cohorts to do anything. But yeah, Croxies will just kind of support in the front line. You bring in your Coldwind Riders, they can get rear charges. Ripperdactyls control the skies pretty easily. They also can get rear charges on Dawi infantry. The Rev Crystal just, you know, waddles into combat. Pops heals on, like, Gorok, or any of the infantry, or the Kroxigors, but still on Solar Engines, stuff like that. Ripperdactyls are another pretty good target for the heals. And you'll usually do pretty good just by going with that. You can also do Ancient Salamanders instead of Rev Crystals, or not Rev Crystals, instead of Solar Engines if you want. They're also pretty effective. They're a little bit better at killing the Dawi infantry. But, you know, it's a give and take. Oh, sweet. Kitty actually hooked us up with the Dawi versus Lizardmen game. So let's actually let's check it out. We're really involved in the army building process there. Thank you so much for sending that replay, by the way. I already see some problems here. I mean, I like chameleon skinks, don't get me wrong. I mean, they're pretty strong against the dwarves. This is a pretty high micro build, and these guys are pretty vulnerable to gyrocopter brimstone guns, as well as Dawi cannons, because they're resilient to missile fire, but they have low HP, and cannons do enough damage that they'll just kill models outright, and that's gonna suck. Colossadon hunters you do not need. Gyrocopters just can't get away from them. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that Sean's got it, like, going. Like, this is not a bad Lizards build. Just does it have the punching power, is the real question, and, I think it's a little lacking, honestly. What you would theoretically, want to do here, just make sure that your solar engine, isn't getting shot by the cannon. Keep it back in the trees for a little while. Try and get your chameleon skinks in a position where they can wear down the longbeards as well as these rangers. And just hope that the cannon doesn't get enough damage to just totally crush you. Which should be pretty hard. I mean, like I said, cannons are a decent unit. They can be very strong in domination mode, but they gotta get a lot of value to really be impactful. Considering the fact that they're just very slow damage dealers. You know, like I said, in the time that they've gotten a volley off, you've saved up a decent amount of supplies. And by the time they kill something, generally you can have replaced it on the field. And another thing about cannons is that they occupy a lot of units in the back line, right? Especially for you, like, your opponent, all they have to do is just threaten a dive and then pull away, and you're still going to have to keep something back here. Otherwise, they'll just immediately return the second you move the unit away. Scoot and shoot going down, so, you know, Sean moving the solar engine, but every single cannonball hitting this poor Bastiladon. Oh my god. Takes about 900 damage, needs to get behind the hill here. If it sits behind this hill, it won't be immune to cannon shots. It'll be a little harder to hit, though. And it'll still have a decent line of sight up onto the number 3 objective, so... positioning on hills and below them is pretty important. Oh no, blasting charges, getting the chameleon skinks here. Disaster, dude. Can't let that happen. And they're shooting into shielded warriors. Big no-no there. They're pulling out now, but they've definitely taken the worst of those trades, dude. Not really a good spot for the Lizardmen currently. You need to pull out over here as well. You've got all of these Saurus just sitting in the woods, which is fine. They can stay back there for a little while. I would be trying to threaten this cannon. Like, your opponent has seen that your chameleon skinks are here. And guess what? You do have Strider. You got the aquatics trait, quote unquote. No unit actually has that anymore, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's reflected by anything other than the fact that they have Strider nowadays. Colossadon hunters get absolutely wrecked by the cannon. Like, just straight up shot in the face. Rangers turn around, push them back. So Sean isn't playing this terribly. It's just that there's no avenue of approach right now. What did Krokar use the Hand of the Gods on? What? I have no idea what Krokkar used that on. But obviously he didn't do anything. He may have used it from here and hit all of his terrain. That would be pretty awful. I would get really upset if that happened to me. But Krokkar, the Hand of the Gods can be used against artillery pieces, because the shots actually do kill the cannons themselves, which is pretty nice. Trying to snipe out the Lord with it, too, isn't a bad idea, because this guy has a decent amount of HP, but if he gets hit by something like Hand of the Gods, he's still going to lose probably about a third of his health in total. Hand of the Gods hits like a frickin' truck. It's got a ton of AP. Really good damage. It's like Shem's Burning Gaze, but like, you know, mega overcasted. Like, regular Shem's Burning Gaze gets up to this much range damage with the AP values and everything, but it only fires 5 projectiles, and this does fire 13 in total. Or 15, I should say. So, just triple efficiency. Feral Cold Winds get pushed back. You just can't dive like this against Dawi. You're trickling in. You're too afraid to commit, but being too afraid to commit is actually doing you more harm than good. If you want to fight Dawi and you want to dive their backline, you just full send it, dude. You just send literally everything that you can rally up and just get in there and go for it. Got a good frontline fight going on here. You're really thin on the infantry numbers, and the Chameleon Skinks are just not getting any value, man. This is why I prefer just the melee infantry to begin with. And I prefer cohorts instead. Because the cohorts, they can still get damage off on miners. They can also shoot at gyros if they fly in early. You can be a little bit more sparing with the commitments on those guys. Just having the Chameleon Skinks out early and then just constantly being bombarded by superior range tools, and kept at bay by the armor check that Dawi warriors represent is awful feeling. It's so rough, man. I mean, I really kind of feel for Sean right now. This is a pretty clear-cut example of somebody just not quite understanding how you fight Dawi. You got Cold Wind Riders coming in. Red Crescent Skinks get hit by the Flash Bomb, which is really smart. Really nice use of that. Pretty underrated, in my opinion. You can use the Flash Bomb on cooldown and get some really nice engagements out of it, because Dawi have so much range they can use to like punish vulnerable units that are slowed. And I actually do shoot the Red Crested Skinks away with the Quarreler Core. That volley from the Grim Delvers was pretty devastating as well. Like, almost a third of the HP off of the Cold Wind Riders here. More Cold Wind Riders in with Proxigors. The problem is that it's 3. So here's something you gotta keep track of. Dawi warriors are awful. They suck. They are not the threat that you need to worry about here. You don't need to fight any of this stuff. If the Dawi want to push your back point and trade their back line for your objective, take it. You'll be able to retake this point eventually. It's going to take ages for Dawi reinforcements to get there anyways. If you can kill all these Rangers, Quarrelers, and the Grim Delvers, and all you have is Dawi melee units left in the front line, that's a huge win, even if you trade it evenly. Because the Dawi melee units are going to be terrible over the long course of the game, while you'll start up trading. And then if the Dawi want to bring out a bunch more shooting, it's going to be like one at a time, right? They're going to be trickling their shooting out, and then you can develop out even more mobility and just go kill it again, and then just play for the triple cap in the late game. Also, just don't bring Krokkar. I mean, Krokkar's a good lord. He's good in quite a few matchups, but he's an anti-large character. His utility against the Dawi is pretty limited. That's why I recommend Gorok, because he's just like your cheapest decent combat lord that can like beat anything the Dawi throw at him. Tic-Tac-Toe is also an unironically decent option here, because he can get after the gyros and kill them. But that does require your opponent committing to those. Tic-Tac-Toe is kind of terrible if he has to fight anything on the ground. It's just not really what he's suited for. He's very squishy, whereas Gorok is at least fairly meaty. And that's a beautiful Uranus. That is the kind of Uranus that you get juiced about, man. About 1,000 gold on this guy. You gotta remember that this Skink Priest, like, I took him with a little bit more in the spell kit, and he was 583 gold. This guy costs about 450 with what's available here. He's already paid for himself and is doubling his value, which is pretty incredible. That's why you bring the Uranans. So, Sean is obviously very knowledgeable on that front, but Chameleon Skinks fired all their ammo off, and they've gotten no value. This is a 650 gold unit. They have to value trade, or you're better off with anything else. They provide no multi-use functionality either, because they're awful in melee combat. Source Warriors get pushed back, they got okay value. Croxagores, only about half of what they cost back. Red-Crested Skinks getting pushed back. Just too many tattered units for the Lizardmen now. And they're spamming out Feral Cold Ones at this stage. Feral Cold Ones do work against the Dwarves. I'd be a little bit more sparing in how many I bring, because they do cost 500 gold. And like I said, you already got a mobility advantage against the Dwarves. Compounding on the mobility advantage even more gets to, like, a point of, like, minimal returns, I guess. You're better off having at least, like, some more infantry on the field, and something meatier than Skinks, right? Like, a few Saurus would be nice. The Red-Cresteds are just, you know, the quick answer for getting around the field and breaking down the armored infantry in the late game. They don't really want to be the sole infantry unit doing the heavy legwork. There's Saurus coming out. Yeah, this cannon with 2100 value. To be fair, it's had some great targets to shoot at. It would be, it wouldn't have gotten this much value if the Lizards had slightly better positioning on the solar engine. Like I said, just get it behind this hill. Like, it sucks that you're not getting better lines of sight and better value out of that big boy, but it's better than him getting shot to bits by the cannon and bleeding a ton of value away for you. You know, like, a unit can't do anything if it's dead, right? What's his face? Krokgar died. Skinks have pretty awful leadership at base. 55 is really low, actually. It's really not much better than, like, Ungors. Ungors have the same base leadership as Skinks, actually. But Skinks don't have any ITP. Luckily, for them, the Dawi don't have terror-causing units of any kind, or that would be, you know, ugly as hell for them. Not that the Dawi need it right now. They've just got their double cap. They've been holding it all freaking game. They've been playing games about taking the number 2, but they've never really committed, which is smart because they shouldn't, and they honestly kind of can't. Uranans coming down. Another nice Uranans. Where the hell is this little Skink Priest? Where'd he go? Oh, here he is in the water over here. 1,600 value out of him. You gotta love it, man. It's being very sneaky over here. Gets hit in the face by a cannonball. Pinned back onto the banks of the river there. He gets up, though, and he's just, he's happy as a clam again. He's not deterred by the loss of his brethren, Krokgar. Although he's probably going to get killed here by the cannons. Cannon's been very accurate, dude. Come on. Yeah. I wish the Dawi cannons were a little bit thumpier. Their FXs are fine. My favorite cannon model, though, is the Grand Cathay cannons. They are so freaking loud. I mean, oh my god. They're eardrum shattering, in fact. One last Uranus coming down for good measure, but, you know, it's not really helping the Lizards cap any points. They're just so far behind, they're not going to get these objectives in time. Very, very nicely played by Kitty. Super patient, not overextending, punishing his opponent for overextending. Good value on a lot of the Rangers. Melee infantry, they just held the line. I mean, it's not really their job to get a whole bunch of value anyways. He gate guard again. They just flew under the radar on me. I didn't even notice them. Trollhammer torpedoes is good value. Grim Delver's good value. Everything good value. And I missed the Goblin Heroes. What? The hell were they? Damn, man. I need to pay more attention. I mean, I was talking a little bit more about the overall strategies, I guess. Patience against the Dawi is the key, man. You can't be over-eager into them. The Dawi are going to obliterate you if you're too tentative probing them. It's better to just go all out against the Dwarves. Dwarves can push you back if you try early dives, but that's really where I've seen a lot of success. In fact, you know what? I've got a replay where I beat one of the like higher level Dawi mains with the Beastmen. I'll just show you what it looks like to take the Dawi on. It'll give you a better point of reference. And I've got some other videos on my channel where I use other factions to beat the Dwarves. You can beat the Dawi with anybody. It's just a matter of patience. Okay. So we're getting in here. We're spooling it up. You might wonder why I'm bringing Malagor. You're like, why are you bringing an unarmored flying lord? With a mediocre spell kit against the Dawi. Well, he's actually really good at killing gyrocopters, because he's got 121 freaking speed. You know, he is Lightning McQueen of the Warhammer world. Nothing can escape from Malagor if he's after it. He's really good at killing gyro models, actually, so he's going to be my par excellence there. Enfeebling Foe and Mantle of Gorok, they're okay. Like, I just use these spells because they do give you a little bit better value trade potential. Enfeebling Foe is nice for popping on Slayers, or just for using on a Dwarf Warrior so you can get through them a little quicker. See a fat Vanguard coming in from the Dawi going to the number 1. Over here, I'm using these Centaurs early because map knowledge is kind of huge. There's aggressive Vanguards that go right up to about these blue lines that you see here. Dawi could, like, Vanguard all of these Miners and the Ranger Great Weapons over here if they wanted to. So I'm just using the Centaurs to check it out. Like, they've got Woodsmen, so they don't suffer any penalties while they're in forests. So if I did run into anything, I just immediately pull them out and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Razorgore Chariot's chilling over here. It's kind of funny to have a Chariot that doesn't get affected by Woods as well. They've also got Woodsmen. Everything the Beastman has. They've all got Woodsmen, which is really nice. Blackhorn's Ravagers. Just skirting the edge of the map. These guys are going to be super clutch. You're going to see what they end up pulling off. One Bestigor Herd. Zangor's Gore Herd. Not a lot of AP. You know, you might think it's not a great idea to come into the Dawi without a ton of AP, but I've got the Chariot, and that's really where I'm going to try and make some hay. Because my opponent didn't bring a cannon, right? Cannons are really strong. They'd keep the Chariot back for a little bit. But as long as the Chariot gets up into the Dawi front line, cannon can't counterfire at that point, and the Chariot will be able to run rampant. If there was a cannon, I would just maneuver the Chariot onto the other side of the field. Or I would just keep it a little farther back behind the trees where it's screened. And can't be hit. Using terrain features is massive, dude. You have to use them. The more you do, the less likely it is that your opponent's going to be able to, like, shoot you off the field before you make contact. And just dodging, it's called breakdancing through gunfire. Just twirling around with your shielded like characters isn't a bad idea to make it a little bit less likely for your opponent to get a bunch of extra damage on them on the way in. Razorgore Chariots moving up, the Skyhammer Squadron moving in. These guys do have a suppression effect, which does slow speed, and their missiles do hit pretty hard. They can hammer down the Razorgore Chariots pretty nicely, so I'm trying to get these things out of the corner here. I was going to send them into the trees, but then the Skyhammer Squadron came out, and, you know, I kind of saw where my opponent's invisible units were, because I'd done a little math. I was like, okay, there's like 2 units here that I don't know where they are. As the Wargores got in here, they actually spotted the Ranger Great Weapons, who are actually in range, able to shoot these guys now. Wargores just locked in combat against the Dwarf Warrior, like forcing an engagement here out of one of the melee infantry. Bestigors moving up around the flank. Centaur's trying to get into the back line. They get a massive Skyhammer bomb charge, though. The bombs are just devastating, man. And this looks about as bad as it gets. Like, getting pounded early by the Dawi on the way in. But the thing about this, right, is the Chariots actually get a pretty good initial charge. Getting up through the Quarrelers, massive damage there. The Ulthar's Raiders did get a good volley off and got a little bit of damage on these Chariots, and they're looking pretty beat up, right? Like, they've lost a full third of their HP in the early going, but they've dropped 0 models, which is way more important, because Chariots, all of the value on a Chariot is tied up in their charge bonus and their weapon strength. That's all that matters. So with 4 models, they're basically full health still. It only matters once they start dropping entities. They're going to get a great charge off the Quarrelers. The Blackhorns Ravagers get all the way around the flank, get engaged on this Quarreler in the back line. Nasty blasting charges going off on me. Really pummeling me, but Heartbeat comes in with Malagor to start getting after the Skyhammer Squadron. And while it has gotten pretty good value, and it's very close to value trading for itself early on already, being able to hound it down here and keep it under pressure and keep it from shooting is pretty massive, because this thing can get about 3,000 value in a game if it's able to drop all its bombs and get all its ammunition off. So I'm trying my best to keep that from happening. You probably saw it here, but the Goreherds were about to charge into the fight against the Ulthar's Raiders. Bestigor are already engaged here. They're going to win this fight, and the Bestigors are going to be able to get the Quarrelers. So what I'm doing instead is I push them all the way around, and I'm going after the Slayers here. Because the Slayers are a very vulnerable target for the dual weapon infantry. And I've already equalized the value. Like, just getting good engagements against the Dwarves. Getting up into their backline early, stuffing back reinforcements with tattered units as well. Centaur has been bullied so far this game, but it gets up into a minor, stuffing back the blasting charges so they can't just get forward and delete the Blackhorns Ravagers is pretty huge for me. Because we're actually cleaning up a lot of the Quarrelers. You can see some routing here. Ulthar's Raiders are basically dead. This Quarreler's compromised. This one's taking big damage. And the Chariots, a little trapped up right now. But just a few charges off, dude. Their kill total's pretty low at 60 and 70 and climbing now. But the HP damage that they've done is massive. That's where the 1400 value has come from. If you can use Chariots against the Dwarves, absolutely do. This is the power of them in this matchup. See them just bulldozing through everything right now. More Bestigors, very healthy Bestigor on this flank. This one over here, starting to trade pretty nicely. Zangor's just holding the line. A lot of Dawi warriors kind of over-focused on my one unit out in this flank. But that's kind of why I like Zangors in this matchup. They're reasonably defensive, so they can soak up a lot of attention from multiple Dawi units if there's any mispositioning, as well as having a silver shield with the Protoss barrier. They can eat up a lot of early Quarreler fire, and even blasting charges without getting totally smacked around. And if they don't eat a ton of damage early on, they've still got good enough stats that they'll trade very nicely into the Dawi. They beat Dwarf Warriors, they beat Miners pretty badly, and they beat Slayers, so they've got a lot of really good matchups in this particular showdown. Bestigor Herd. This one, you know, took a bunch of damage, but it's getting back in here. It's going to get a little bit of value before it goes down. Marked by Ulthar hitting them, lowering their missile resistance, but you can see that charge bonus of 36 that they have, helping them clear out the rallying quarrelers, and now the Ulthar's Raiders getting shut down. Lord is killing my Wargors. They didn't do amazing, but they held for a little while, got some pretty good work done, and the Razorgore Cheer, 1700 value. And I've just made the front line just a complete mess for the Dwarves. This is where they don't want to be. Dawi do not want to be in a situation where they've lost their missile line, and their front line is getting progressively more and more pummeled by the remaining infantry that I've got. We get some gyrocopters coming out. We're going to get the Harpies disengaged from the Skyhammer Squadron, which only has one model anyways. Malagor's going to try and chase that thing down. He's only got 380 value, but he's been pretty indispensable. He got a really nice... he got a really nice Mantle of Gorok off on the Razorgore Chariots in the middle of the early engagement that I took, which gave them a really nice uptrade chance and opportunity. Enfeebling Foe I've dropped a couple of times. It's been a little hard to spot the spell casting that I've been throwing down. I've been pretty sparing with it. There's no need to just like throw them all out in the early game. I oftentimes like holding on to spells in the later stages of matches because it makes a bigger difference later where your opponent might not necessarily be able to withstand the extra damage that it can throw out. Senti Great Weapons trying to get up into the back line because the Goblobber has been, pounding me for a little bit now. A Rallying Wargore gets up on the crew. These guys can actually do pretty good damage to crews, but Slayers come up. Centaur's route, very unfortunate for me, but I've got a good value lead now, and I've taken my opponent's back point. Always backcap the Dawi, if you can. Don't just try and bulldoze for it early. Like you saw, I went all the way around the point with the, Blackhorn's Ravagers. Like, they completely ignored this objective, despite my opponent abandoning it, in favor of getting value trades. And you can see how well they've done. This is 750 gold Gore unit. They're super underrated. They've got crazy combat stats, 39, 44, 30 weapon strength isn't amazing, but it's still solid. The best thing about them is they have perfect vigor, so they never get tired. They are always at max efficiency. They are a beast of a unit. They're so good at infiltrating the backline as well. I love using them. And I love using them for aggressive flanks. Usually onto artillery pieces, but the Goblobber came out pretty late, so didn't really get a good opportunity for that. Synagor's getting shot up. They rallied, but I'm not paying attention to that. I'm getting all these other Sentis situated. They're charging down some of the rallying Dawi here. We've got Goreherd moving up onto the point, and against the Dwarves, it's really good to shatter the Dawi units and just let them run off, because they're so slow. As long as they're routing off the field, they can't be resummoned. You can see just how many shattered Dawi units there are on the field. These ones are not going to rally either, probably. They're too beat up, which means they can't be unsummoned. The Dawi players win if they get to unsummon their beat-up units, right? So just shatter them all and leave them to just slowly trundle off the field, and you never have that problem. I'm throwing an Ungor Raider up on the point. I'm just leaving it over there because, I was thinking they could just be invisible and shoot anything that tried to pressure back here, but the Skyhammer Squadron's actually rallied back here, so it does spot these guys and actually dropping some shots onto them. You can see, it's a pretty cool model. It's got like the little Gatling shooter here. It can get some pretty good damage off if you use it right. Manticore out on the field, just trying to kill the Dawi Lord now. Mostly you just ignore Dawi characters. They're high leadership enough that it's not really worth killing their lords oftentimes. Like, there's very minimal gains for doing so. Usually better to just focus on killing the rest of their army and then worrying about killing the Lord. Killing the Lord is a little bit like insult to injury type of business, It's not like super critical. We turn around. I notice the Ungor Raiders under fire, so I just shoot the remaining Skyhammer Squadron model. Bestigore herds and a bunch of Goreherd out here now. Looking to just pressure the Slayers away. My opponent throwing Slayers out now, kind of a desperation time. Like, the Lord is very beat up and kind of on his last legs. Probably not going to be able to survive much longer. A little bit of mispositioning with the Ungor Raiders. They get a little too close to this fight, but they do at least get their volley off. And you can see how quickly gyrocopters melt. Even to, like, lackluster missile units like the Ungor Raiders, you know? They're just really squishy. Like, their HP is very low. It's really their armor that keeps them alive. And Alexander's been really cheeky. He's been landing the Brimstone guns and the Skyhammer Squadron on the ground a whole bunch. Trying to, like, force me to the ground with Malagor. Which has worked a couple of times, but, you know, Malagor, he's able to squeak away from the Slayers. No mass to really keep him pinned up is nice for me. I'm just going to take full advantage of that. And now we're just playing footsie with the Dwarves. We don't have to do anything to push the back line. The Goblobber is going to run out of ammo eventually. Even as it's getting damaged, I'm replacing losses. I'm bringing out some Harpies here for killing these Brimstone gun gyrocopters. I got the Razorgore Chariots back out on the field. 1,800 value the first go-around. And they can do pretty good damage to Slayers as well, but really I just want to make sure I hold on to this back point as long as possible. I'm just going to use the Razorgore Chariots and these Tattered Zangors for that. No reason to use anything else. Throw the Tattered unit forward first to eat the blasting charges. Right, like super huge waste of the ammunition there. Zangors get up into the miners as they're disorganized from the Razorgores, trampling over them. Disengage immediately and start screaming across the field. Shut down the Brimstone guns with the Harpies. You can see them trying to land immediately. It's good micro, you know? I mean, it takes a lot of wherewithal to actually remember to, like, get in there, press the little tooltip button to land those guys on the ground, and try to get value that way. Razorgore Chariots just bulldoze through the Slayers. This is why Slayers are kind of terrible here. They just get bullied by Chariots. Razorgore Chariots are amazing against the Dawi. They kill everything. Absolutely everything. Ungor Herd firing away into the fight here, just hitting the gyrocopters and the Slayers. But they are getting massacred right now by the Goblobber, which does have 1,300 value. It was pretty impactful that game. You can see, artillery can double its value and not really do anything for you. That's kind of how you take the Dwarves down. You get a nice surround, collapse on them all at once, try not to let your damage get scattered out, and you'll probably be able to grind them down. As long as you have a nice damage-dealing unit. For me, it was the Razorgore Chariot. For Lizardmen, it's Ripperdactyls and Croxagores. For Khorne, it's Bloodletters. There's, you know, always a tool available on most rosters to be able to hammer down the Dawi. And then you use your mobility to just, like, clean up routing units and pockets of infantry that you can rear charge. And you kind of call it a day. You can look at how wide flung this battlefield is. We had fights out on our opponent's home objective, like fights all across the front line. Bodies just stacked up everywhere, man. An absolute massacre. This is a super fun game, man. I was really scared in the early going, because that Skyhammer Squadron did so much damage to me on the way in, dude. I was sweating a little when I saw how much it was racking up in value. But luckily, Malagor and the Harpies were able to wrangle it, shut it down, and keep it from totally obliterating me. So, pretty, like, solid values all the way around. The Razorgore Chariot hard carried me. Dawi have to have cannons against the Beastmen, in my opinion. Otherwise, the Razorgore Chariots just auto-win them the game. My opponent didn't really have any, like, Grim Delvers or anything. But, you know, Beastmen are a little tricky, because if you overtech into, like, gun units as the Dawi, then you can't really kill or shoot the infantry very well as they close the ground against you. That's why you see so many Quarrelers and Rangers here. Like, the Ranger Great Weapons are the heavy AP for Bestigors, as well as the Chariots, theoretically. And the Quarrelers are what you use to shoot down the Gore Herd. But I was able to persevere enough and get enough reinforcements up quickly to just eventually grind my opponent down. The Harpies got great value. 1,500 on a 500 gold unit. Absolutely brutal. I actually gave him a Mantle of Gorok at one point when they were fighting one of the gyrocopters, and they just shredded it in moments. It was very funny. Very few Norska and Ogre players this time around. Yeah, not a lot of Norska players. Norska is not a very popular faction. Nor the Ogre Kingdoms, really. Norska is more represented at the higher, like, levels, quote-unquote higher levels. Skill gap is pretty narrow between new players and experienced players. It's usually game knowledge that makes the big difference, in my opinion, for most folks in matchups. But Boss Toss hasn't been playing for a while, is finally coming back. He's the real Norska champion. He popularized them and made them look really good for a while. And they got pretty popular as a result. They fell off a little bit while he was gone. Legatus wasn't playing in this tournament either, and that's our dude. Legatus is usually playing the Norskins for us. What time have we got here? I'll do another, like, 3 games, I think. And then I'm going to get off here. It depends on how long they are. I'm going to plan for another, like, 40 minutes of casting. And then, of course, as per usual, I will be streaming Monday, for sure. I'm going to try and stream tomorrow, if I can. Oh, wait, Legatus is in the tournament. Never mind. Anyways, I'm going to stream Monday for sure. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and stream if I can. Going to donate plasma, so I might be pretty gassed after that. It's a pretty exhausting experience, but, you know, it actually pays pretty good money, so it's a little bit of extra income, which is nice. I'll see how I'm doing. I've got some other stuff that I can work on as well. Let's get some Norska in here, dude. I didn't realize Legatus was playing this tournament. It's nice to see him around. I had so many people sign up. Like, thank you all for signing up today, by the way. We had 38 people in the tournament, which is amazing. It's a huge turnout. I was playing, sending a few replays. I think you only got one there. I'm going to go back through and I'll parse the rest of the Discord. I'll purge all of the ones that I got that I've already done. And then go back and make sure that I've got everything else. Sometimes they slip through the cracks. And sometimes CA drops hot fixes. And they ruin the replays. That happened on a Tuesday. I was going to stream this last Tuesday. All of the replays I didn't get to from the last Saturday tournament. And then they dropped a hotfix, and they all broke. And that was really sad. It's really annoying when that happens. But I am glad that they at least care about the game enough to be putting out more regular patches. That is pretty nice. So, Soul Crusher coming in here. Very interesting choice. Not the most common, for sure. But it does have, like, a howdah on the back, I guess. I mean, they don't have, like, a, you know, contraption of any kind. It's just dudes standing on the mammoth, throwing their little javelins. But they do a lot of damage. It will actually be fairly effective against the Griffin Legion. We actually get a use of Swiftwing. I never see people use this spell. I'm so curious to see what 101 charge bonus on the Griffin Legion is going to look like. The Mammoth is actually running away. It doesn't want the smoke from the fight here. Oh no. Mayhem and madness develops here. Suga getting right up into the gut of the Norskins. I've been noticing big improvements on the execution of this, Griffin Legion build. As of late, pretty nice Hawks of Miska. Oh no, but the Griffin Legion, oh, they're getting stuck up a little bit. Skinwolves get on their flank. Throg getting his ass handed to him right now. Oh my goodness. And Kastalton's also a little trapped up in here, so some of the Kislev units being forgotten about a little bit. Did we get a Solyax? Yeah, we already got the Solyax Lullaby. Kastalton has his. He could get out of there and heal up. Good response. Seeing that Kastalton is like proper stuck up in here, sends the hero squad back, where, you know, the heals will be a little more concentrated and maybe a little more effective, which will be a really, really nice way to peel for him and get him out of here. The Frostworm's going to be able to disengage pretty easily. These things are fast and obnoxiously hard to lock down. High mass, 3,500. They've got Frostbite. They just tear out everything that they come into contact with. Skinwolf's running. How much value does it have? Probably 500. Yeah, 500 value already. Kastalton very beat up. Definitely wants to pop the Solyax. Looks like he actually did. Oh no, and he gets stuck again, dude. Oh, this is devastating. Throg is beating the crap out of Kastalton now. Uh-oh. Oof. Okay, maybe if Kastalton survives here, maybe it'll be okay for Kislev. Okay, Swiftwing comes down again. Kastalton avoids a few attacks from Throg. On the Skinwolf's tear route, which is a massive win. Another Skinwolf comes back in, though, after routing. And a really nice Melkoth's coming down to hit the Griffin Legion. Slowly wearing these guys out. Shadow's Magic, amazing against skirmish factions. And has Pendulum for the gun line as well, which is kind of cheeky. I would have brought Pit of Shades personally, but I've seen Legatus using Pendulum, and he's gotten a lot of value out of it. So he's very well versed in utilizing that particular spell. Oh, the worm gets surrounded. It's got the Beast of Tashnar on it, and the Famir with the great weapons, and Skinwolves are locking it in place now. A little too much mass for it to be able to move out of here. Being totally immobilized. I don't think there's going to be a lot Kislev can do to save it. And the Griffin Legion, they didn't do nearly as well as they did in that other game. Only about 700 value across each of them here. Well, 700 here, about 900 on the other. Beautiful Pendulum coming in on the Streltsy. They were dropping some decent damage down onto some of these units here that Norska's got, but pulling out now. Soul Crusher with 1100 value itself. Just rampaging up into the backline for Kislev. It is an incredibly difficult unit to break because it has 75 leadership. And it's got 14,000 HP. Incredibly thick unit. Not something you're going to just be able to shoot to death, obviously. Not with just one Streltsy. You need, like, at least one more. Oh, and the Boydnoff's Brawler's coming out. Ooh, nice shots on Throg, but not enough to kill him. I would shoot the Soul Crusher right about now. Yeah, killing Throg would be nice, but you really need to stop the terror-causing monster here, because it's been a big issue so far. Woodknobs lining up the shots. Good shot in there. Big damage coming down. I mean, they just burned about 2,000, almost, oh my god, like 2,500 HP melting off the Soul Crusher from one volley from the Boydnobs, but it gets on top of them. No unit to kind of come in here and peel for them. They're probably going to die. I mean, there's Skinwolves here. Skinwolves aren't amazing against infantry. They've got a decent enough, like, charge animation, though, that they can trample over stuff and just disrupt them pretty thoroughly. I would just commit here. Just kill the Boydnov's Brawlers and then worry about all these other objectives. Kislev is trying to push your home, but you've got some Marauders here and Champions holding the line. Keeping the cap weight just in flux enough for you to be able to develop out Ice Wolf Chariots and some Norscan Ice Wolves who can come in here and start to break down some of these Kislev units. Legatus has been very, very disruptive so far. Oh, and Marauders getting after the very beat-up Boydnovs here. I've gotten decent value so far, but a little painful to have them on death's bed after such a small amount of time on the field itself. Their first volley was a little bit wasted on Throg. It would have been nice if Throg were lower and they could actually kill him outright, but he's a little lower to the ground, so it's a little harder to get LOS on him. He's just going to regen all the damage they did. 2 volleys on the Soul Crusher might have gotten it low enough to kill. 2,900 value on the giant mammoth. Skin Wolves, just bullying the poor little snow leopard. I don't know how much longer it's going to be able to hang in here. It's not like a bad monster. The snow leopards, they can do pretty well. I would not be bringing them against Norska, though. Skin Wolves alone are a hard counter to the snow leopards, and you've also got to deal with Fimir. You know, Fimir great weapons. They may not be the most amazing unit in the world, but you can see here that Legatus is pretty well practiced with them. They're hard to shoot down with their 50% missile resistance. So even the AP missiles of the Streltsy are just taking a flat, massive reduction to their damage potential. And with this big mammoth trampling all the infantry, you don't really need anything else, right? Like, you just throw up all the Skin Wolves and the Fimir great weapons. You kill the Griffin Legion, your opponent brings out all their infantry. You know, you're kiting back and forth, doing good damage to them. You're not overcommitting anywhere. You've used the Soul Crusher to great effect. You're trotting out more and more units as we speak. Miststalker's coming up now. That's a lot of Fimir. God, I love Legatus for that. I would never, personally, but the fact that he is gutsy. I love it. And Boydnov's come back in here, rallying with 31 models, dropping a little bit of hate on the Soul Crusher. You know, it's on death's bed, and it's still got 3,000 HP. It's a lot to get through. This is why Mammoths are so good. You can do a ton of damage to them, and they're still fairly effective in the late game, just because of how much they start off with. Nice volley, about 900 HP off, but the Fimir great weapons on top of them now. Ice Wolves can get in here. Throg needs to be careful. Probably just would retreat him at this point, personally. Just keeping him alive is very important, because you don't want to lose your Lord on low leadership factions. Chaos factions in general are typically fairly low leadership, or they're very reliant on stuff like Frenzy to value trade well. And the last thing you want to do is, like, lose your Frenzy on, like, your Skin Wolves, or for Khorne, you don't want to lose it on your Warriors and Forsaken. Being able to hang on to it as long as possible is pretty important. Snow Leopard and the Fimir having a little scrap over here. The Snow Leopard's actually grinding out a little bit of value. Fimir Balefiends are pretty terrible in melee combat. I mean, their stats suck. They've got good weapon strength, but that's their only saving grace. You know, there's not really any way to buff that up either. Nox Hawks of Miska coming in here. I was going to say it was a pretty nice one, but the Norscan Ice Wolves are not even in the AoE. It's just hitting the Fimir, and these guys are solid enough on leadership that the Discourage is really not doing anything too nasty to them. Ice Wolf Chariots running down the Streltsy that have rallied. I gotta give Suga credit for sticking with this game. It's been looking real forbidding for a little while now. I don't hate... I love the Griffin Legion opener. But I do think that there are factions that you really don't want to bring it against. I do think Norska is probably a little too risky. They've just got so much mobility that can punish you. Like Armored Skin Wolves, even non-armored Skin Wolves can survive a charge and come back swinging. And the commitment to the mobility is really nice. Like, Legatus just did a really good job of tuning this army for dealing with Kislev. It's a pretty small one. Very elite on both sides. Same number of units in the army, but you can see Norska is actually able to, like, maintain their numbers on the field, while Kislev's been getting dragged down pretty badly. Things in the Woods getting pushed off. Another unit that I would rather not see in this matchup. You've got plenty of infantry that can scrap against Marauder Champions. Marauder Champions really aren't even that heavily armored. Is there one of them around here? Yeah, here they are. Like, they've got 80 armor, which is respectable, but they only have a bronze shield. You can actually shoot Marauder Champions to death as Kislev. And you can use your Griffin Legion to kind of punish them. I do love the Griffin Legion. I would just not be too aggressive onto the Norscan formation early on, especially if you're seeing that they're, you know, bringing out some pretty durable units, like the Soul Crusher, Throg, Fimmer Balefiend to punish with Melkoths. There were a lot of Skinwolves that came out early. You just gotta expect that your opponent on an aggressive faction with lots of anti-large answers actually gonna bring all of those out as quickly as possible. You could maybe bring a little Grom as Kislev against Norska here, and punish your opponent for being a little bit slower in the early game, right? And bring the Griffin Legion out as the Skinwolves try to come back there and punish. Little Grom can actually kill the Fimir pretty quickly, and especially chipping bottles off of Skinwolves. Very, very effective at killing Skinwolves. What else might you bring? Probably just some Kossar Spears. I don't know about Armored Kossars into Norska. They're not bad, but I think they would be a little bit,
I knew it.
Lackluster. Probably just Zargard and a bunch of Streltsy and Kossars are your go-to here. You can maybe also hold off on bringing your Frost Maiden in. Having it early is nice for the Swiftwing, and that early charge was really cool, but you just got a lot of stuff trapped up in there and couldn't disengage cleanly. The second you got trapped in there, it was all downhill from that point. If Kislev were able to stick and move a little bit more with their mobility, I think it would have gone a lot better, but Legatus did a really good job of charging all of that and keeping the aggression from really getting out of hand for Kislev. Front-loading all your mobility also means that your missile units just take a long time to develop out. You need to play very conservatively until you're in a position where your opponent can't threaten your home objective for one, can't reasonably attack the middle objective without overextending, and just have a critical mass of shooting so that your opponent can't value trade against your missile units at all. Because you, preferably, if you're going to bring a whole bunch of Streltsy, you want to just shoot everything to death before they ever engage you. If you're not able to, that's where you get into some really tricky situations. Oh, the ward save ability, too. I forgot about that. The Enrage. Let me actually come check this thing out. I do love it. It's not a bad unit. Oh, wait, this is not the right one. Here you go. It's not a bad unit. I mean, the Enrage ability is pretty nice. It's on a pretty short cooldown, and 40% ward save is no joke. Whoa, it's also got Strider. Oh. I don't know how I didn't notice that before. Anyways, you know, Soul Crusher's a good unit, obviously. It's got the ROR stats, better leadership, you know, about the same every other way around. Wait, the missiles do... Oh, the missiles do more damage. Oh, because they get the veterancy. Duh. Which makes them more accurate, too. I might play around the Soul Crusher myself. I've been playing a little Norska, you know. I'm, like, fairly experienced with them just by virtue of playing other aggressive factions a lot. Like Beastmen and Khorne. Moving over to Norska is really not that much of a change. It's going to be really nice when Norska gets the DLC, because good god are they limited, man. Literally haven't gotten an update since 2019. Years now. Absolutely crazy how long they've been a fairly reasonable multiplayer faction. I mean, they've been respectable throughout the entire life cycle of all the Total War games. They've never been truly bad, and in Domination mode, despite having a limited variety of units, their units just are very well suited for what Domination mode entails. And they can maneuver very effectively. They've got some pretty They've got a pretty limited selection of lords, but at the very least, they're both applicably strong, depending on the matchup. Like Throg, good into factions that have good sniping and lots of missiles. He just, regenerates through it all. He can beat up on big stuff. Wolfric, really good against gun lines, if he's able to use his Sea Fang from safety. Hunter of Champions gives some nice utility for shooting enemy lords, and he's a little bit cheaper than Throg. He got really good magic, obviously. Like, all of the big three, I would say, are Fire, Metal, and Shadows, which you get from the Famir Balefane. Death Magic is, okay. It's one of the better lores. Spirit Leech is just super good for character sniping. Fate of Buna is okay. It's a lot less good than it used to be, but it's still got its time and place. It's just a big WOM investment. You need to hit something really expensive to get your money's worth out of this thing. And yeah, I mean, Skinwolf's great. Famir, actually worth bringing nowadays. Especially the great weapons and the Miststalkers. I recommend the Miststalkers more than the other variants, but I've been seeing Legatus get a lot of value of the great weapon variant, which is pretty cool. Marauder Icewolf Chariots are pretty nice. You got Marauder Horse Masters, who I love to death. Really good unit. Marauder Champions, good infantry. And you can always bring the Werekin. These guys are really good stripped down. They've got some pretty good potential. And they've got Ruinous Flesh, which gives armor and missile resistance to units that they're running around with. So you can actually bring him and Throg, and they just run around together. And nothing is going to be able to kill them both at that point, because Throg gets up to about 80 armor. He's got Wintertooth Crown, so you can avoid him breaking, and you get an extra 10% missile resistance, getting you up to 25% innately on Throg. Makes him nice and tanky. There's a lot of cool stuff with Norska. They've also got War Shrine Mammoths. I was going to talk about these a little earlier, but this is usually the Mammoth variant that you see out of Norscan players. It's not dissimilar from the standard forms, really. But it does give physical resistance and vigor reduction per second once it fully charges up the ability with entity deaths nearby it. Which is pretty easy to get to full charge. Just don't let it get shot to death early, and you'll be fine. Gives a lot of extra leadership, too. So it technically has the same leadership as the Soul Crusher, because it does self-buff, which is pretty cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with Norska. Anyways, let's get 2 more replays, and then I'll dip out of here. Just want to nerd out for a minute over them. Coast and Skaven. Yeah, I'll get to Coast and Skaven for sure. That's actually a really good idea. Now, that's a pretty good call, Legatus. The Norskins can struggle against Monster Mash if they're not prepared for it. And Kislev's Monster Mash is pretty horrifying, dude. I mean, you like double Frostworm, Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, a bunch of Patriarch healing. It's kind of crazy. Dwarves vs. Empire was a good game. We'll check that one out too, maybe. But we're definitely going to go see about some Skaven and Coast, because I have noticed a suspicious lack of them. Could also do some Wood Elves. Oh, and Spearos is playing in the tournament. Hell yeah. Spearos is really good on Slaanesh. I'm playing Wood Elves here. I think Slaanesh might have been banned this tournament. That might be why. It's really unfortunate that the community has to keep banning out one specific faction. It's so dumb, dude. Like, CA could probably just retool Slaanesh a little bit and make them less broken in domination mode and a little better in land battles and conquests, because they're so unbalanced. But I guess it makes sense for Slaanesh if you think about it. I mean, it's the Prince of Pleasure and Perfection. I mean, it only deals in extremes. makes sense that they're god-awful in one game mode and absolutely oppressive in another. Do we have any Coast games? I'm trying to find some Vampire Coast. Oh, here's one. Hell yes. we got Undead Gunline versus other Undead Gunline. We got double Cimmerian War Sphinx here with Kotep. Actually really like this because the Lich Staff is a really good increased cooldowns item. Spells like Arcane Unforging that give increased cooldowns I don't really like, because they only increase cooldowns for a short amount of time, like 30 seconds. It's not that impressive. It's nice disruption, but, you know, by the time you're casting another Arcane Unforging, your opponent will have had time to cast another spell to get after you. With Kotep, though, this just procs every time you cast, and there's no cooldown on this, right? So, what you do, you pop Jaffs, you let the Lich Staff run for a minute, or not for a minute, for like 10 seconds, and then you use Usirians to hit like a gunline unit and wear it out, and then you pop Jaffs again, and you just keep doing that over and over again. And it'll just frustrate your opponent's efforts at actually casting spells. And for the Vampire Coast, who are a little reliant on their magic, that can definitely be a big issue. They're not so reliant on it that it's going to like ruin their day, but it's definitely going to make it a little bit harder for them to clear out all of the Skeleton Warrior chaff. And this is probably one of the matchups where I would say that the Tomb King's frontline is honestly not too horrendously outclassed by their counterpart. Like, zombie pirate deckhand mobs have more HP than a standard skeleton spearman. But skeleton spears and warriors for the Tomb Kings are pretty defensively oriented. So they can usually survive okay. We got a couple handguns, including the Black Spot. Caster is also on top of the crab. Look at the freaking crab. How do you balance on this thing? What they don't show you is the harness. You know, you got like little straps that like go around the hermit crab. It's like one of those dog harnesses, you know, that goes around their chest. It's got little foot locks that you like stand in, so you don't fall off this thing. They're using green screen and CGI to hide it from you. You know, don't let them fool you. They're not actually that talented. So Fleet Admiral's trying to get up into a position to cause some mischief. Carronade looking to shoot Kotep and just overshoots horrendously. Gotta love Carronades. Probably one of the most inaccurate artillery pieces in the game, but they hit hard, dude. Thanks to the black powder ability they have. Gives them 30% extra damage as long as they're above 80% ammunition. Which is pretty crazy. I mean, that is a lot of extra damage. And it just comes innately on all of the missiles for the Vampire Coast. Even their bomber mobs. Like, the first volley from a bomber mob is pretty disgusting. And I think maybe by virtue of rounding, I think they get 2 volleys off before it wears out. But I'll check after they've started to make some contact with the Tomb King's units. Tomb King's losing their horsemen right now. I mean, a bunch of these skeleton horsemen getting hounded down by scurvy dogs and fellbats. What are we saving up here for? I don't know what Weasel Lord is doing back here. He's playing very cautiously right now. I understand a little bit of patience, but I think this is maybe a little too much. Especially considering your opponent's just taking this objective from you and has been bullying your horsemen. Like, alright, what you can do with your big ol' war sphinxes, use these guys to just get over here and trample over enemy units away from the handgun pressure. And if the Carronades want to constantly like turn to shoot the big monsters, that's when you can creep up the Chosen of the Gods and start getting some volleys off on the black spot and the bomber mobs, which are pretty important for you to kill here as the Tomb Kings. Using the Chosen of the Gods to shoot Fellbats, not super cost effective. Not the end of the world, I guess. You did pull a lot of enemy aggression back here. And you are killing quite a bit of it. You need to kill the Scurvy Dog, kill these Fellbats. With all the crumbling going on for the Tomb Kings, I think it'll be fairly even trade at the end of the day. The issue is that Kotep is just getting pummeled by those Carronades. He's taking a lot of unnecessary damage. If you bring a squishy lord like Kotep, you just need to keep him behind the pillar. You know, like, the positioning for him has been a little poor. He's been, like, he was standing out in the open here. Took some shots. Weasel was trying to position him behind the pillar, but you gotta check the LOS on the cannons. Because just putting him here, you know, you're like, oh, I'm behind the hill, right? You zoom in and you realize you're literally just right in the line of sight of the cannons. You gotta make sure that you're tucked in behind the pillar. So if you're back here with Kotep, there's nothing that is going to be able to shoot him. He's just going to be invincible. And that's going to be a huge advantage for you. And the Chosen of the Gods, oh my god, dude. The Carronade line is just annihilating the Tomb Kings right now.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Good value trades up to this point. Shooting the Tide of Skjold here. Pretty hilarious unit. I mean, you never see people bring these guys. But they are technically a Perfect Vigor infantry unit, and they've actually got pretty respectable stats for a zombie unit. 35 melee attack ain't bad for the cost. I think they're 450 gold. I'd pay that for Perfect Vigor and decent damage output. I don't know how amazing they are at the end of the day, but pretty respectable. They'll kill lots of Tomb King's chaff, so maybe they're good in other undead matchups. Just a straight up dive through the front line of the Vampire Coast here, getting up onto the Carronades, but trying to kill both at once. Excuse me. Not really what you want to do. Use one of the skeleton horsemen to fix one cannon from the front, right? Rotate the other around behind and get a rear charge onto the rest of the crew. When you charge the front of a cannon, a lot of your models get stuck on the actual artillery pieces, and you kill the crew that's manning the cannons, but you don't actually kill the reserve. And then they just recrew the cannon, and they laugh at you as you just dove and wasted a ton of your units trying to get back here to do anything. The War Sphinxes are just getting worn out here. This is definitely not really a matchup where they're going to do great. This is a pretty tough matchup for the Tomb Kings. Instead of going for the War Sphinxes, what you probably want to do is bring, some Tomb Guard, bring the Kefir Guard out early, and get some Screaming Skull catapults, and make sure you have some carrion in reserve so that you can fight Fellbats and also get after Carronades to maybe try and kill them. You just can't leave these... I mean, these Carronades were just devastating in the early game. I mean, they've basically killed the Chosen of the Gods. They've got 6 models left. They got a lot of damage on Kotep. It's not over. We do have a pretty good fight going on here. We do get a good rear charge onto these Carronades. Get a nice Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. Ushabti coming in, a great tool in this matchup. They'll endlessly grind against Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs. Even the polearms are going to struggle against them, especially if the Ushabti are sitting on top of these Nehekara warriors. It's good damage buffering. This is where you want to have melee units like stacked on top of each other. Is for fights like this, where you got a bunch of enemy infantry that you need to kill, and you got some melee infantry that can kind of buffer out the damage from units that would otherwise be pretty effective against your larger targets. Tomb King's grinding back a little bit. It's actually not looking atrocious for them in some areas of the battlefield. Just ignore the #1 objective. Just completely ignore this now. You need consolidated dives to try and get back the value and get into this game again. This Ushopti summon is just wandering around looking lost and confused. Chosen of the Gods get 3. They're pretty beat up. Only 5 models left, but they'll maybe be able to get their value back. The thing about ammunition, even if you lose models, the unit will still be able to fire all of the ammo that the unit has in total. I don't know how it works exactly, but it carries over each individual model's ammo and like puts it back into the ammunition pool. So these 5 models will be able to shoot the same amount of ammo as if all 12 were here. It just means that their DPS is a lot slower, but it is worthwhile trying to preserve them if possible, even if they do get beat up like that. The War Sphinx have just been very mediocre. I mean, they're just running over garbage. And then Vampire Coast just brings out all these Prometheans and the Night Terrors and just tons of mass, and they're just locking these things in place, and they can't really maneuver and do any real damage, right? Khemrian War Sphinxes are good because they cause tear routes, and they have great collision damage, and that's best used for mortal factions. Where the highest mass unit they'll run into is something like a Knight, and then they can still push out of units like that pretty easily. The Night Terrors and the Rotting Prometheans just have way more mass than any cavalry unit does, right? And cavalry don't surround big models very well, oftentimes. You'll have like 3 or 4 horsemen in front of something, which is a decent amount of mass, but like 2 crabs in front of a Khemrian War Sphinx is going to basically immobilize it, unless the Sphinx is like really on the move. It's a little hard to tell like when and where mass is at its most effective, but generally speaking, the best indicator for effective mass and how easily a unit can push through other large entities is not just how much it has, but also its acceleration. And Khemrian War Sphinxes actually get up to top speed pretty fast. Their turn speed can be a little slow, but it's still pretty maneuverable. It's way better than something like a Slaughter Brute for Khorne. Like, I've tried it so many times to make Slaughter Brutes for Khorne work, but those things just turn slow as hell. Their acceleration is garbage. They can barely push out of stuff, it seems. It's a whole mess. It's so funny, too, man. Like, Khorne is all about the cost-efficient, like, infantry and mobility play, and then you know, this faction that prizes individual prowess in combat has all of these single entities that on paper look really good and are actually just absolute dog shit. The only single entity that I like for Khorne, funnily enough, is the Soul Grinder. That might sound ridiculous, but I really like its missile. It's really good at shooting down infantry. As well as cavalry. It's pretty disruptive. It's got terror on it as well. And it's still got a decent amount of HP and good enough armor to survive a lot of combat scenarios. So, that's what I'll throw out. The Blood Brute Behemoth can also be okay in a couple of matchups, but it's really expensive. Soul Grinder is more affordable. With good micro can kind of shine through in some matchups. Anyways, back to this game. Kotzeb goes back behind the pillar. Kieranade comes back out. It's going to finish off the Chosen of the Gods, surely, here, right? I mean, they've ground out a decent amount of value in the time that the Kieranades have been back in the spawns. They've just been dropping shots on the Night Terrors, as well as these Prometheans. A lot of Rotting Prometheans just running around here. Mucking up the works, but haven't gotten a ton of value. I mean, only 384 here. Night Terrors only have 600. 288 here, but the holds have been really nice for the Vampire Coast. That's making the biggest difference. Tomb Kings have awful cap weight on most of their infantry. It's really their horsemen who need to be used to take points, and the Scurvy Dogs and the Fellbats, as well as this handgun unit with the polearms here, have kept all of the Tomb King's horsemen off of that middle point. And the big monsters are just not getting enough value. I mean, only 1,000 value on this thing. It's a 1,900 gold unit as well. You just need a bigger performance out of it if you want to win this game. That's why I would recommend you not bringing them and just going wider with more artillery of your own. Because Screaming Skull catapults are actually pretty good into undead. Undead factions already have low leadership at base, and Screaming Skull catapults, they'll do enough damage to get these guys crumbling quickly. And for the Vampire Coast don't have any passive heals. They only have direct heals from, like, Invocation of Nehek and the lore passive for the Vampire lore. That's it. They don't have any other source of healing, really. They've got, like, the Hunger, I guess, for Night Terrors and Mournguls, but it's one unit out of everything else. So just, like, using Screaming Skull catapults to crumble out deckhand mobs in the early game, and then just using Carrion and your superior mobility to, like, poke into the backline and try and force your opponent's carronades to stay offline for large portions of the match, I think would give you a pretty good edge against the Coast. Because Coast is very bad at pushing, because their units are just super mid in melee combat, and Tomb Kings, while they don't have a lot of good melee units, they've got enough here that I think they'd be fine if they were just taking more frontline engagements against the Coast here. Only 1,100 and 600. Big ouch, dude. Ushabti also crumbled out before paying for themselves. The Chosen the Gods managed to get their value back, which is great. And there was a Screaming Skull catapult at some point. The hell did it come out? How did I not clock this? Where the hell was it? It must have gotten killed by scurvy dogs off on the side of the map without me. Oh, I remember. I don't know what I'm talking about. I got killed with the Fellbats in the opening minutes of the game. Another Screaming Skull catapult would have made a big difference. Bring him in the opening. Leaving him in reserve is fine. Fellbats should never be able to kill the catapult crews. What you want to do, instead of leaving spearmen on top of the catapult, don't do that. Like, your opponent doesn't have anything large to dive the crews with. They've got Fellbats and Scurvy Dogs. Both of them are infantry-sized. If they send a Night Terror sneaking around the entire map to get after your Screaming Skull catapult, fine. Mournguls aren't going to be able to disengage from that deep. You'll be able to rally up and kill them, and trading out a Night Terror for a Screaming Skull catapult, I'd take that trade any day of the week as the Tomb Kings. Leave a Nehekara warrior on top of the actual crew. Because when the Fellbats land, then the Nehekara warriors, they start taking the engagement, and you can disengage the crew and run away with it. And the Fellbats won't be able to push out at that point, and then the Nehekara warriors be able to clear out the Fellbats, and you'll be able to recrew the artillery piece pretty quickly. Had a lot of Tomb Kings players. Tomb Kings are solid. They're honestly not a very beginner-friendly faction, though. I see some people say they are. I couldn't disagree more because of how bad the cap situation is for these guys. Your infantry all being expendable for the most part, outside of your most expensive options, is not great. Leaves you very reliant on your ability to value trade to win games. If you make any kind of positioning mistakes with some of your more expensive units, especially like the Eyes of the Desert, Chosen of the Gods, Necropolis Knights too, I guess, as well as Cetra, if you fumble any of these units early on in the game, you're down huge, not just in value, but also in momentum and value trade potential. That's hard to come back from for a faction that just can't hold on to points. You fall behind, You have to resummon. In that time that you've resummoned, your opponent is like grinding against you and getting away with murder because you're lacking one of your most important tools. Either like the infantry clear from Chosen of the Gods, or the anti-large laser eyes, the eyes of the desert. Cetra dying and not being able to run over infantry sucks. He's actually on horseback in this game. Anyways, there's a lot that the Tomb Kings need to do right to win games. I think that you're better off starting with any of the Chaos factions over Tomb Kings. If you really want to play a gunline faction and get used to them, I would pick the Dawi early. Acclimate there, and Wood Elves are another really good shooting faction that's pretty easy to pick up. Khorne is a good rush faction for beginners. I would even say Vampire Coast might actually be a little bit easier to pick up and play than Tomb Kings, funnily enough. You know what? Let's close out here. Let's watch Bobby playing into DS here on the Dark Elves. Spiros, we've played on ladder like 3 times. I've always played Slaanesh there. We literally played like 2 days ago. Bows versus guns. Oh, another thing that's really good for killing the Vampire Coast is skeleton archers. Because Coast has no armor. Absolutely zero. They've got no way to stop bowmen from just farming value on their front line. And on a lot of their monstrous units. It sucks. It's really brutal. Thank you for sending me the replays, Leggett. I'm getting them in here now. Okay. So, last replay of the day, and then, depending on how I'm feeling tomorrow, I'll get some more in. And then on Monday, I'll do a nice long stream where we can go through them all. And cover the remainder. Dark Riders with shields here. Very, very cost-effective mobility unit. Good for taking objectives in the early game, and even value trading into a lot of other mobile units. They've just got solid all-around stats. They don't love fighting stuff like Orc Boar Boys, of course, but against like a Morgrub's Mangy Marauder or, you know, Goblin Wolf Riders, they'll easily be able to out-skirmish those guys and just take this point early on. Oh, what is this? Oh, Sting of Snagla actually hits the Dark Riders here. And we get the Spiderweb attack. Snagla, you know, Bobby is really aggressive with this guy. I mean, I respect it, honestly. Getting an early pick like this really isn't, like, a bad thing at all. It's maybe a little cheap to be using one of the 2 snares that Snagla has.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
But it's, like, better than nothing. And there's not really anything else to snare, is there? We just got a huge battle line of Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. We've even got Malice in here on foot, of all things. I don't even know when the last time I saw foot Malice was. Look at him aura maxing here. He's just slowly walking forward. Menacing as hell, dude. We'll see what he can do. It's going to be a little vulnerable to the Vindictive Glares and Don't Even Try It casts. Don't Even Try It does a lot of damage. It's very punishing. It takes about, how much HP off? Close to 800 to 900 on average, if I'm not mistaken. On a very limited HP character like Malice, that can be a big imposition. And then you gotta add Vindictive Glare onto that, which makes it even more likely that you're losing your Lord early. You gotta be really careful about positioning your missile line like this. Like, for the Greenskins matchup, it doesn't matter that much. But typically, when you're advancing into combat, you do not want to leave your units in straight lines. Because if your opponent has one good wind spell, like Wind of Death, Pendulum, Burning Head especially, you will get deleted and you're gonna cry about it because those spells do obscene damage. especially if they're hitting multiple units. You do not want to leave any space for that. Stagger your units. It's a very good practice to have. It leaves very small gaps in your front line, which is fine because you can always trot units forward to fill any gaps that you leave. And it does actually make it a little more difficult for your opponent to engage. Because what happens, if your units are in checkerboard formation, right? You've got a bunch of units here. If your opponent attacks the unit here in the front line, as green line is, you can maneuver your other units around the flank then to get a rear charge and an isolation on that unit. And keep your opponent back. Do a little extra damage. If you keep everything in a straight line, you end up in situations like this where you got like a one orc boy engaged against two of your units, which is a very inefficient use of your time. Most of the dread spears and they're just bleak swords, no dread spears here. Most of the bleak swords in both of these units are cheerleading right now. You don't want cheerleaders on the battlefield. Get your ass into combat and kill something. Good rear charges going on over here. So that's like the big thing for the Dark Elves that they need to clean up on. Don't fight characters with inefficient units like this. It's not a bad idea to leave the Dark Riders here, or honestly, maybe you just leave the Crows of Cain. Leave the Crows of Cain here, and use these Dark Riders to, like, break the will of these goblins. Like, they've been wavering for ages, and they're stuffing up 3 units here. This is another thing. You just pull 2 of these units back. There's no reason for 3 guys to be fighting 1 goblin. You've got... how much money here? These are 450. Hellobroni are 650 gold, I think. That's so much. You got like 1,600 gold fighting a 325 gold unit. In all this time, you're losing out on momentum everywhere else on the battlefield. You've got your Dark Riders getting killed by Snagla. You've got the Crows of Cain being shot by a bunch of skirmishers. Your other frontline units are being overwhelmed on the flank because they've actually got inferior numbers over here. The greenskins just scrapping away. They get the Wah going down. The Orc boys super sauced up, gonna be bashing everything. 72 melee attack with Wah and Sneaky Stabbing active. Dread Spears, they ain't got nothing on that. And your missile line's also getting pummeled by artillery pretty badly. It's not like the worst thing in the world. Like, these goblobbers have been a little inaccurate, so luckily you've been able to get a decent amount of fire off with those guys. But it's not enough to, like, kill this Goblin Great Shaman, unfortunately, and he's really bullying Malice right now. Malice on foot is going to be, like, reasonably durable against the Shaman, but the problem is that the Shaman will just get to pick and choose engagements against Malice. And has superior, like, weapon strength, being on this big-ass monster, you know. Malice only has 340 and is getting poisoned as well. And he's got to get through 10,000 HP, as opposed to the Spider only having to get through about 4,000, give or take. Like, I know Malice is healing all this time, but every time he gets hit, man, it's just getting him closer and closer to dying, and he actually gets Terror Added here, which is probably the worst possible thing that can happen, because Zarkan's form does not proc automatically. You have to actually click it, and when he's Terror Added, you have no control over him, and he could die here before he actually gets to use it. Oh my god, no! No, Malice! It's blasted in the face by Vindictive Glare and goes down like a sack of potatoes, man. So, Malice dead, no Lord. There's also no Spellcaster for DS. Really need to make sure that you've got some kind of magic. There's a lot of magic that you can bring against the Greenskins. You can do Shadows magic for their mobility, like the Squig Herds and the Durkat Squig Hoppers. For the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers, Force Goblin Archers. As well as, like, Broken Tusk Mob can get beat up by it pretty badly. I mean, The Orc boys on the Orc Boar boys, they are one of the juiciest cav units in terms of HP in the game. Got 7,900, absolutely sauced to the gills on health. They're one of the more resilient cavalry units to Melkoths, but it still gets pretty effective damage on them. Even if it's not like a large proportion of their HP, it's still on 60 models, so it's damage that's pretty well spread out across the unit, so that they're a little bit weaker to actual charges from stuff like Cold One Knights. Another thing I'm not seeing here is Cold One Knights. I'm seeing a lot of infantry, and then just Dark Riders, and while, you know, large infantry corps can be fairly effective, the Dark Elves typically do a little bit better if they bring a little bit higher impact damage dealers. Like the Dark Riders are going to be good for countercharging squig herds and maybe running down some routing units, but they're just not. We back. Think I'm back. Anyways, sorry about that, guys. Wind's howling. Must be a place of power. And it tripped on me. But we're back in here. That game was pretty much over. I'm going to show you what a Dark Elf build would, like a proper Dark Elf build would look like that might do a little bit better into the greenskins. You know what? I think I'll do one more cast to finish it off. I'd like to get a really, like, close game in, preferably. That one was, unfortunately, a little bit of a stomp. Think turn, put what in his top 5? Kind of overkill by the coast player on point 2. Yes, dude, Warhammer Fantasy is kind of funny because there's so much, like, actual, like, decent technology in the setting. And arguably, I would say that any faction that's using magic to create, like, war machines is arguably maybe even more technologically advanced than we are at this current state, despite what their, social, like, status or socioeconomic status might be. That's kind of hilarious. Alright, let's try and find... Oh, let's get a Skaven game in, because we haven't actually gotten to see any. We can get Spiros into the whole experience. Are Dark Elves a good beginner faction? Absolutely not. One of the toughest in the game. They are very micro-intensive, very fragile, very little healing. They've got really powerful characters, which is nice. They're just very execution dependent. You're better off picking Wood Elves if you want to start out with an Elf faction. High Elves may be a little weaker than Dark Elves at the end of the day, but they're also probably a little easier to use. So what do we want against the Greenskins? Probably just a Supreme Sorceress of Fire, man. I mean, you don't need to go anything too crazy. I don't think the Manticore would be very good. Probably just not high impact enough. You can just bring Burning Head. And I actually do think that there are some benefits to running double caster here, because you bring Melkoths and throw Sorceress of Shadows on a steed, and you just run around and pop the spell on Boar Boys and Squig Herds and farm a little value that way. And Burning Head just to hit the front line, gonna be pretty nice. It'll do big damage. Yeah, just you can keep Arcane Conduit, I guess, just to charge the WOM up quicker. You might not need to do the Shadows Caster. I mean, I think Burning Head would be enough. It does pretty strong damage. You can bring Piercing Bolts, I guess, for some cheese, if you want to. Lore Beast would be pretty solid as well. Lure of Death, there's honestly any of these magic options would be pretty strong. If you go dark magic, I would recommend bringing the character on the dragon with Soul Stealer. You just Power of Darkness some trashy units and get some extra wins of magic so you get another Soul Stealer. And you just try and like land and tear out everything and blast the cavalry with the breath attacks. I really do think the Supreme Sorceresses are the way to go here. They just got they've got very versatile spell kits that you could use any of, with just some minor alterations pretty effectively. You could also probably just bring her on horseback. You don't have to bring her on a Pegasus. That is a lot of extra gold. The worry with the Supreme Sorceress is that your opponent brings Azag. He's not super common, but he is pretty good at character sniping. And for a squishy character on horseback, will just absolutely brutalize her. But I think the fire magic's a little too good to pass up, and you can maybe bring a double master to protect her. Because these guys are fairly cheap, and they're really strong anti-large duelists. I actually think Guardian wouldn't be bad for her. You can bring her on the cold one and make her a little bit tankier. You know, a little bit more HP, a little bit more armor. You are a lot slower. Nah, you just want the speed to get away, I think. I wish Pizu were here. Pizu is like the actual resident Dark Elf main. He'd be able to break it down for you. And put a Colossal Strike on one of them. Actually, just put it on both. I mean, it's such a good ability. I mean, ITP and the 25% to stats. As well as the extra bonus versus large. These guys are absolute linebackers. And I keep them on horseback because they still have good armor values, and they have a lot more speed, so they're much better at covering ground and punishing. Bleak Swords I would actually avoid. I'd just bring a bunch of Dread Spears and a couple Black Art Corsairs. Witch Elves, like 2 of them in reserve. Actually, Sisters of Singing Doom would be pretty good. The difference between them and a standard Witch Elf is the Sisters, the ROR, cause terror. Against the Greenskins, that's great, because they have barely any units that are ITP. Anything with Frenzy has it temporarily, but they're not, like, the most well-statted, like, units in terms of leadership. Black Orcs have ITP innately, which is gonna protect them. It's really about it, though. I mean, Orc Boarboy Biggins don't have ITP or anything. I thought the Broken Tusk Mob did. Maybe it got removed from them. I could have sworn they had it. Who's to say, though? I mean, things change in this game all the time. It's kind of hard to keep track of literally all the changes that occur. Anyways, we'll get back to this build. The Dark Shards are fine. Probably just 2 of them. A Medusa would be really strong for clearing out infantry as well. Because you're going to run into a lot of numbers from the Greenskins. It's going to be a swarm of enemy units, man. Actually, no Dark Shards. Scourge Runners. Scourge Runners instead. 1 Dark Rider. Like 3 Cold One Knights, something that you probably need. Maybe you don't need a second Master, just 1 would probably be a good enough squad to defend the Supreme Sorceress. You just want to keep an eye on her and have her running around so that, like, hide her in a forest, bring her out, cast a Burning Head, run her back into the forest, hide with her, bring the Master over if she's about to get caught by something. Just do everything you can to keep her away from any kind of engagement, and just use all of your magic on Burning Head. And I think your Cold One Knights should be able to handle the Orc Cavalry. I don't know about a Doomfire Warlock here. Probably not. Reaper Bolt Throwers, they are pretty terrible. I would not bring them. They don't get a lot of value. Their single shot is okay. Their multi-shot is pretty terrible. They need a little bit of an adjustment to be any good. You just want to bring the Medusas instead. Like, if you need to kill infantry, bring a Medusa. These things can also double up in melee combat. So, There's your other source of anti-large. You can just have the Supreme Sorceress stand next to the Medusa in the Master all game, and she'll be fine. There's not going to be a lot that can dive bomb her at that point. I don't think you need any more Witch Elves. Blackguard of Naggarond for the memes in the late game. I mean, they're a really expensive unit. Probably not the most meta thing in the world, but I've seen them do pretty well. I mean, they got a lot of leadership. They're really heavily armored. They're ITP. You know, obviously very good against mobility, which the Greenskins actually bring a lot of. Can do a lot of work with. Scourge Runners are a very good poke tool for the early game. They easily outshoot all Skirmish Cav for the most part. Especially the very short range bow cavalry for the Greenskins. They got 100 range to 150 on the Scourges. These missiles hit hard as hell. They will massacre Forest Goblins and Wolf Riders, who are super squishy. 4,500 HP. No thank you. They do not want to be under any kind of withering fire. 2,200 gold. Play around with it. Maybe another Witch Elf or something. I wish I were a little more qualified to talk on Dark Elves, but the build that I've got here is like a pretty good like middle ground build. It'd be pretty flexible into quite a few other factions. You may want a little bit more infantry just because you'll see so many infantry units against the Greenskins. So maybe like a couple more Blackheart Corsairs. Or actually maybe a couple more Dark Riders and then a one Doomfire Warlock. Maybe just another Cold One Knight. You can never really go wrong with Cold One Knights. It's one of the best units for the Dark Elves for a reason. The Crows of Cain are kind of cool because they've got Crow Feast, which makes them fairly durable, but they're just so low armor. And the Greenskins have so many units, it's going to be kind of hard for them to find a good fight where they can just farm value and heal a bunch. They'll probably just come out and get killed more often than not. I think you're better off without them. You just sit back and force the Greenskins into you where you countercharge with all your knights. Blast their infantry apart with the Bloodrack Medusa, burning head everything that isn't already, you know, basically on death's bed by the time it gets into contact. Win the front line, easy peasy, and then counter push with your mobile advantage and win the game. That's how you beat the Greenskins, I think. The dragon characters with Soul Stealer are still really good, but they're really expensive. That's the big problem. You're talking about a character with no cap weight. Cost almost 3,000 gold. Like, that's a lot to ask from anything. And the thing is against the Greenskins are very vulnerable to terror. But they're also really good at killing big monsters. Because they've got cheap shooting, they've got decent spell options like Vindictive Glare that can poke down Malekith from range without any real investment. They've got Boar Cavalry who are pretty good against large targets. There's a lot of risks with tying up, you know, a full third of your starting army in one character. And that's with a very pared down kit, right? It's going to leave you pretty thin in the infantry engagements. And I think you really need to have a good spread of infantry and, like, mobile answers to get in and help you out. Okay, one more replay. Let's get that Wood Elves versus Skaven game in. And then I'll call it a day. I really appreciate you all showing up here. It's been a blast. Very excited for future tournaments and just, you know, casting any games that people send me. I check out everything that I get sent. I don't cast everything, obviously. Not everything is, you know, like, great for a cast. You know, sometimes I'm just really busy, but if you ever have any games that you want to send me, just throw them out and I'll take a look at them. And if I cast it, I cast it. You know, it's my opinion that the more people who are doing, like, Warhammer content, the better for everybody. Because, you know, it used to just be Turin doing domination mode stuff, but now there's, like, Anticity. Tim the Wilder has a channel where he goes over, like, battle tactics and stuff, which is cool. There's some other people doing stuff for, like, land battles and conquest, obviously. It's actually looking really nice nowadays. There was, like, a really grim period for Warhammer 3 when the game first released, where it honestly looked like the game might just completely fall apart. And then, you know, Shadows of Change happened, and everybody got really pissed off because it was honestly a really awful DLC. But the game has really recovered since then. And anyways, we got a very cool looking Ancient Tree Man here. What the hell is going on here? I know this is supposed to be a beard, but it looks like something else. Anyways, very well endowed Ancient Tree Man trotting out onto the objective. Eternal Guard following up. They've just got the shields, very stalwart infantry unit. I wouldn't really be bringing a whole bunch of them, though. Like, they're fine into the Skaven. They can hold up against Rat Ogres and do a little damage to Doomflayers, I guess, but you probably want more aggressive units. And if you need to kill Doomflayers, you're better off with, like, Wild Riders to kill them. Wild Riders are actually very good at killing stuff like Doomflayers, because they've got good damage output, they've got physical resistance to avoid a lot of the damage that Doomflayers could throw out against you on the charge. And just being 8 units, they can surround Doomflayers and drag them down pretty quickly. Spear units are really here for just holding against frontline units that your opponent's throwing up that don't have great damage output. Against the Skaven, though, you don't really want to hold the line, you want to actually push them back, because if all you're doing is holding the line, they will just swamp you in rats. It is absolutely crazy how many bodies they can throw out. While I do like the Ancient Tree Man, I actually think this might actually be a decent matchup for Durthu. Because, yeah, the Skaven have pretty good anti-large options. They've got, like, Eshin Triads, they've got Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. Durthu has a ton of health. And on this map, he can actually sit behind the pillar and just, like, you know, take engagements right off the edge of it. Which would be a pretty good use of his time. And you can always bring a, like, a Lifeblood, or an Earthblood caster, like a Branch Wraith in reserve, to give Durthu heals. Because all Durthu really needs to do is anchor 1 point, cast Flock of Doom, and use Sword of Daith to punish big blobs of enemy units. And he will farm a ton of value just by doing that. Ancient Tree Man will be hard to kill, though. Just rock-solid HP total. Heavily armored. You can see he's losing a little bit of it because of the upgraded Flensing Ruin that's hitting him, but nothing too serious. He's just going to drop an Earthblood and be okay after all of it. Definitely want the Dryads and the Eternal Guard to take aggressive engagements right now. Don't leave stuff unoccupied. I'm a firm believer in value trade supremacy. Sitting back and defending objectives is nice in a lot of circumstances if your opponent's, like, forced up into you. Which I guess the Skaven kind of are right now, but you've got 2 Dryads here. Your opponent's not pressuring this point at all. This is 1100 gold. Leave 1 Dryad here. Send the other Dryad to get in on the flank and start dealing damage, while the Wild Riders also get back up in the enemy's lines and start causing mischief. Because you can fold up this flank right now. Skaven units have no leadership. They are unresilient. They have absolutely no backbone. They will flee at a moment's notice, punish them for their bad leadership, and get them on the run. Blade Singers, chilling on the middle point, haven't been engaged yet. They're being attacked by the Rat Ogre summon. Rat Ogre Summon's actually probably going to get a lot of value against the Blade Singers, unfortunately. And since they came in from Throt here, pretty nice situation for the Raki. Look how much value the Rat Ogres have gotten already. Jeez Louise, dude. Only going to be available for another, you know, like 40 seconds. And they are actually getting counter-fired right now. Pretty hilarious, actually. Having to use your Glade Guard to shoot these Rat Ogres off of the Blade Singers right now. Super valuable summon there. 400 value on a 200 gold summon. It's pretty clutch, dude. Nice from Throt. But Throt is on the run. Trying to fight the Ancient Tree Man. Gets countershot by Glade Guard. Poking through his physical resistance, as well as his Starfire shafts back there, actually getting some good work against him. And the Tree Man himself, a pretty decent scrapper. Doesn't have great melee attack, but solid enough melee defense that he'll be able to avoid most of the damage Throt can send out his way. Just decent at holding the line. Wild Riders crushing the Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats here. I know it says that Spiros is down. I think it's a little bit deceptive. I mean, just look how much Skaven stuff is on the run right now. A lot of Clan Rats are fleeing. The Doomflayers are losing a lot of cover. The next, couple minutes is going to determine the outcome of the game, and it's going to come down to whether the Wood Elves are able to, kill the Natty Boobos and get some extra value out of their Glade Riders. Eternal Guard need to hold here and finish off some of these, Triads and maybe the Wolf Rats. Triads doing their best here, also hanging in there. The Wild Riders need to get into some fights against the Doomflayers, because the Doomflayers could cause some serious issues. They've absolutely annihilated this one Glade Guard with Hagbane tips. One Glade Guard pulls out. More back here, compromised. Blade Singers really haven't gotten very much value and damage off. Oh no, and the Doomflayers might be taking over this game right now. They've gotten a lot of value already. That's where a lot of it's tied up for the Skaven. Their numbers are meaningless, right? Death Runners are hiding in the trees. They should come out soon. But even if they do, they're honestly not a very good unit against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves have a lot of magic damage, dude. Do not bring Death Runners against Wood Elves. A basic Dryad will easily beat this 850 gold Skaven unit, and that's going to be really horrible for you. Their sneakiness is nice. Just don't think you need the AP here. Death Runners have, 2 good matchups. Dawi and Chaos Dwarves, maybe. Chaos Dwarves. Depends on what kind of Chaos Dawi build you run into. Typically speaking, I would say that you should just not bring them as a general rule of thumb. They're just very vulnerable to a lot of different effects. And they actually got friendly fired by that Warp Lightning trying to hit the Wild Riders. I think that was actually way more punishing for the Skaven, because it actually causes one of the Death Runners to rout here. Eternal Guard continuing to hang in. Really good charge with the Wild Riders here. Bye-bye Clan Rats, dude. Oh my god, and look at them tossing the Death Runners in addition. Absolutely overrun. The mobility is looking really nice for the Wood Elves. Sure, the Skaven have, a decent number of units. They've got a small value lead, but it's narrowing. Come on, Spiros, get these guys. Actually, don't want to charge in here. Actually want to retreat now. Whoops. Retreat these Dryads a little bit and get your cavalry over with these Glade Guard to answer that. Just leave your Lord to hide back here. Behind the pillar. And get the Wild Riders all the way across the field so you can hang on to the number 1 while your infantry just chilling this number 2 point. Wild Riders being pushed back by Death Runners, but this Wild Rider unit is screaming in right on the heels of these guys. They actually are able to close the gap. They get a little bit of damage. Very good micro. Yeah, Spiros, I mean, come on, dude. You're playing pretty solidly, alright? Especially for somebody whose, first exposure to a tournament is right about now. This is a pretty damn good play. Glade Riders poking away. Solid value, nothing tremendous. They'll be able to double up in melee combat at the end of the day, though. They got respectable enough stats so they can charge down some of the more vulnerable Skaven units, like the Natty Booba Sharpshooters, man. You can't leave these guys to just shoot your Lord like this. Ancient Treemen are just so slow and vulnerable to shooting. You just need to be a little bit better with the positioning on this guy. It's really the only complaint I've had is the Tree Man positioning. And they just don't have a lot of damage output. Damage is almost always better than heals, in my opinion. As a general rule of thumb, it's better to kill your enemy than to try and out-heal whatever damage they're doing to you. Especially in domination mode, I've noticed. Because the games go on for way longer than you have access to life magic. Once you run out, you're losing, like, the biggest anchor and, fallback for your forces up to that point. Ashen Triads moving up. General Guard scrapping. They're going to be able to beat up on these Rat Ogres, but they're going to get rear charged here. It's absolutely not something that is going to help them out at all. They're probably going to break here, even. You can see the fear affecting them, barely hanging on. This is why you really wanted to keep your Lord back there. Like, I understand wanting to rotate around, but you leave the Wild Riders in here. They get annihilated by the Poisonwind Globadiers, which probably just farmed up enough value to pay for themselves really close at the very least. You got these War Dancers moving all the way over. Don't have anything to punish the Doomflayers, which is the problem. Because these things have been an absolute nightmare for you this game. They've been the single most deadly unit. Having all these Eternal Guard here, just keep them on the edges of the point and make it so that they're in like a semi-box formation. And just have a couple of like reinforcing Glade Riders or something to help them out. Like rotate these Glade Riders away, get the Wild Riders over, where they can hammer home a little bit quicker, with a little bit more effect on the Rat Ogres and maybe surround Throt and kill him. And then you just want to hold on the back objective, because your opponent has to walk a lot farther onto your home than you do onto the middle. You're faster here, and you're faster here. Even if you're down trading a little bit, just because your reinforcements get up there faster, you'll have a better opportunity of swinging it for yourself. Tree Man fighting against Throt. Kind of a wet noodle contest. I mean, Throt has regeneration, so it's kind of a waste of time trying to kill him right now. Ignoring him would be better. And Terror would be so useful over here right now. There's a lot of Skaven units that could be Terror routing right about now. The Wood Elves, by the skin of their teeth, are able to hang on to the number 2 right now. War Dancers getting on top of the Poisonwind Globes, absolutely perfect. You know, anti-infantry unit killing a weapon team, infantry-sized, getting absolutely butchered here, man. I love War Dancers. They're very cool. They're a decent unit. There's definitely a lot of matchups where they're kind of bad. This is one that's a little borderline for them, in my opinion. They get absolutely smacked down by Doomflayers and Rat Ogre charges. But they clear out chaff really efficiently, especially if you use the Shadows Coil. So they get a ton of extra melee defense. And Skaven Clan Rats just can't even hit them at that point. Their bonus versus infantry is enough at 12 to work around the reduced melee attack and still be able to hit against most of the Skaven units. It's actually pretty nice. Being able to weave in the abilities that are bound to War Dancers and Blade Singers is something that you should definitely work on doing as a Wood Elf player, because it can actually help you out in a lot of matchups. Extra survivability against chaff is really nice, and the missile resistance is really good against Skaven as well, because it gives you time to close the gap against stuff like Jezzails, Rattling Guns, even Poisonwind Globadiers. Globadiers do have the damage over time, which isn't, you know, isn't being affected by the missile resistance, but the actual missiles themselves also do quite a bit of damage, so any resistance on that is pretty nice. It's 40%, it's pretty juicy. And then you can just like get them in and you just switch them off as they actually lock horns in combat, and put them on one of the other imbuements, preferably the Shadows Coil. You can always turn them off and just leave them at base, though. They work pretty well, even if you don't use the bound abilities. See here, these guys have just been grinding all game, and they've almost paid for themselves. You know, they've been in a pretty rough situation over here. Wood Elves hold on to it by the skin of their freaking teeth. Same over here. Spear's doing a great job of keeping the Skaven pushed back, and just reinforcing with very dependable units is definitely winning the Wood Elves this game today. They've just been able to replace their losses a little bit more efficiently, and have kept the value relatively even. With the fact that they have a life caster, they've definitely got a decisive edge as a result, man. Skaven just need big value leads if they're ever going to win games. You know, they need to preserve their shooting units. They need to be able to effectively uptrade with Poison and Globadiers. There's just a lot they have to do right. And the Death Runners and the Eshin Triads, I would say, are probably the weakest units that we've seen in here. They're not, like I said, these are not like a terrible unit. They're just not going to have great engages against the Wood Elves. Because, like I said, a standard Dryad has the magic damage to circumvent their physical resistance and can actually beat them in a straight-up fight. War Dancers trade really well into Death Runners also. Death Runners are for anti-infantry fights, or anti-armor infantry fights. That's why I recommend them in the Dawi matchup, and not really anywhere else. I would say that they would be good against Khorne, but Death Runners just get absolutely canned by Fleshhounds and Furies, dude. It is ugly. Can't really use them there either, unfortunately. The Eshin Triads are a little bit better and more consistent. I would say that they're better in... There's probably like half of the matchups in the game where you can bring the Triads. For that Wood Elf game, what would I bring as the Skaven? I mean, Throb was actually pretty nice. I mean, he held the line really well. Just bring him on that Broodhard, get him going. Master Controller, sure, why not? I wouldn't bring Creature Killer. It doesn't really do that much for him. It doesn't last that long. And yeah, it affects everything in a radius, but is that really good enough? I would hesitate to say that it's impactful in any real meaningful way. What do you want against the Wood Elves here? Not claim Vulcan Tail Slashers. This is probably really... I can't imagine this being a good matchup for the Skaven at all. Wood Elves just actually have so many good answers to you. I mean, the fact they get around physical resistance mitigates a lot of the efficiency of a lot of your units, right? Like, it's kind of risky to bring Gutter Runners. It's hard to bring Plague Monks. You can't really bring Eshin Triads and a bunch of other stuff. Your Storm Vermin Halberds just get massacred by Starfire Shaft, Glade Guard, as well as just standard bow units can chip them down pretty efficiently for the Wood Elves. It's probably one of those matchups where you just have to play absolutely out of your freaking mind. I actually think that maybe the Avalanche Mortars are a good call. They have massive damage potential. They dumpster front lines, and they're really good against tightly packed infantry. Which is Eternal Guard in a nutshell. And they're still decently powerful against more spread out units like War Dancers. I think maybe you would want to bring them. Natty Boobos, I actually would probably leave in reserve early. Just get the Globadiers. A bunch of spears, some sword and board. Maybe some Skaven slaves. Nah, probably not. I think you need mass. So you probably want to get a couple of rat ogres. Although they are, again, very squishy to shooting. Oh, what do you do as the Skaven in this matchup, dude? Maybe you do want fire superiority. Double Jezzail, Avalanche Mortar, Natty Boobos in reserve. Actually, I think a bunch of Skaven Slave Slings could work out here. You just Vermintide. Bring your caster in reserve. Where's the Grey Seers? Warlock Engineer, I forgot. Okay. So yeah, you bring Flensing Ruin and Warp Lightning. Both really good spells. It's kind of hard to go wrong with the Ruins magic. It's all incredible. I mean, just big damage potential. You, like, get tons of work done with Flensing Ruin. Warp Lightning, very good at punishing blobs as well. I think you do probably bring a couple Storm Vermin, because they may not be the best unit in this matchup. They may not have a lot of uses for the AP, but they're one of your better line holders, at the very least. So they'll survive and be able to push a little bit for you. The only thing that can kill them is range tools, so they can go and anchor points where Wild Riders can't really get in on them anymore. And then you can probably bring... I know I said Plague Monk's probably not that strong, but maybe you want to... No, you don't. You do not want a couple of, you do not want a couple of those guys. More weapon teams. I think the goal here is to just outshoot the Wood Elves. And then just, like, run over all their infantry with Doom Flayers. I cannot figure this out. These Wolf Rats not having magic damage is really painful, because they would be really good against Wild Riders otherwise. But they're so low leadership, I don't really trust Wolf Rats. Your micro's gotta be impeccable with those things for them to really be useful. I think you just swarm with bodies, dude. I mean, just a bazillion rats is gonna be about as good as anything else is. Something like this. And I think maybe you can make it work. There was somebody a couple of tournaments ago who went with a really gross build. I can't remember quite what it was. Oh yeah, Ikit. Cut like all of the abilities, just Warp Lightning, I'm pretty sure. Don't think he even brought Brass Orb. Maybe he had the Musketeer. We had double Mutant Rat Ogre. Where are they? Here they are. We had Packmaster running with the pack. Cut all these. On the Brood Horror. Oh, you get another Packmaster, cut everything here. And then you just had like a million, and I mean a million rats. Like maxed to the frickin' gills on Skaven slaves and stuff. This is seriously what his build was, and guess what he brought in reserve? He just brought a million more rats. Just like spears and swords, and just swamped the field in bodies. I don't even... I think he did bring rat ogres. But it was a proper 20 stack, I kid you not. I really need to go back and see if I can grab some of the replays so I can show off the builds to you. It was gross. And it was super effective, too. He went undefeated in the whole tournament. He beat literally everybody with the exact same build every time. Just like a full Skaven stack. Just like this. People literally just couldn't kill everything. Like, you know, you could maybe kill the Mutant Rat Ogres and get through all the heals eventually, but only for so long. Because running with the pack, the heal actually stacks on all the targets. So the Rat Ogres would heal cap every game, it would just drop warp lightning on top of all of the infantry that was dangerous, that had like armor of any kind. It'd also run over them with the Doom Flare. And the mutant rat ogres would just goon squad and kill all of the lords and characters, and then, you know, the Vermintide would eventually get everybody. There was just no withstanding it. It was pretty hilarious. I had a blast watching it. It was Sergeant Johnson from Halo himself. John Halo did it to us. See if I can go far enough back. It was like 2 weeks ago. Let me see if I can find one of the replays. The replays won't work anymore, unfortunately, but I can at least like show you the builds. This is still today. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, let me search this shit. $5.14 maybe? Oh, of course. Whatever. I don't know if I'll find it. Trust me, though. Source, trust me, guys. You would have loved it. It would bring a tear to your eye to see it happen in real time. It was super obnoxious to play against, I'm sure, though. I'd have probably slammed my head through a window trying to play into that build. There's definitely some factions that could deal with it. Kislev would easily be able to counter that build. I mean, you just bring Hawks of Miska anyways, and you just terror out everything that the Skaven have instantly. And they've got good enough monsters that they can actually deal with it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alright, I'm downloading the replay. I found one. And I'll show you what the build looked like. And then I'm gonna go. I've been on for a little too long today. I can feel myself getting a little batty already. Down here, replays, and downloads. Give me the downloads, brother. Dude. Oh, and I'll put Legatus's replays in here as well. Yep, here you go. Oh, he brought all the Skaven slaves in reserve. Shows what I know. The build's a little different from what I threw in here, but functionally the same thing. I mean, just look at this insanity. These Packmasters are really tough to kill, man. They turn into a real problem. He absolutely dumpstered Lazuka in this game, too, unfortunately. It's funny stuff. Max Cav plus Gorst. Hey, look, the Max Cav, it almost worked against me. Killing. I mean, I'm sure you remember that game. I barely squeezed out a win in that one. So, I think there's actually some teeth to it. Vampire counts have really good mobility, and they do have ways to heal it. Right? Like, vampire counts with max mobility builds can just bring corpse carts, and just leave them in areas where the Cav can kind of trundle back and just sit next to them and get a little bit of healing from the unholy lodestones. Maybe not, like, the most amazing thing in the world, but not bad. And you can always do, like, necromancers with the forbidden rods for extra magic. I've actually seen people bringing these guys on the corpse carts a little bit. With the forbidden rods, where you get both bundled up into one, and then you just bring everything else as you normally would. It's actually pretty cool. There's another thing you can do with the necromancers and the corpse carts, where you give them Master of the Dead. And this is another heal that stacks on top of the unholy lodestone healing, which gives significant increase. I mean, it's a 100% increase to the passive healing that the corpse carts can contribute. which is really strong. That would be really nice for your Black Knights and your Blood Knights and whatnot if you want to go for them. Just go absolutely ham. Just bring a bunch of zombies to, like, defend it. Bring your, like, a Ghoul King Lord for max character sniping shenanigans, and Cackle as you just annoy your opponent to death. Opal Amulet's really good for this guy. This is the Lord that I was talking about at the very beginning of stream. I don't know if anybody's stuck around since then, but this dude is a character sniper extraordinaire. Absolute nightmare for a lot of factions to deal with. Okay, let's go. This is the build to end all of life on Earth, I think. If only you could fit someone else in here. I guess you bring the Dire Pack at that point, if you're going to do a Cav Max. And you just keep the Necromancers on the middle point while the Cavalry just, like, blitzes around the map and kills everything. I don't think it would work against many factions, but there's probably a couple of matchups where you can maybe work it out. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. I appreciate everybody tuning in today. Had an amazing time. Really good games. And, yeah, I'm going to dip out, and I'll see y'all on the next one, guys. Take care. Peace out.